Hey guys, who's early? Who's 1 minute early? That's crazy. Bet you didn't expect that to come, eh? Didn't see that coming. Fucking losers, idiots, cucks. Hey, hey, my God, there's so much discourse. There's so much discourse in the chat. What am I supposed to do about that? Fuck, that my chair's better up. Hang on. Okay. Okay. It's light. It's a bit bright. Ooh. Fuck. That's a really awkward angle for my arm. All right. Okay. Real height exposed. Yeah. Yeah, normally I have a human being to sit on, but I've had to resort for the regular old cuck chair right now. Okay. Okay, did you get a new panel light? No. I've just made work with the ring light on a really dim setting and the panel light, the one panel light as opposed to two, which is okay. I have been looking into alternative light setups, but I think the only way to make this work is going to be like standard fucking bookcase in the background or one of those lights that actually just covers the entire wall. Like the overhead light kind of does that, but it's not good enough. I need like one of those strip lights that hangs at the bottom and just does the entire wall and makes it something that's not white. But that's also awkward. Who knows? Uh, Sir Lorna the Tall. I am tall. I am a large man. Although these days I'm getting more wide than anything else. All right. Do I have to do this discourse introduction? We go straight into it. That's what apparently a bunch of you are here for. Ooh. Okay. Okay, hang on. Just a bit of gaming, okay? And then we'll go into it. So, what's the story with this discourse? Do I need to do an introduction? Probably. How did this go? So first of all, I think it started because Destiny Bonelius Baldemar was watching a video of mine on Live and Learn, my appearance on Live and Learn, because he wants to learn about UK politics from a genuine Brit. And he noticed that, as well, I noticed this when I was on the panel, that there was a lot of people in the chat who were not so much hating me as hating this caricature of me and spamming all kinds of shit about how I'm a fucking pro-phalangist who supports the Sabra Shatila massacre, pro-genocide, loves it when Palestinian kids get shot in the head, loves it when they get raped, blah, 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 blah. You know, that old chestnut, which is kind of the thing you expect to hear in a Bad Empanada chat more than a liberal chat. So, yeah, okay. That's kind of how that started. And then it turned into a whole confrontation, I guess. So this is, I think, Pisco coming on to address it. And there's a good reason that I didn't really make much of a massive deal about this, apart from the, I mean, I got one guide by the chatters on the podcast just because that's what I do anyway. But I didn't really. I don't know. From my perspective, like, it feels really uncomfortable to have to go in and try to police other people's chats like that, especially if they're like not a particularly big streamer. They maybe haven't even started regular streaming until not that long ago. Like, it feels odd for someone to have like maybe 200 to 400 viewers. I don't know what Pisco's total average is, but I think it's something around that. Sorry if I underestimated it. And going to them and telling them, yeah, there's like, see, like your chat that you've worked this last year and a bit to build up. I think you need to axe like 10% of them because they're being incredibly horrible to me. That just feels like a very strange ask. And also, if I feel like if you have to ask someone to do that, then it's kind of defeated the purpose because I don't want people getting banned from other people's chats, but just because I've asked for it, right? So my policy on that more recently has just been, and I haven't done this with Pisco, but I've done this with other creators. My policy on this more recently has just been to keep a safe distance from people like that. Like, they can run their communities in whichever way they want, but if me talking to them is going to result in a fucking wall of text of people calling me a fucking genocide heir, genocide noir, and just lying about me with all this other extra specifics, then Like, why would I bother? You know, why would I give any like oxygen to that shit? And it's not good for me. It doesn't help me in any way. It helps them because occasionally, like the best thing that those guys can hope for is like one 15-second clip of me saying something that would get onto the fucking Hassan broadcast, and it's like why? What's the point? So that's been my policy towards people who have communities like that, and I've done that with. I've mentioned this openly before, and I've mentioned this too. Like I've done this with like JStock and Queeman, for example. Like I don't really hold it necessarily. Like I can't make up my mind if I hold it like against them in particular, but probably not for the most part. But like if I'm going to go onto their streams or like go and talk to them, and that's what I see every single time, there's like, hey, fuck that. I have no need for it. But I guess we'll see. We'll see how this goes. So apparently this whole thing happened with regards to Pisco's chat. And Destiny, my guardian angel, has decided to stand in. I don't even think he's not really doing it to defend me. He's just doing it to argue with Pisco, and I'm incidental to that. But all right.
Cool. Okay, we were talking about MLs.
So when people look at your community and they see that it might be infested, like half of it with a certain type of chatter, why is your response, should I ban X?
Because I think the observation that the chat infested, as you put it, is
he's using you as a weapon against Pisco. I think by that reading, he's using Pisco's chatter's opinions of me as a weapon against Pisco. But okay, I haven't done shit, man. I just had a chill weekend, learning my chess openings. Okay, getting on it. Losing my connection streak. Fucking connections was so hard yesterday. Ugh!
Sort of suggesting a normative, say, like, implication that I'm doing something wrong. So I'm asking for
if you came into
response
a liberal
on what I
streamer's
should
chat,
do.
Sure. If you came into a liberal streamer's chat and 50% of that chat was hardcore MAGA, what would your assumption be about the streamer? Also, you should lower your noise gate, apparently. Some people are saying your mic is cutting out a lot. I don't know if that's an easy or not easy thing to do. Just people are saying it in chat.
Oh, shit. Is that any better? Testing 1, 2, 3?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yep.
I think if there's a lib community with a bunch of MAGA people in the audience, I think it probably either suggests that the liberal streamer interacts a lot with MAGA, or potentially that there's something that the MAGA audience finds useful about the content, or they like the content, perhaps.
Okay, so then if somebody sees that of all the Live and Learn guys, your chat seems to uniquely draw people that are hardcore shitting on other members of the show, why do you think that is?
I think people who shit on Hutch and other members of the show come to my channel because they agree more with me, disagree with them, and the people who agree more with them shit on me on their channels.
So do you think
do you agree with that?
Hutch's chat?
Yeah, they shit on me a lot.
No, I don't.
Pisco sounds drained. I don't know if this was late. Like, this is also the kind of voice you would have if you were not trying to wake someone up. So I don't know.
No. Oh, we'll get to that. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you think that the people in Hutch's channel, do you think that they shit on you in the same way that your audience shits on Hutch?
Bullshit, no one shits on Pisco. Okay, be honest with yourselves. This chat shits on Pisco plenty. The difference is that when people shit on Pisco in this chat, to my knowledge, what I see is yes or no memes, that he's annoying and and that he fosters tankies in his community, or he like cultivates them. Like that's. But I would say all three of those things are not. They're quite harmless, I think, in terms of like. Well, the last one is just true, unfortunately. The other two are just like whatever, like fuck. I've never had any dislike for Pisco. I actually think Pisco's great. I think he's very clever. I think he runs into a similar problem that I do, actually, is that he's very snarky. He's like an asshole. So if he's on your side, then that's quite funny. But if he's against you, then it gets annoying. So okay. But that's also a very similar dynamic that happens with me.
From what I've seen, it looks very similar.
So, is your
So I'll
perception
describe it if you don't mind, and you can tell me if I'm wrong. Ascriptions of bad faith, saying he doesn't know what he's talking about, saying that he's grifting, saying that he's stupid, saying that he has some sort of negative design.
is that because of your political disagreements with Hutch, or is that after you go in and you and Hutch have like a huge argument?
I think that is when he and I are interacting and disagreeing.
Is it when you guys are just disagreeing, or is it when you're going in super hard?
No, I think it's at least I'm not sure. Are you suggesting that Hutch's chat is only mean to me if and when we disagree? That's not true, if that's your implication.
That is my I'm
Okay.
not mean. You keep backing off. I know you're trying to play the game, right? I'm not talking about simply disagreeing or being mean. Like, I'm talking about being like pretty vitriolic, like very toxic. Hutch's chat will do it. You tried to do this trick earlier where you showed the stream where you guys had a debate and you looked at the comments. You're like, these comments are very mean to me. And it's like, well, of course, you were being a massive fucking asshole towards Hutch. It makes sense that the comments would be mean to you.
I wasn't being an
But
asshole.
why are the comments in your chat always so unbelievably vitriolic towards?
Well, let's just deal with the first claim. That
Okay.
it's me being an asshole to Hutch. I don't know why you think that. Hutch reached out to me to have a conversation. I let him drive the conversation. I gave him honest.
Do you think either of those two things prevent you from being an asshole?
I don't know how I was being an asshole. You're gonna have to.
Sure. So when somebody says, so we can go with that one super easiest comparison in the world. When somebody says, would you rather vote for Newsom or JD Vance? If you're a reasonable person who's a liberal, that should be an easy question to answer, right?
That's right.
This is some of you guys are too stupid to understand what's going on here. This is what we call the Socratic method, okay? The Socratic method. He's building him up to ask about why the Hassan versus Epstein thing was appropriate for that conversation. Even though I felt like, given Hutch's principles, the answer was quite clear. He would rather a liberal candidate with a liberal agenda than a non-liberal candidate and an anti-liberal agenda. But maybe? Okay.
Okay. If somebody says Hassan versus JD Vance,
I don't know why tankies would ever take a fucking pop at something like this, because didn't like Stalin fuck a child or whatever? Like I feel like these guys would all do that. Like they're always fine to, like these guys have, again, they support fucking Axis partners for their policy on Palestine. So it's like, okay, so you're willing to tolerate people who conscript child soldiers and execute children, and like rape women in jail before killing them because of so they don't go into heaven and shit like that. It's like, okay, well, like someone making an exception for Epstein to defend liberalism is kind of glass houses, maybe. I don't know.
His issue is with the illiberalism. Why would you pretend that question is of the same quality of question as Newsom versus JD Vance?
So, that wasn't the question that I was calling him out for not answering directly.
Well, sure, maybe it was the Epstein versus
right.
Hassan, yeah. But when he said he voted for Epstein over JD Vance, why do you think he said Epstein?
Because it was an example of a person whose moral character is insanely horrible, to show how committed he is to the principle of harm reduction, unlike these tankies who won't stomach a candidate that isn't like perfect. I will stomach highly imperfect candidates, including someone like Epstein, including segregationists, for the purpose of harm reduction.
Do you think that Hutch would have had the same answer if Epstein was a Nazi?
No.
Do you think he would have the same answer if Epstein was a communist?
No.
Okay, so then you understand that point. So then why would you have such a freak out response when you can't quickly and easily answer Epstein versus Hassan, when Hassan is a self-admitted whatever, I don't know how you have him categorized, communist, Marxist, Leninist, whatever. Why would you imagine he would have a quick response there if you understand that the point of the Epstein comment was that Epstein is probably broadly liberal. He has a deplorable moral character, but you would go with the deplorable moral character who's a liberal over the guy who's illiberal, and then act like it's a huge own, and then scream at him for 30 minutes when you put two illiberal people, or when you put Hassan against Epstein or whatever, and then he's trying to get more information about, well, what are Epstein's politics or whatever, because you're just looking for an own in that circumstance.
That's not what's going on there. And obviously your timing is off in the 30 minutes, but the reason is because he didn't ask for Epstein's policies when he was talking about Vance.
Okay.
And so it wasn't
I
important
agree,
to
but
him
do you
then.
see how you knew exactly what he was saying because you're not autistic, but you know exactly what the point is of bringing up Epstein? It was to show somebody of a severe moral decay who would still ostensibly defend
Right.
the liberal world order. Yeah.
He had that assumption for Vance when the hypothetical that he pushed. By the way, he pushed this hypothetical on IRI before this exchange. I hope you don't think that was bad faith or whatever. But yeah, he didn't have the same kind of introspection on Epstein's political ideology when he did the Vance comparison, and he did for Hassan. And so that, I think, informs something. I mean, something must inform that. Why is it so easy
What do you think?
without looking into Epstein?
What do you think informs that?
I'm not sure because he still doesn't give an answer. He's
I
currently
imagine he's
unsure
probably
about
just.
it.
Would it not be because Epstein would probably be... I thought the purpose of this hypothetical was to assume that Epstein would have like a roughly Democratic Party agenda. No?
Well, because it probably feels a little bit like a clip farm. The answer's not very relevant here. I would imagine if you pose the question to Hutch and say, let's assume that Epstein is a strong liberal who also likes to rape kids. Would you vote for him over Hassan Piker, who is a strong illiberal and will do everything he can to destroy the current liberal system? I think you would say, well, I would probably go with Epstein, same way I went with Epstein over J.D. Vance, right? Do you think you imagine he would answer that way?
I think that I'm not sure because he hasn't said what his answer is. He said at the end, and so if I'm being good faith, he said,
"Yes, you can't
no, because
extrapolate.
wait.
You can't go from any other part of the conversation. It's impossible for you to make to guess what the answer to that would be.
Because
you
I
can't possibly guess.
Because I believe Hutch, because I'm good faith, and because I trust Hutch.
No, you're
When
being
Hutch,
bad faith. You're using debate
explain.
tactics right now. Well, no, I don't want you to explain because you're going to say,
Box, if your chat was accusing someone of doxing without providing any source when questioned, is this fine discourse? Generally, it would depend on where they got that accusation from or where they heard it, but usually no, which is also why we had that. Dude, I know why you're asking that question. We had that one person one time accusing, I think it was either JSOC or Queeman or both, of doxing or running a doxing community or whatever. And I think the clip that went around those communities didn't have the bit like a few minutes later where I said, like, I don't think I've seen any evidence for this. I still haven't. And they were fucking furious about it. It's like, okay. But again, it also depends on like what's coming to and fro, right? Like after seeing Pisco's chat, and if Pisco's chat remains that way, my understanding is that it's not going to. But if it did, then am I going to be more or less diligent when I see people in here, or if I see people in here, because I haven't, accusing him of being a fake lawyer, then I'm probably going to care a bit less. I mean, I'll uphold what I can from my own standards, but at the end of the day, I'm not going to fucking like bend over backwards for people who won't do this, who won't do like a fraction of it for me, you know?
say, well, because he said these words to me when I tried to tease it out in debate in an ultra high stakes
in this
environment where you're
conversation.
jumping.
Yeah, not to mention my mods are usually on top of that. Like Maruzzi is like vigilant. Didn't we time out someone like pretty? Didn't we time out someone pretty fucking hard for making that accusation? That Lawson guy, he was timed out for quite a while, if I remember correctly. But all right.
Throw it on every
in
single
this
thing. It doesn't make you
in the
magically
follow-up.
good faith to pretend that him stumbling through that conversation. I know the follow-up, but like to pretend that his inability to give you a resolute answer when you guys are in a hardcore 3-hour meta convo back and forth. And you're like, well, now I have absolutely no idea what he thinks. But you were able to perfectly illustrate to me why he chose, without thinking about it, Epstein over J.D. Vance. All of that understanding disappears. So what do you think that he's making decisions based on what he assumes the moral character is of both people then? And that's why he wanted more information on Epstein and Hassan? Or what?
The reason I give the answer I don't know is because that's the answer Hutch gave at the end of the follow-up where I said, I still don't know where your position is. And he said, I'm not sure. And so for me to ascribe a position to him or a reasoning, I think would be bad faith because I'd be saying, and I think that's what you're doing, is like, I don't trust Hutch when he says I don't know. Well, I trust Hutch. He said, I don't
no,
know.
I trust Hutch, but this is after you've like spun him around in all these crazy, irrelevant directions of like, well, what if you got a person in office who could enact their entire agenda? Well, what if they came in and they couldn't enact their entire agenda? Well, what if the guardrails held? What if the guardrails didn't hold? By the end of that conversation, I don't know. Who knows? If you're asking about, we had a similar argument a long time ago about electing Hitler, where basically my remark was, well, if we're going to say that we're assuming everything in the political system stays the same, I'd rather have Hitler in office because nobody likes Hitler, so he wouldn't be able to do anything. But it's kind of a meaningless question at that point, right? Usually the assumption is they're going to get a decent amount of their agenda done. So I think his I don't know at the end of that conversation was probably more in confusion to what capability would the president even have, rather than him all of a sudden forgetting why he ever posed the hypothetical in the first place, or rather suggested that he would vote for Epstein over.
Yeah, that's not my interpretation of why he answered I don't know. I mean, we clarified that I wasn't talking about that.
He has no clue. He's totally clueless right now. You think in his own head. Well, so then if you had to guess, why do you think he was more confused, I guess, about Epstein versus Hassan? You don't think he has an answer to that? If Hassan is clearly illiberal, and you say Epstein, though morally depraved, would defend the liberal order, you don't know what Hutch would answer there. Why do you think you don't know that? Do you think Hutch doesn't know? Do you think he just didn't tell you? Is Hutch being bad faith?
I think Hutch doesn't. I think Hutch doesn't know because I trust him, and that's what he told me. He doesn't know.
Okay, so you think Hutch is clueless there? He just has no concept of.
No,
that.
I think it's called being ambivalent or being conflicted.
But he wasn't conflicted. Do you think he rolls back on his answer of?
Oh no, can you explain how Pisco can be offended by the fake lawyer accusation? Well, because it's technically an accusation of a crime, right? But also, on the other hand, God, the amount I would, dude, if I woke up tomorrow, okay, and all these communities were like, oh, I went into this Lib and Learn or whatever, and all I'm seeing in Pisco's chat or any of these other creators is, oh, Learnerbox lied about his sociology degree. Dude, I would literally, I'd feel like I've woken up in a fucking dream. Like I feel like I'm in heaven, you know? I feel like I've the reverse ghost of Christmas past, like fucking paradise. Society would be like flying cars and metropolis, like fucking beautiful cities and wonderful nature and shit like that. Yeah, I don't know, man. Compared to the shit I get from these guys now, God. Fake musician, yeah, exactly, God. Fake musician, fake music teacher. That actually would be an allegation, sort of a crime. Oh, Learnerbox lied about his PVG. That would be more of a blunt. That would be a bit more of a rough accusation. Fake Muslim.
Epstein versus JD Vance, then?
No.
So
I think
he
you're seeing
knows
the,
he would choose
I think you're seeing the
Epstein over
problem.
JD Vance, but you don't know. Well, no, the answer is quite obvious. I think it's exactly what I said before. I think he would say, well, assuming Epstein would defend the liberal world order and Hassan wouldn't, he would go with Epstein, despite him being a morally deplorable character.
So why wouldn't he say that then?
Because you were hardcore clip farming, debate broing him insanely in an attempt to steer the conversation. No. I don't know.
Well, you just said it was you just said it was an obvious answer. You just said that,
I believe
right?
so. Yes. Yeah.
So when I say it should be an easy layup, that's correct, right? It's obvious.
Well, if you're willing to, bite insane bullets while you're having a conversation with a friend where 50% of the chat is invested in personally character assassinating you, I don't know. In his position, it might be a lot tougher.
So maybe you can understand my consternation in the actual Live and Learn episode. It's something that I feel should be a layup, where it's like, wait, you've already laid it out. He's illiberal. You've already given it for JD Vance. The obvious answer here is to say you prefer Epstein. Maybe you could understand why someone given those priors would be like a little bit annoyed that it's not being answered, especially because I don't think that Hutch is bad faith enough to sort of hide his answer if he really felt it was harm reduction. That's his whole point. And so it seems like you're ascribing more bad faith to Hutch than I am.
I think the main confusion is why the question of Epstein versus Hassan.
The reason why I asked the question, it's a great question. The reason I asked the question, Epstein versus Hassan, is because Hutch said he was indifferent, essentially indifferent, as between Hassan and JD Vance. And I think I had already known that Hutch had double, triple, quadruple down on Epstein over Vance. And so
let's real quick. Why was he indifferent on Hassan versus Vance?
Because he thinks that the harm between them presumably is negligible as relates liberal institutions and societal damage.
Okay, so that's your answer. So then why clip farm?
I'm not clip farming.
It's definite. Okay, let's say that Hutch were to finally bite the bullet, and let's say Hutch were to say, okay, fine, assuming Epstein would defend the world order, the liberal world order, despite the fact that Epstein, has abused children, I would vote for him over Hassan. What if your next question was, okay, let's assume that Epstein raped 1,000 children would you still vote for him over Hassan? Do you think that him struggling to answer that would be him being bad faith or confused? Or do you think the feeling would be, why are you asking me this
No,
question?
I think that
Are we
would.
getting to the
I think
point
that question. I'll answer it. I mean,
Oh,
I know
shit.
you're not talking about grave hypotheticals because that is part of how you have always run your intellectual debates, your
I
philosophical
have no
debates.
problem with rape hypotheticals. What I have a
Yes.
problem is that you brought up the Hassan versus Epstein thing when you already
No,
know the answer to that, but
No,
you
I
only
don't.
brought it up to Clip Farm. You did.
No. Clip farming implies that I'm wanting him to be attacked online, that I have a malicious motive.
Or that's what it feels. I'm telling you that's what every single person in the universe. If you didn't intend that, that's fine. But it's a failure of communication because I don't know how else you could ever interpret that question. You know why he's asking
no,
about
there's a
Epstein
good-
versus Vance. It's illiberal versus liberal. You know how he's interpreting Hassan versus Vance. He'd kill
Hang on a
himself.
second.
And
It was especially when Pisco was doing the whole like, yeah, you're fucked. You think Epstein's better than Hassan, as if to say like what, like a better person? Yeah, I don't know. To me that just seemed very superfluous. I think but I guess from Pisco's perspective, it probably is maybe more worth asking because I think Pisco still believes that Hassan is. I don't know. I feel like a lot of them just kind of act as if Hassan is a lot more compatible with liberalism than he actually is. I don't know.
now you're like, what about Epstein? Would you rather have the child rapist or do you have Hassan derangement syndrome? That's how that question is going to come across to everybody. That's how your
So
whole
the
chat
reason,
took it. That's how
the
everybody
reason,
else took it.
the reason why I asked it, and it's not bad faith. Unlike like, what if he had just, running or walking away from the incident of another sexual abuse, just because that happened, or sorry, just after that happened, does your choice change or something like that? The reason it's different is because he had already bit the bullet on the Epstein thing, and so I felt that was like a reasonable extrapolation of his comfort level vis-a-vis clips. He'd already been clipped relentlessly on this Epstein thing, and he seemed he was comfortable with it. Isn't that a
Clipped and
reasonable
bullied
thing?
by who? Clipped
By
and bullied
leftists.
by who? By Hassan. And then your
And
next
Mike from
follow-up question is, well, would you vote for Epstein over Hassan, the guy who has doxed?
Again, the problem is as well, like there's just such an annoying double standard because like unfortunately because they're fucking cowards and they're optics brain to the fucking hilt, you're never going to see like Hassan even getting asked the question, oh, let's say it was Epstein, but he's running on your policy platform versus Gavin Newsom, who would you vote for? Right? Because then it's like, I mean, I know what Hassan's personal answer to that would be. But, that clip's just never getting made, not in this lifetime, not in this universe.
You and who's been clipping and bullying the fuck out of you. And also, by the way, I think you're
did you hear what I
personally
just said?
motivated to give this answer. Yeah, I heard everything you just said.
No, what I'm saying is, you just said I'm personally.
Box make goal. I thought I had. I'm so sorry. Bad company. Thanks for the $5. Does not seem like Pisco asks the Hassan versus Epstein to try to prove Hutch is so personally driven that he would choose a grape over Hassan. I mean, that sounded like what he was saying, like it's personal and all that, but from here, it sounds like Pisco is not saying it's personal. Here, it sounds like he's saying it's because Hutch would value the liberal order to a point that he would rather a morally decrepit rapist like Epstein over an liberal person. Which again, I mean, if you want to go fucking full consequentialist, then if one of them's going to keep USAID and the other one's going to leave it or bring it back and the other one's going to get rid of it or keep it gone, then, dude, then what are we choosing there? Like Epstein's 1,000+ child victims or the tens of or hundreds of thousands of children who go without food because USAID won't reopen the kitchens in Sudan? So, but it's the internet. No one thinks about things. It's just fucking optics. Shagged. Where's my imp keep running away?
Motivated, but I just want to make sure you respond.
No. These were claims that you said to Hutch, that after Hutch has been getting shit on for this take for the last day or two, that you decide to then up the ante for the same people that are shitting on him and then say, would you vote for Epstein over Hassan?
That's precisely what I thought I wasn't doing. I mean, so I just gave you an explanation So I just gave you an explanation for why I didn't feel it was upping the ante. The reason is he'd already shown his comfort with the Epstein comparison to Vance.
You don't think it's upping the ante then to make a comparison to the same guy that's been harassing you online next? For what purpose? You're not trying to tease out any more principles. You already know where he stands on it. What more are you trying to tease out?
We're trying to confirm finally that Hassan views
Confirm what?
That Hutch views Hassan and JD Vance as equivalent. And this is a way to do that.
No.
That does not make them equivalent. both being anti-liberal isn't equivalent. Like, does that mean we think that like Stalin and Hitler are equivalent just because they're both anti-liberal? Or what? Huh? Huh?
Oh, they're not equivalent. They're in the same bucket. They're both illiberal.
That he's indifferent as between them for a choice.
Because they're both illiberal. He might not necessarily be indifferent, but it's going to...
Do you think that Hassan would vote for Noam Chomsky? Hassan would choose Chomsky over Harris, right? Despite Chomsky's recently revealed connections with Epstein, which are not great. Like the Chomsky email to Epstein is actually quite damning. Actually, maybe we'll read it one day on stream. But it's more than just oh yeah, you know, a slight blind eye career opportunity. No, it's not that. Like, it seems like Chomsky was actually kind of giving Epstein advice on how to deal with the charges against him, but like the PR side of things. So, but yeah, of course. But again, the world's not fair. We're never going to see Hassan having to answer that question. You know, he just gets to share the clips around his opponents saying stuff like that.
Well, no, why not just ask him that? Why make the comparison to the guy who's been harassing him on...
No. Soy Pill tried.
You try to make the comparison to a guy who's been harassing him along with his entire community and half the internet
Is that mine
over
or...
the past
no,
day. Why would you do that beyond clip farming?
So, that's not my intent. Soy Pill tried asking him as between Hassan and Epstein. Sorry, Hassan and JD Vance. And the response was, he didn't give an answer. He said, I would shoot myself. We wanted an answer.
Pushed it for 30 minutes.
No. Why do you exaggerate like that? Do you think anyone believes it?
I'm not. It was so awkward that a guest was 6 words into answering a question. He just started screaming, saying, "You disagree with Hutch, then, right?" I'm not exaggerating at all. It was incredibly uncomfortable. It's why his comment section was so brutal towards you.
No, that's a different issue. That's the AOC thing.
The conversation you had with the next day was some of the most insane, like running around in circles of, well, if they were elected, they wouldn't be able to achieve their goals, and who would blah blah blah. Like, but you earlier in this conversation, you already know why he would choose Epstein over Vance. You know why the confusion would be.
Wait, no, I don't know. I don't know that because he says I don't know.
Wait, okay, hold on. So just so I'm clear, you don't know why he would choose Epstein over Vance now.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misheard you. I thought you meant Hassan over...
You know why he said Hassan versus Vance would be a difficult argument, right?
I know that he... No, I don't, because he said he's indifferent.
Well, he's fast.
Essentially.
Fuck.
So I don't know that.
Do you think that the reason why he might be indifferent is because of the quality that led him to choose Epstein over Vance is a quality that he feels like Vance and Hassan share, namely being illiberal?
Right, which should make the Epstein question trivial.
It is. So unless you have a reason
then
to
why
believe
not
that
answer
he's
it?
lying, why do you? Because he just got clipped that he's been harassed for the past 24, 48 hours. Like,
yeah, but I don't think Hutch is lying to me when he says he doesn't know. I think he's honest that he doesn't know.
I don't know. I think he spent
He
the
literally
next
did, Stephen.
however much time trying to. Okay, so you think he just doesn't know? He's a retard. He has no idea.
No, I
who
didn't
he
say
choose.
that. I think he's conflicted. He doesn't know. That's what he told me. And
Okay,
you're the one
you
saying
think
that
he's
that's not the
conflicted.
case.
You can't possibly, because I know that's not the case, because it's a stupid answer. You either have no idea what he said to you, which I don't know why you've talked to him about this for hours, because it's painfully obvious to everybody else listening what he's trying to say. But you're telling me right now you don't know, and you believe he doesn't know if he would choose a liberal defender Epstein over an illiberal Hassan Piker. You have no idea. You have no idea what he would choose there.
You kind of fell into a little shit right here because you understand what Hutch said. I don't know if you were listening to the conversation that you reviewed.
I did. It's not about listening to what he said.
Listen. Wait, Steven, just chill.
Nonsense.
Just chill. No, there's no meta debate. Just chill. So the reason why you just stepped in it is because Hutch told me that the reason he was hesitating was the opposite. That the reason he was hesitating is because...
God, it's fucking mad that we're watching this, and also just in the background is like any minute now some shit could happen with Iran. Oh no. If you guys just want a quick 60-second update, Trump is still moving shit towards Iran. They're still talking about Iran's not capitulating. There's a big problem. Their student protests have reignited. They've gone beyond just Tehran. They're in a few cities right now over the last couple of weekends. The last couple of days of the weekend. Yeah, we don't... Yeah, it's just still a toss-up, though. We don't know. Shit. We also don't know if Trump goes to war, what the goal is. Which is quite incredible. Nice.
And why he thought I was being like scummy or something is because it's obvious that Hutch on the margin prefers Hassan. That's the direct opposite of what you just suggested. Hutch said in this conversation.
I do not believe that. No.
Well, do you want me to pull it up? I have the time. We'll pull this up right now.
If you want, pull it up and we can watch it. Sure.
100%.
I've been told they talk about me later, which is hence the stream title. If you feel like you've been lied to, chat.
Just curious, because I'm just curious.
Super curious.
Is this a link from Gisticle?
No.
Okay.
Were the student protests just in Tehran earlier in the year? No, they were in Tehran on Friday or Saturday, but they evolved past Tehran into other cities over the weekend. And those are the first protests, notable ones since the crackdown.
I don't talk to Gisticle. All right, here I'm going to share my screen with you so you can see it. 1 second.
Wait. I'm trying to.
Yeah,
Are you doing it already?
I'm about to.
Okay.
He's about to say the direct opposite
Yeah, just
of your
play it.
suggestion.
Clearly, must inform my state of mind.
me?
My bad. I'm going to put this on 1 speed.
It
Informs-
doesn't matter. It doesn't. But it doesn't matter.
Wait, it informs my state of mind, right? Clearly, it must inform my.
You haven't seen any part of this convo? No, I have. I've seen the... There's like a 5-minute bit that Spider put up on Twitter, I think? Was it Spider? Or did they just send it to me from some other account? Yeah, I've seen a bit of it. I've seen where they talk about me.
But wouldn't me
For a
asking
bit.
for qualifiers imply that I intuitively think that Hassan would be slightly better? If I don't need qualifiers for Vance and Trump, I would say, oh no, I would never vote for them. But
You were wrong.
Damn!
You haven't played any of the clip. I don't even know what he's comparing it to at this point. Isn't he saying that Hassan would be slightly better than Vance?
Yeah, and you
Go
said
back
that.
20.
Yeah.
Wait.
And your suggestion
Yes.
was that he would think that they're equivalent, and therefore it's obvious that that's the answer he would give. And here he is saying it's intuitive that Hassan is
I
slightly
didn't
better.
say they were equivalent. What did I say?
No, that indifferent between them.
No, I said that. Yes, he'd be
Yeah.
indifferent between Vance and
That's-
Hassan, but they would both be in the bucket of illiberal. So
Right,
one
so-
might be slightly better than the other, but
And
not that it would make it like so obviously preferable that he would choose Hassan over a liberal defending Epstein. That's what we were talking about before you were looking for this clip, or Substance, whoever gave you this clip gave you this clip.
No one
That's
gave me
what
this
you
clip.
were just supposed
I
to show me.
remember this
What you were just
conversation.
supposed to show me, what you were just supposed to show me was Hutch saying the exact opposite of me, which was that, oh, he would obviously choose Hassan over Epstein. That's not this. You're saying here he would choose Hassan over JD Vance, which may or may not be true. But the reality is the reason why he said he would kill himself is because both these people are in the bucket of super illiberal people, which at that point you're voting for Hitler or Hitler minus 3 million Jews killed. Both of them are...
Wait a second. So your contention before was it's so obvious Hutch prefers Epstein, he just can't say it because you're clip farming. How do you make sense of this
Because
clip and where he's saying
How do I make
that,
sense of it? Because Hassan has doxed him and has got tons of people harassing him, and the whole snark left, half of which are in your chat, are so
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that... I almost forgot that Hassan doxed Hutch and me and like 10 other people. I completely forgot that. Names, addresses, everything. Fuck. What's that about? That's crazy. Couldn't be me. Why did I forget that? Okay. Fucking hell.
so set against him on this, and now you're asking for a really unnecessary comparison that you and Hutch both already know the answer to. For what purpose other than for getting him increasingly clipped by the guy who's already doxed and harassed him for the next week? Why would you ever do? What's the purpose?
I don't know if you just heard what I said and you think I'm gonna forget and get distracted, but what I just said was your contention is I'm bad faith because it's obvious that he prefers Epstein over Hassan. He just can't say it. In the clip we just saw, he said the reason I hesitated intuitively is because I think Hassan is slightly better than Vance. It's different than what you're suggesting.
what do you think this clip says? Like he
clips?
spent this, like I listened to this whole 3-hour talk. The 3-hour talk is him constantly saying the problem with Vance and Hassan is they are both illiberal. Now you try to dress this up by saying, well, maybe they can't get what they want, whose policies are in a closer direction to yours or whatever else. And so that adds a little bit more to this conversation. But given the opportunity for a fully libbed out pedophile Epstein versus a fully tankied, politically capable Hassan, pretty sure that Hutch, I don't know, you can ask him next show, pretty sure Hutch would say, I guess I would go with Epstein here, the same way I'd go with Epstein over J.D. Vance, because J.D. Vance and Hassan both want to destroy the liberal world order. That's why Hutch in this conversation literally asks you, don't you think that that Hassan would what was it? He said on day one, would he give intelligence to China or some other thing? And I think you asked, like, has he ever said that before? Something stupid. Like he asked as a hypothetical. Like these are things that Hutch would. I don't remember. Whatever it was stupid. You can go find that timestamp of the video if you want. But like the point of the question is that Hassan would do things that would fundamentally destroy the United States, the same way that J.D. Vance would fundamentally destroy the United States. And he thinks Epstein probably wouldn't destroy the United States.
Okay, I mean, I guess I don't know your position. It's your position still.
Yeah, but if Epstein's out there just fucking raping people and going around the world, abusing the harems of Middle Eastern allies, whatever the fuck else, dude, that's going to ruin America's international standing. And then that could do so much more damage than like a tanky who tries to invade Israel or whatever the fuck. Don't know. Fuck. Terrible. But then you have to consider how much fucking intel Hassan would leak to like the Houthis and to China and to which would inevitably make its way into the likes of Russia and everyone else. God, what a fucking world we live in. Damn. I think the Epstein one's even harder though, because isn't the best evidence of Epstein's problematic behavior or in terms of global policy that he might have been colluding with Russian secret services? So shit, that's kind of why I didn't have much of a problem with the Nigel Farage or Hassan thing and just saying Hassan, because Farage like has party members who collude with Russia. They've taken bribes from Russians, so. Ouch.
And notwithstanding Hutch right there saying intuitively he thinks Hassan is better, notwithstanding that it's still
better than Vance.
Better than Vance, and that's why he's pausing, right? And that's why he's pausing.
He's asking you, like, no, because he's asking why, maybe hypothetically, why would he need more qualifiers, maybe for Epstein or whatever here? But like, this is in the middle of a conversation where he's like,
dude,
like, if you listen to what?
So I can't. So you're calling me bad faith because I don't assume that Hutch's answer is it's so obvious Epstein, he treats them the same way. When here he's almost signaling that the intuition, directly signaling the intuition is the opposite. The reason he's hesitating is and asking for additional qualifiers about Epstein with respect to Hassan is because intuitively he thinks Hassan is better. And if he thinks Hassan is better, then it's likely he would say Hassan over Epstein. Hassan.
I think the hesitation is that you know how that clip is going to get taken by the majority of people on the internet, like, and how it's like. Maybe Hutch is just like that much of a fucking stonewall, but I'm pretty sure considering how statements can be spun is an important thing when you're on a show that is known for being clipped as well, like having clippers in the chat and things like that. So
over Vance, and therefore not being different.
Clip had anything to do with the Epstein comparison. He's just giving reasons why he might have. The actual answer.
No, it does. Listen to it.
Asking for qualifiers.
Wait, it informs my state of mind, right?
Here it is.
Clearly, it must inform my state of mind.
But wouldn't me asking for qualifiers imply that I intuitively think that Hassan would be slightly better? If I don't need
and that is better than Vance, he's asking for qualifiers. The qualifiers he's referencing are with Epstein.
Qualifiers for Vance and Trump, I would say, oh no, I would never vote for them. But I need qualifiers for Hassan. Doesn't that mean that I'm thinking more about possibly supporting Hassan?
I mean, I don't know, man. It's direct opposite of what you're suggesting.
Don't you think that some of the qualifiers might be like the fact that we have a Trump administration right now, and we have a J.D. Vance that could theoretically assume Trump's position, and we've already seen that Trump is a massive threat and is doing everything he can to destroy the liberal democratic world order. that some of those additional qualifiers might be how much power would Hassan have if he were in office, the things that you guys literally directly talked about in this conversation, that those would be things that might relevantly inform his opinion, and that he might want to be, it doesn't really matter how he answers the Epstein versus JD Vance question, because JD Vance is not coming after Hutch on Twitter, not that I've seen. And as far as I know, Epstein is, it seems most people believe, he's dead. So it probably doesn't matter how he answers that. But if you're going to start getting into the weeds of like Hassan versus Epstein, okay, well, fuck, maybe we need to add some more qualifiers on here so it doesn't seem like, especially when you've got Epstein, the multi-child rapist, versus Hassan, the guy who presents himself publicly as the guy who just wants single-payer healthcare, right? Maybe it's worth fleshing that analogy out a little bit more, especially given the last 24 to 48 hours on Twitter, running roughshod over him with all the tweets and the quote tweets.
Well, I don't know what to tell you. I genuinely don't know what his take is on those hypotheticals. That's why I just dragged him in. Maybe he
Why
can
do you think?
resolve
Okay,
this.
wait. So Hutch can answer one second. Hutch can answer 1 second. But wait, just real quick. If you don't know the answer to that question, I'm assuming that you and Hutch are at least friendly. Okay, if not friends, you've had this conversation for 4 or 5 hours, and you have no clue what the answer is to the question that inspired this extra 3.5-hour conversation. What's
right.
going on there? How is there such a failure or breakdown in communication?
I think that he's conflicted. I mean, Hutch, you can tell us more, but at the end of our conversation, you said you're not sure. I accept that answer, and I don't know.
No. So listen, like when we spoke, I said that the fact that I hesitated when you asked if, I swear to God, if we say Epstein one more time, but when you asked me like Epstein versus Hassan, I said that I would rather Minecraft myself. And the questions you had asked me before, it was like Hassan versus Trump, and I think I said the same thing. But the fact that I hesitated in that moment and I wanted qualifiers, like, I just don't think that that's a big deal. Like, maybe I was in a different mood that day, or maybe it indicates that, like, intuitively you could pick up on maybe that just means that I find Hassan to be slightly more palatable. But the whole premise that I was going with has been pretty consistent this whole time, which is that Trump and Hassan are both so illiberal that, or Vance and Hassan are so illiberal that neither one of those sound like a great option to me. That's what I mean when I.
Would you vote for Epstein or Joseph Fritzl? Oh, I don't know. What about what was the agenda? What were the other? What would the policy? Would they be able to conduct such heinous crimes when they're in office, or would they have to be on some kind of criminal? I don't know. Third party.
I say I'd rather Minecraft.
Right,
myself.
but you're unsure about the disposition on the hypotheticals, fair?
Yeah, but that doesn't matter is the point I'm making. It really doesn't matter. Like, the point is, I find them both to be so illiberal that I would not want to live in a country that was ruled by either.
So I don't know. I totally agree with that. I just, like, the whole thing that Steven is examining right now is whether I'm good or bad faith. And part of that argument from him is that I knew the answer, right? I already knew the answer. And so, of course, my motivation when asking the question.
Good dodge loaner, what can I say? I'm a master of spin.
Is to just make you look bad, having, like, actually knowing the answer. And so, presumably, if you're not even sure, right, regardless of whether or not, and we certainly do agree that we don't want either of these people leaving the country, regardless of whether or not we agree with that, and we do, whether or not you're sure is relevant to whether or not I'm good or bad faith.
Rather than the rambling, okay,
It's not rambling.
if Epstein was the same morally depraved, okay, child molester, whatever he is now, but Epstein would essentially be a neoliberal, liberal, defend the liberal world order, whatever you would expect him to be, like you would versus Vance. And it was
his destiny back in good graces. What is happening? I'm literally just watching him argue with Pisco. He's not back in my good graces. I mean, I'm just listen. If someone's defending me online, I'll take it, whatever. But now we're just watching.
Was that versus Hassan Piker, who had a decent control of the government, could sell our secrets, could move us towards whatever communist ML thing that Hassan would want to do. Would you?
Do you disavow? Jeffrey Epstein, third party.
Rather Epstein or Hassan as president in that environment?
I don't know why we're asking different questions than the ones that were actually asked.
that was the exact. That was the question that was asked. That's the question.
Fuck.
I don't agree.
What's the difference between that question and the one that was asked before?
The question was much
Okay,
shorter.
I'm out. I just wanted to make. You guys were talking about your position, so.
Wait. Do you know your position though?
He probably doesn't want to answer the question because it's a child rape question versus Hassan Piker, who's been harassing him for a week on Twitter.
No, hang on. Just to be clear, I honestly do not give a fuck about any of that.
Oh.
That's I just don't look at my mentions. It doesn't.
Stoic.
It really doesn't phase me for the most part. 99% of the time, that shit doesn't phase me.
Isn't Hutch like quite often in the Twitter trenches? With like anonymous accounts, with like nobody accounts. I mean, some people enjoy the fighting, I guess, but who knows?
So it just comes with the territory.
So Steven, you're wrong about that then. I mean,
Okay,
you
so then
were
what would
saying
the
that
answer
Hutch
be?
was worried about all his mentions and that's why he was hesitating, and Hutch just told you that's not the case.
Okay, good job. So would you Epstein?
How
or
about
would
a
you
fucking
Hassan Piker?
apology? Wait a second.
No,
I would
You're not gonna-
never apologize to you for anything.
Whoa!
Conduct yourself on stream is one of the
Wait,
most
why? You
disgusting people I've seen.
Dude,
in
no,
this
wait,
world.
let me just say something, okay? I think like Destiny. Do you not understand about Pisco by now with all the interactions that you've had with him?
Oh, Hutch is
that
defending his boy.
he
It's a fucking
just
mutiny.
loves
What the
arguing.
fuck?
You
No,
understand.
because he's selectively critical, because he selectively turns on and off understanding depending on where he's at in an argument. The fact that he could perfectly explain earlier why somebody would choose Epstein over Vance, but somehow, is confused about why would somebody, have difficulty answering this question otherwise, or, exploring the conversation of why you would need the qualifiers, whatever. I don't buy that. No, absolutely not.
You think I selectively put on?
I'm out.
Yeah,
I'm
watched
out.
you
I'm out.
selectively
I'm out.
turn
I'm
stuff
out.
on and
I'm
off
out.
Before. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, of course.
Okay, I don't feel that way. Listen, I
I mean,
don't.
you did. You wouldn't admit it, right?
Well, I mean, maybe not, but I'm just telling you the truth.
Okay, I mean, but
Like,
if you were lying, you would say that. So you can repeat that ad infinitum, but it doesn't really change the fact of the matter, right?
I'm not. I guess like I debate harshly
Did I tell this
leftists,
guy?
MAGA
Okay.
people, and libs. I debate. That's just always been my personality. You're a lib. I debated you very hardcore, and we got into heated shit all the time, and it was no skin off our back in terms of the nature of those dialogues, even when they got vicious. It's hard for me to fathom that when I treat you similar in terms of our old debates as I treat Hutch, I think that you'll find there's absolutely no daylight between those two, and how I treat people like.
Well, the big
Looking forward to you reviewing Stephen's British immigration debate with Constantine. Oh, that Constantine guy is a fucking such an annoying cunt. I don't know why there's such an appeal. Again, like people doing it is whatever, because like, maybe they feel that way. But like, why there's an appeal to people who do this constant? People call me a right winger when I don't understand. I'm really just dissent. Well, my opinions used to be really liberal. I used to be called a progressive. And why they call me a right? It's like, all I'm saying is that we need to preserve British cultural values. And fuck, yeah, he's an annoying bastard. I think he also does this thing, and everyone does this, is he relies on people not knowing shit about the UK when he does these debates. He did that to Hassan as well. He just brought himself like, as soon as I talk about UK, this guy's like, I'm in my fucking comfort zone. I'm just going to completely steamroll this himbo dipshit who doesn't know anything about the UK. Not good. Tommy Robinson used to do that as well. He used to be like, "Oh yeah, all my opinions. I'm all really liberal, really left. Like work unions and gay rights." And I was like, "Excuse me, while I spend 99.9% of the time talking about Muslims, but also you should think of me as a liberal because I like progressive taxes and I don't want to get rid of gay marriage." Okay. Now, how do I get this? Where'd the thing go? I hate these fullbacks, man. Fuck! I don't know what to get rid of, though. Light feathers, I guess? Yeah, okay. Right.
difference is the community involvement, right? Is that if people were
Drew Pavlik does the same, yeah, but then they'll pivot away from the UK and try to go to like whatever fucking post-it note knowledge they have on Sweden or fucking Denmark. Yeah, it's so fucking annoying. Ugh.
getting personal, saying you were a fake lawyer, like the random attacks like that, even for Lycan and Aaron, saying things like Lycan's opinions are influenced by Aaron, I would generally clamp down on people like that in my community because I thought that was a bad way to treat somebody that was on my stream. You have a person, one of your most frequent chatters is named Rose was 17, implying I'm a pedophile in your chat. I don't know why you're pretending like the moderation is the same. And it's not just me.
God.
These same people, when
Uh-oh.
Box was
Whoa!
on, were spamming.
Oh, that's
he was
me.
a genocide apologist. He was a radical
Yeah.
Zionist. He was a
Shit.
Erudite who sat back and watched in the 80s the...
That's what I don't do. I don't get it. Like, people who believe that, that's a bad empanada claim. What do those people get from watching, like, Pisco? Or it's the same people, again, I'm not trying to knock how other people do their shit or whatever, because I genuinely don't know why. So that's why I feel like I can't even get angry at people like Queeman or J-Stock or whatever. Like, why are they... What do those viewers get from those streams? I don't get it. It's very strange. It's so fucking bizarre to me. Phalangist. Dude. Even my fucking chat half the time doesn't even know what a Maronite is. It comes up that seldom. But somehow, someone who thinks that about me and my family or my dad or whatever are like, you know what I'm going to watch now? I'm going to watch... I'm going to watch Queeman watching UK politics and sneering at fucking Tectone or whatever. Like, weird.
The massacres of people, like it's to pretend
So
that
this
like,
kinda-
what do
yeah.
you want me to do? Ban them all? I don't know.
Well, no, I'm just like,
Holy fuck.
You make
Okay, we
that
need to...
observation.
Alright, let's do some...
and entailed in that observation, I think, is like, you're doing something wrong.
Let's do some self-preservation in chat. Okay. You get out. Who else do we have here? I swear I saw another one. Okay, it's fine.
Something has gone horribly
course,
wrong here,
yes.
right?
Correct.
So,
Yes, correct.
So I'm trying to take corrective measures to address it, right?
No,
The thing that's gone horribly wrong.
no, of course not.
Well, no, I'm asking you. I should try to take corrective measures.
I mean, if you think it's an important thing to correct, but it could be that you just don't care about it.
No, I mean, like, on your view, it's an important thing to correct, right?
Yeah, but it might not be on your view.
No, but I'm asking your view.
If I wanted to protect the friendships or the reputations or the mental sanities or the integrity of the chats and the show that I'm involved in with co-hosts, I think I probably wouldn't want people spamming that guests that we're supposedly all on good terms with are genocide apologist Zionist people or whatever. In general, I think so, yeah. Among other things, yes.
I think that this reminds me a lot of previous conversations that you had in your community with people who would come on stream and complain to you about the nature of how they were being commented in your subreddit or in the chat, and help me find the through line there, because there is some amount of
Who is getting purged? Oh, it was just some... I think it was a DGGer, by the way, they were talking. Don't worry, guys. I don't know. I don't even feel like I need to set a rule. It's just like basic social awareness. Okay.
discourse that you want to allow, but some that you don't. And so help me out. What is your North Star?
My North Star was that if I had a chat room that was incessantly spamming stuff about a particular person that I didn't personally agree with, or that I didn't want to give the impression that I was condoning, I would do something to clamp down on that in my chat.
What do you think about the concern I have that I kind of like the open, who people are allowed to like make accusations of in terms of political alignment, like to call people genocide apologists. Should that not be allowed? Should it not be allowed to call someone? And maybe some things go beyond the pale, but do you think that there's a place for like encouraging open discourse?
This
Especially
isn't
when it
open
doesn't-
discourse, though. It's not discourse. It's just people.
Yeah, it's really...
Well, here, I'm curious.
Discourse. Fuck me, man. It would be discourse if any of these people could ever in their fucking lives demonstrate like a logical through line to the arguments that they're making. And I see this as, I don't know. I'm thinking, like, because there are things that I see between Discords and all that. where it's so obviously not discourse, where like it will be. I remember when that fucking person was lying about me. It was on Live and Learn. I think this is where some of this spurred from. That Live and Learn viewer was saying that I supported the striking of the boats, the fishing boats in Venezuela, and I called it out. That's obviously a fucking lie. I've never once even thought about striking fucking even if they were drug boats. I've still never justified that, even close to it. But the person who made that accusation, I noticed like in the chat and in the Discords afterwards, was like they were just kind of celebrating it. They were like, look, you got him triggered. He got triggered by that one. I'm like, okay, so it's not discourse. It actually is just intentional bad faith. I'm like, okay. Just intentionally fucking lying and being proud of it.
Israel's bravest soldier has arrived.
Uh-oh.
Is that person engaging in discourse?
What's he talking about?
Sorry, what?
Hey, look, it's the genocide defender Loner Box. Loner Zionist Box. This guy is an Israel defender. Fuck this guy.
Fuck this guy.
Oh, nice, Loner Box. He's here to tell us how cool Israel and that Bibi is totally not doing war crimes and we should still support them. Yeah, Loner Box loves genocide. He's a fucking cool man. Which of these comments is discourse? Oh, that's why Lonerbox loves ethnic cleansing. He doesn't believe in international law. Lonerbox laughed at sniped Palestinian children and justified it.
Whoa,
He's not a
based.
good person. Are these discourse comments?
You're just a weapon to him. Remember your ex. Okay, Keldoid, I'll probably ban you as well, or to give you a little bit of a fucking break. Again, I can just expedite this process for like all of you right now. The only opinion I care about with regards to how I react to Destiny's content is Pixies, okay? Like, why the fuck would I listen to you? I don't know why. There's literally one person on the fucking planet that I will go to defer to be like, you know, like, how do you feel about this or me doing that or whatever else? Or like, oh, I've got a problem with the way you're approaching this. Why the fuck would I care what some fucking random retard in chat has to say about that when I can just like ask the person? Fuck off.
Do you agree with these comments? Do you think
I
they're
don't
fostering good discourse?
I don't agree with the comments, but they're like clearly discourse. They're people.
I didn't ask if you agree. They're discourse. Okay, so somebody coming in. So from now on, when I'm engaging with you, if my chat is, I don't really like Pisco much. I think he fucks kids. Do you think that's good discourse? Are they allowed to have that opinion?
I mean, I think that there's definitely a distinction between.
Discourse?
I think that there's a distinction between, you know, substantive.
Now I feel bad because I intentionally just don't do anything about this, because if I'm going to go to a different community and be like, oh, I don't know, there's like too many people accusing me of loving, it's not even like if someone's going to say like downplaying because they've seen a fucking 10-second clip or whatever, fine, like we can contest it if you want and see how much it holds up to scrutiny. It won't. But when they're saying like I love it and it makes me happy and like I actually really enjoy it when Palestinian kids get fucking murdered, I was like, okay, at that point you're just like, yeah, that's enough. But the reason I don't really take it to these other communities is like, it's so pervasive. They would have to axe like 10% of their community. Dude.
Allegations of misconduct, for sure, and political positions such as takes on like war crimes and shit. You know, if Avi came into my chat and was like justifying the incursion into.
So you think that this?
Wait,
you think it's a substantive
my
comment? No, because it's a worthless comment. You think it's substantive to say Lonerbox loves genocide. He's a fucking ghoul. That's why Lonerbox loves ethnic cleansing. He doesn't believe in international law.
Love
I think
He's
ethnic
a
cleansing.
fucking Zionist shill and genocide apologist. Money and blackmail from his Israel trip and ensuing drama. You think this?
I
these
think
are
the
discourse
I think the
comments?
I think the latter part of that ventures into accusations of you know, relating to impropriety and misconduct, namely the part about being paid to go on trips without, you know, any evidence that it's involved or relates to actual like corruption or Israel payments or anything like that. And
When somebody
I
asks
think
about
that's
Lonerbox,
accusations, but the genocide stuff. I just want to finish the thought. I think I'm trying to separate the comments that are
you're
yes
rambling, though. You can
pointed.
and, like,
They're pointed and they're absolutely like derisive and like vicious, but they do relate to his positions. Now maybe they're mischaracterizations of his positions, but if some
Dude, they relate to his positions. I think if anyone other than Pisco said that, I would be very annoyed by that comment. I know what he means by that, though. That's fine.
Someone said, for example, and I want to get this example out, that Avi is Avi Bitterman
Avi.
is a genocide apologist. That Avi Bitterman supports, it doesn't care about international law and is like a scumfuck. Do you think that is discourse? I think it is.
Well, Avi will just say he doesn't care about international law. Like, that's the difference there. That was actually a conversation that we had over international law. I was trying to defend international law against his complaints. I mean, I would even go further and say, like, because I get annoyed with people in my community as well when they say that, like, he just, like, when Avi says he doesn't care about international law, it's not because he wants to, like, target civilians or he wants to cause more, like, humanitarian suffering, like, just for the lulz or anything like that. His issue with international law is more the way that it gets kind of interpreted by the IHL community, like the likes of Human Rights Watch and Amnesty and all these people. And he just thinks it's, like, it should be done away with because it's basically been hijacked. But I don't think that. But even when I went harder on him, like, he was quite clear that he still, like, defends quite a lot of the principles of international law, like as they're maybe intended to be communicated. But again, like, I've argued with him on that about whether or not, like, the problem is IHL itself or the way, like, fucking Amnesty interprets some of it. Because I think those are different things. I think you're communicating something very different when you say that you don't care about international law. But saying that he loves genocide as well, like, that's also, I would say that's equally bad faith when it's directed towards Avi.
On substantive political
I
issues?
think there's a greater degree of truth there about Avi. I think Avi would just say that to some extent. I think obviously I don't give a fuck about international law, and he might not care if Palestinians are being genocide. He seems to come off as much heavier on the pro-Zionist side. I don't know what he would say about the genocide. I mean, he might just say, I don't believe that there is a genocide, but I do think Avi would say, I don't give a fuck about international law.
Well, what I'm trying to suggest to you is that I think that
Your positions are nowhere near Avi's still. Yeah, I know they're not, but the problem is that they're closer to Avi's than they are to this pamphlet fucking extremist retard Hamas simping fucking crowd that dominates the online discourse. Like, that's the problem there. And these people will not accept you being anything less than, like, fully in line with that nonsense. So, yeah. Where was Avi's comment on this? Twitter? I haven't been on Twitter today. God, a fucking effort post. Wall of text. 1 second.
Avi would bite the bullet on international law. But I'm just saying,
Exactly,
like, these run the gamut. These run the gamut.
No. I know you love that phrase, run the gamut. You use run the gamut to box in a whole bunch of behavior that is not like a whole bunch of other behavior. These are not comments that are politically engaging with Lonerbox. These are sycophants from the same Discord that make a ton of accounts, come to your chat, spam a whole bunch of knowingly false statements, false statements about Lonerbox, just to attack him. They're not here for discourse.
Stephen, the difference is in terms of someone's interpretation of what Lonerbox is saying and what Avi is saying. Now, Avi, I think it's a very clear case, is I don't give a shit about international law. Now,
hold on. Do you think there's a reasonable?
Can I
do you
just
think
finish
there's a reasonable interpretation? No. Do you think there's a
like there's a difference between, because I think the most you'll get out of me is me saying something like, there are parts of international law I don't agree with, like probably about 5% of it. Like, I think the way that the Geneva Convention basically says that in any case of any doubt, you have to assume the person is a civilian or whatever like that. They're like, really, that to me, that just sounds like you're not even accounting for the fact that, like, an enemy might engage in perfidy. And that just is very strange to me. The second one is something like how maritime law has all these rules about what you can do with a stateless vessel that's engaged in piracy or human trafficking and all that, but nothing about what they're doing if they are shipping around oil that is being used to fund an illegal war of aggression, say like Russia and Ukraine. There's a gap there that's not addressed, and I don't actually mind countries like European countries have done this as well. Estonia tried to do this. America's done this with to some degree, of just being like, okay, the law's not answering this question. Like, we're not going to let them exploit this gap forever before it's time to rewrite the law. Like, we're just going to go after them. Fuck them. I mean, by seizing the oil vessels that are part of the Russian shadow fleet. I'm completely okay with that. But people would take that. And when I mentioned that in the Live and Learn stream, they took me saying, I agree with, like, almost all of international law, like 95%, they're saying, oh, the exception that you make is for genocide and ethnic cleansing. It's like, yeah, that's not discourse. Like, that's not. That is just being quite retarded. Okay. Two wildly different examples about me, so I'll just go through each one separately. This is from Avi on Twitter. Don't care about international law. This, of course, is a fair thing to say about me. Brackets, incidentally, I happen to care deeply about international law in the sense that I think it's evil and leads to horrible outcomes, but I still get what's meant here, and it's fair. But I don't think this is a fair or even remotely reasonable thing to say about Learnerbox. That is, I don't think someone rationally engaging in good faith would reasonably come to that conclusion. If someone did come to that conclusion, I would suspect they are either bad faith, irrational, or somehow conveniently not aware of any of the numerous easily available examples of counter evidence showing Learnerbox clearly does care about international law. Pro-genocide, unlike the first claim, I take this claim to be just bad faith about me. It's also almost always a bad faith claim about even the most staunch Zionists, with a very small group of exceptions who are genuinely apathetic to or support the deliberate destruction of Palestinian civilians with the intention to destroy in whole or in part. God, he's so fucking prop logic, autistic. Cover all the bases that the group, the most deranged settlers, as an example. The overwhelming majority of Zionists do not want there to be a genocide against Palestinians. They don't actually believe what is happening is a genocide, brackets, I don't either. I've also said this enough times that I wouldn't consider it a reasonable position about me. I take it to be a deranged, cartoonishly evil caricature that almost always serves to end productive discourse, not lead to it. I also take a similar view for normative intent conflations, such as, hey, look, you're pro-killing babies, about any military action you thought was justified if a baby was killed in such an action. That's the sort of thing that kills productive discourse, almost always made in bad faith, if not retardation. Wow. Hope this is helpful. Always happy to discuss. Okay. Damn.
Reasonable interpretation that Lonerbox is pro-genocide.
Let's go. No. Okay. No.
Then why did you just waste your time saying all that stuff? That there can be different interpretations.
No, because whether or not something is like a substantive political point doesn't relate to my idea about whether it's reasonable. Reasonability is like my own notion about like a given conversation. I don't think it's reasonable, by the way, that I sweep for tankies. But you allow that discourse.
Wait, no. I'm asking. Well, because you do, but I could justify it. You're doing it right now.
Okay,
right?
I think I think that's unreasonable. I think that's an unreasonable position.
That's fine, but I can have a substantive argument about that. For instance, I can point out all of these comments and I can ask you, do you think that these are discourse and these are real positions on Learnerbox? And you're saying, well, no, I don't think these are reasonable.
Well, some I think are allegations of misconduct, namely that he's getting paid, right? So I did separate those out. That's why, though you interrupted me.
I asked you, do you think him saying he's pro-genocide, do you think that's a legitimate perspective that somebody who's engaged with his content could have?
By legitimate, do you mean do I agree with it?
No. By legitimate, I mean, do you think that it's something that they could have arrived at through a fair analysis of the things that Learnerbox has said?
No.
Okay, so then how is it discourse?
Well, just because it's not a fair conclusion to draw doesn't mean that it's not discourse. I mean, I allow MAGA people to make their bullshit arguments about the election being stolen. I have debates with Rob Noor. I don't think it's fairly reasonable for him to arrive at given conclusions. And so I think this issue is a little bit more difficult than you're giving Nick credit for.
It's not difficult at all. Those people aren't in your chat arguing
Where the fuck is
that
Bessie?
The election was stolen. So we're not talking about people in your chat.
They do. Wait. They do.
Wait. Okay, wait. So the next time you talk about election fraud, you think if I stepped into your chat, half the chat would be saying, I do think 2020 was stolen.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about
okay,
the
then I don't know what
incidents
you're
of it.
talking about.
No,
I am talking about the incidents of it occurring in your chat because that's what we were just talking about.
No, we're talking about the nature of whether something is a substantive comment relating to discourse and when it's not. And I'm just saying whether or not I think it's reasonable or a fair, collection of the conclusion based on a good faith interpretation doesn't mean it's not a substantive point. And my example of that relates to the MAGA people.
Of your chat are going to align with what you substantively agree with. No,
says you. No, I have a lot of disagreeers.
So you think that the chat a person has should never reflect broadly speaking, they're
I didn't make
political-
such an extreme statement that it should never
What do you mean you
reflect.
didn't make such? I said broadly. That was a very general statement. You incredulously asked me, well, no, I don't think that they shouldn't reflect my opinions. I want broad discourse. You're appealing to these really general, broad terms. I think
Well,
that
I'm
I think it's
bored
fair to
by
say that a
if
person's
everyone
chat-
agreed with me, I would be bored by that. And like if
Why are you presenting this as though I'm telling you to clamp down on disagreement? Do you think that calling Lonerbox a Zogbox person, that's just a legitimate political disagreement? Or saying that Lonerbox supported the Sabra and Shatila massacre, that these are just political disagreements and you just want a broad swath of opinions in your chat? Do you ever even...
Sabra and Shatila, it's such a fucking crazy accusation. But why? It like a take like that should not, again, a take like that should not be anywhere like outside of the fucking quarantine of like Bad Empanada and like the fucking tankies to support North Korea and shit like that. The fact that it appears in these otherwise, I suppose, are supposedly like liberal leaning or like center left leaning spaces is just fucking mental to me. But oh well, it is what it is.
even confront or deal with any of these opinions? Have you ever argued ever in your entire life with your chat about whether or not Lonerbox supports genocide a single time
I'm not.
ever?
I have never once argued with someone in my chat about whether.
So then you're not even having
debates
discourse
genocide.
on
What
these.
did I
It's literally
say?
just-
What did I say? What did I say? What did I say? Hang on. What did I say? Yeah, fuck off. Thank you. Let's see. Ugh. Hang on.
just a bunch of people that are just shitting on him and making personal attacks.
I mean, these chats are happening at the time I'm engaged in a conversation, and it's not the case that I have these long conversations regarding Lonerbox's opinions or stated views on genocide. Although maybe that should
What
lead
does
to
that
me
have to do with
being like
anything I just
reticent.
said?
You know, you're asking, do you ever have?
I'm not telling you
No,
to
wait.
moderate it. I'm asking you, why do you think they appear there? Why are they so comfortable and why are they so prevalent in just your chat? Even
I think
Soy Pills chat isn't this bad.
Hang on a second. So
Even Soy
I think
Pills
that
chat.
I
What's
think
wrong with
I've already
Soy Pills
answered this
chat?
question. The reason that they come to my chat is A, I don't ban them on the basis of their political view, and B, because they
No
like
one is asking
some
you to
things that I
ban
say.
somebody based on the basis of political view.
Well, you are.
These are people who are brigading your. I've never said. I'm sorry. What did I say to ban on political view?
Yeah, I, mean,
I
that
just
you want me
asked
to
you if
ban
these are legitimate political views to have. That Lonerbox is a Zionist
by
shill,
by
that he
wait
supports
by
the government should
by
come
legitimate.
after.
What do you mean? Legitimate meaning it's fair?
But legitimate, as in like the person who owns the streaming platform. It's your stream and it's your
Okay.
chat.
No,
I
wait,
imagine
no,
things
no.
that you
What
consider
do you mean by?
legitimately different than a conservative
Where's
or
my
a
escort quest?
No,
Where the fuck
but
did he go?
I have a lot of people with unreasonable takes that I don't think are fair that I let
here.
into my chat, even though it's not
Wrangler's
legitimate on your
boots.
view, which is something approximating like a fair inference based on all the facts or something.
If I walked into a person's chat and a trans person was on a YouTube video
Not a
and
trans
every
person.
single person in chat started going, ew, tranny, do you think that I would have a different response if the streamer themselves said, oh my God, gross, versus another streamer going, oh, cool, it's a trans person or whatever? Do you think I would feel a little bit weird in the second example, but I kind of understand it in the first example? That in the first example, the chat would be an accurate reflection of the streamer, and in a second example, there'd be a very weird schism between what the streamer purports to believe and what the chat is reflecting?
in the one case in which the streamer encourages it and the one where they're nonplussed about it, help me out here. For the two examples.
You don't think it's reasonable that most
I just want you to
people would
reiterate the
chat.
two examples.
I'm reiterating that in one example, if a chat is highly transphobic,
Destiny does want him to ban them. I don't know. The way I stand on it is, and it's probably the way most people would. If you're in a position where you have to go to someone and be like, "Hey, like, why are you allowing all this crazy shit to be said about me on your community if we're supposed to be like whatever cordial?" Then that should kind of be something that people want to do by themselves, unless they've missed something. Like, but yeah, I don't know how much of it gets missed, right? Or even encouraged.
but the streamer themselves is transphobic, I would understand and accept that. But in a world where the stream chat is highly transphobic, but the streamer themselves seems to be incredibly trans-supportive, I wouldn't understand that. That'd be very confusing to me.
Well, it's possible that the people who are going to that stream are there for different reasons and for different opinions, or because the streamer encourages.
Just say? What a worthless statement. They go to the stream for different reasons or for different. Do you think it's random what streamers people watch? Do you think it's a totally random?
I'm not saying that's
roll of the die?
random. That's precisely the opposite of what I'm saying. You want me to get it
So you
out, or
think
do you
the
want to just?
I mean, you can get it out, but you're just yapping. You're just saying nothing.
It's not yapping. I
Disco
mean,
sounds like
do you
the
think- I
name
mean-
of a porta potty brand.
I'm pretty sure it's like a fucking Hispanic word, but okay, racist. Wow, thanks for the $10. Thanks for the 10 racist bucks. I'm gonna fund a Hispanic charity with your money now, and I hope that makes you really angry.
I mean, like, here's a very pointed question. Do you think that streamer chats tend to reflect the ideology or perspectives of the streamer? Yes or no?
I think they tend to. Yes.
Okay.
But
And
not
if
on
they
everything
diverge
necessarily.
wildly from that, did I say on everything?
No, but I'm just putting it out there.
Okay, thank you. All right, that's good. That's good. Yeah, okay, that's cool. Okay, yeah. So, do you think that it would be really weird if there was a huge division between what the chat thought about an important topic to the streamer and what the streamer thought? That would be a really strange thing?
Depends on what. And depends on
a
the streamer.
political opinion of a political streamer.
I don't find it that weird. No, because for example, I'll give you some examples. Is that okay, or do you want me to stop talking?
Give me one example.
Okay.
The best example you
So-
can think of.
I stan Merrick Garland. My chat does not agree with me. They think it's shitty. I think that Joe Biden's pardon of his son was corrupt. Most people in my audience don't agree with that.
Okay, I think that these are two kind of like sub points.
Help me.
I think it's
What's
very
the
rare
difference?
in life that you're going to find a person whose like most important political part of their ideology is their feelings on Merrick Garland and their feelings on Hunter Biden being pardoned. I don't think these are going to be
Yeah.
make or
Okay,
breaks. for
I
most
have a view on Ethan's lawsuit. Most of my audience disagrees with me. All of my videos on it get review bombed.
That's also a bit more trivial than. Okay, fuck.
Minus 50% by my own audience.
Okay.
My own Discord mods are all like very interventionist, neocons. They disagree with me on, they think I'm a weak
Wait, hang on.
liberal internet.
Sorry, there's like fucking 10 things happening in my TMs right now as well, and in Discord. Okay, let's just do this really quickly. Mods. Okay, how do I summarize this into a very quick thing? I'm trying to think because I can't. I'm trying to see if this is in because I know what's going on in all the other fucking Discords and chats right now. Okay, thank you for all your screenshots. I don't care for this like cross-platform. If you're well behaved in my chat, but you're a fucking asshole, doxer or whatever in the other communities, you're gonna get banned here. Okay, so if anyone knows any like person who's got like the same name and they're in like any other Discord or whatever, including DGG as well as the other Discords. And if they're like doing doxing or whatever, like accusing people of being rapists and whatever the fuck else, just ban them here, okay? I want nothing to do with this. Fuck me. God.
Nationalist or whatever. They disagree with my take on the global entry thing. They agree with you. They disagree with me on
Okay,
my. Go for it.
let's without using you as an example, because a lot of these are founded by the thing that I'm saying is very strange, right? So you have an obsessive group of people that have feelings about H3.
ADHD, but I always feel like Pisco just goes on about nothing all day.
Oh! Thanks for the $20, Evangeline Steen. It's not DGG on the topic. It's not just DGG, okay? I swear to God, I'm just seeing like fucking bombarded by so much fucking unhinged shit from all these. Do you want me to name them all? Fuck me. Just want to live in peace.
Lawsuit, for instance, so it
And also cover all the toxic drama at the same time. Is that not possible? Come on. Come on, guys.
makes sense that there's going to be divergent. That's all that is weird. If you were to step into another streamer's chat and the streamer said they were a liberal and half their audience was MAGA, or if they said that they were MAGA and half
It's not names. It's just, but yeah, but some people are like sending me screenshots of like, oh, I don't know what server it's on this other. I'm just sitting here dealing with like screenshots of like DGG and fucking spicy chat and like Queen and J stuff. I'm just like, fuck me, dude. But yeah, like, I don't know. I think my mods are pretty aggressive. I don't feel like I need to worry about that much in here, but
audience were liberals, like strongly liberal or strongly MAGA, would that not be confusing to the majority of people? The most people
I think it
say
would be.
seems like
I think it would be confusing for the majority of people. I'd grant that. Obviously, your numbers are. I don't have any reason to believe your numbers are anything close to accurate in my case, but yes, I think it would be confusing.
If you had to guess on an episode of Live and Learn, on the one with Lonerbox, what percentage of the comments do you think were like highly hostile towards Lonerbox and Hutch? If you were to ballpark it, I'm not asking for like a specific. But if you just had
From
a
my
guess.
chat or overall?
From your chat.
If I had to guess, probably a plurality of the comments.
is Hassan doxing allowed since he doxed you? Okay, that's actually a hard question. I'm gonna say no, don't do it. Is it possible to dox Hassan? Isn't his address like in the fucking press? I don't. What the fuck? I don't even know. Like the only person who brings up fucking personal life shit that's supposed to be like that's not really volunteered is in that sense is Hassan. He does that to me. The only time I'll ever talk about Hassan's like personal stuff is like stuff that he talks about. Like if he talks about being a frat fuck or whatever, that like. But okay, fuck. I'm trying, guys. We're trying to behave ourselves here. Shit.
Were critical of Hutch. I think a lot of people who don't like Hutch congregate to my chat.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you think that's just because you allow a wide range of discourse? Do you think that people that are critical of Hutch are critical to Hutch in a way that is constructive or destructive?
Destructive.
Okay.
And you don't care about that at all? It doesn't
No, I care about it.
impact you at all?
That's why I have.
Just to be clear, we are watching this now, but someone's told me that Pisco has done like a thing addressing this afterwards, so we'll read that at some point.
Conversation with
But
Hutch
you don't think
when he requests it. That's why I always try to tell my audience that this is all just debates. It's all just discussions, and that we agree on way more.
do you think
That's
that,
why
do you
I
think that Hutch, do you think
take
that
the
after that
opportunities to
conversation
agree with
Hutch,
him.
do you think that your community was warmer or colder towards him at the end of the 3.5-hour talk you had?
Sure, I think that it's probably the case that they're colder to him, and I think part of that has to do with how long it was and how it seemed that it was tough for us to get common ground. I'm sure that's
Okay,
true.
so
of
if you
his
have
chat
like,
as
if
well.
you've got a community that's already a plurality of them are critical to Hutch in a destructive way, and you have a conversation where explicitly the goal is to warm your community up to Hutch, and they come away from that even worse.
That wasn't the goal. Wait, no, that wasn't the goal. That's the purpose goal. The goal was to, Hutch wanted the conversation. I wanted to engage with him in good faith, and I'm just having the conversation. I don't really have another ulterior motive.
Okay, so do you have any desire whatsoever for your chat to reflect broadly the opinions and views you have of either your politics or
Yes.
the people around you, or?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so then when the majority or when a plurality of them seem to be destructively critical of people that they should understand the most, right? Like Hutch, I'm guessing is one of the people you do the most content with. So they should be one of the people they understand more than anybody else. Doesn't it signal that there's some critical failing there?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay, so help me bridge the gap on that. What besides a critical
Apparently, Pisco banned Destiny in his Discord after this convo. Did he? I mean, based? Giga chat? Pretty epic. Why did he do that? That's funny.
failing of communicating your feelings and beliefs to your audience could explain why a plurality of them are destructively critical towards one of your podcast co-hosts?
I think oftentimes people react emotionally to different arguments and different sort of setups. And the mere fact that Hutch and I are engaged in an antagonistic thing sometimes because we differ on some key issues, irrespective of the fact that I think that ultimately it's good, like back and forth, that it can be valuable sometimes. I don't think it's necessarily failing of Live and Learn that we get into those situations, but the mere fact that we do get into.
Does it count if you have to be this pressed to do the bare minimum? I'm sorry, I didn't realize we were. No, you sound like a fucking tanky when you talk like that. Again, this is why I just don't think it's necessarily worth having to nag someone about this, because you feel like you shouldn't have to. I don't know. Also, not to scratch my own dome or whatever the fuck they say. Dude, my I don't know. I feel like my community is pretty fucking safe from all this, in terms of safe in the sense that I don't feel like I attract this kind of behavior somehow. Like, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there are a bunch of people who are nice in this chat, and over in other communities they're behaving like total fucking psychos. But again, if I see that, people can just show me, like, because I don't think it necessarily helps anyone.
Situations might tend to cause certain destructive comments, notwithstanding a lack of failure in the overall scheme of the show.
Do you think that you have a healthier or more politically informed Discord in your chat than in any of the other Live and Learn chats?
I'm not sure. I don't go to their chats.
Politically informed? What? I don't know.
Wait, so you have no concept of what any other chat looks like at all? You're just, but you
only when I'm in Hutch's chat, which is probably once every couple weeks. What's up, dude?
Well, I mean,
Do you really think I'm just trying to fuck over Hutch because I want to be best friends with Hassan?
No.
I've never said that in my entire life.
No,
That's
I'm just asking, like, what do you think I'm doing?
I think maybe, like, I don't know why people get into this like theory of mind stuff so quickly and eagerly. I think the fact is that streamers generally start out as like fairly optimistic people who want to communicate with other streamers and find people with mutual interests and make friends or whatever the fuck else. And they very quickly find themselves in a pretty toxic environment full of conflicting interests and perverse incentives. And it does get quite hard, especially if you're quite a small creator and you don't really want to be starting purges when you're at like 200 or 300 or 400 viewers. Like, that seems quite crazy. So, and for whatever reason, you might, through no fault of your own even, attract people who are kind of fucking crazy. Like, I noticed this when I started making videos, because so there are some things that you can't really predict. I couldn't predict that making anti-Islamophobia videos would result in my community filling up with deranged, like, North Korea supporting tankies. I did not expect that to happen. That was just like an outcome of the breadtube ecosystem. And the thought of like purging that behavior just very early on as you're trying to build something is quite terrifying, especially because you know that like harboring ill will is a bad thing as well in most creative spaces, even in politics, which makes it more problematic because politics is more contentious inherently. And then there's the issue where you might have, and this happened to me as well, is you can have a community that is dominated by a small but loud group of extreme people. And they might not be large numbers, but they might have very large influence because they can feel like that's where a lot of your community activity is coming from. And it might literally feel like you're having to just axe yourself before you even start, like break your own legs before you've even gotten to the track. for the sake of like principles or whatever, because there's like they've got such an overbearing presence. Which is why I just would find it very uncomfortable to go to someone like Pisco and like banging on his door and saying like, "What's going on here, man? What the fuck? I thought we were friends." Yeah, fuck. But yeah, we'll see how this goes.
I don't
Making
know
to
sometimes.
make
I'm
money?
totally honest. I mean, like, no, I
think
don't think
this
it's
is
to
a
make
good-
money. I've never said that either. That's another delusion you've either crafted or been told by somebody else. I don't know.
Then I must be
Another
crazy. You must think I'm like
white-washed
literally crazy.
No, I think you're very ego-driven and sometimes kind of a huge piece of shit interpersonally.
Whoa.
I think it's insane
Holy
to me
shit.
that you could sit in a chat and watch your chat just absolutely fucking tear into people like Lonerbox or Hutch, two of like the only actual fucking liberals on the internet on the show Live and Learn, while there's like a creepy weirdo fucking tanky cult ran by Queen and Logistical that are openly and obviously talking in your Discord, making multiple accounts in your YouTube chat, and you sit here and say, well, it's in the defense of Discourse that people are making fun of Lonerbox's ethnicity to say he's a genocidal freak. That's just
Well,
there are
that's
so many different
against
things wrong
that's
with
against.
that.
I would
in my
ban that
brain,
person.
I
Just
can't
heads
even
up.
imagine.
I would.
You didn't ban
No,
them at all, and you won't ban them. You won't green ban them.
I will.
Any person
I will.
Cribbin and JStock aren't tankies. Again, okay, so maybe this is my problem for because I maybe have a bit of an instinct to lump these two in together, and I'm not actually sure because I've seen a lot more from Queenman's community than I have from JStock's. But again, for whatever reason, I don't really care what the reason is. If you're a tanky in for some reason, there are like a lot of deranged tankies who just seem to find a nice little home in Queenman's community, and they will bounce around Discords, and like there'll be like an announcement that goes out if I'm debating someone on an issue that they care about in some area, or if like some nutter from their community is talking to me, like they'll all come flocking really quickly, and then they appear in the chats and all that. And it's like most of them are banned from my chat. And again, it's like I don't know or care why they find his content appealing or why they're there, but it does give me a good reason to just be like, I don't really want to like be part of this anymore. I don't want to like chat with you about. Because it's quite fucking weird when I'm talking about Israel-Palestine to Queeman, and the conversation ends with him going, yeah, you know, I think you're, it seems you're actually a bit more reasonable than I was led to believe on this topic. And then day two, oh, there's like 10 fucking Twitter clips gone out, and one of them's getting reposted by Hassan, and they're trying to suggest that I think the concept of democracy is anti-Semitic or whatever the fuck. And I'm like, okay, this is a bit weird. This is a bit weird. Why do I need that? Shit. Oh wait. Fucking group. No. Come on, let's go. Fuck. Too slow. All right, whatever. Well, I'll just do this again. Shit.
Name
I will.
Cappy, all of these weird.
I will definitely.
What is he talking about
But
there?
it's also this is part of the strategy, right? Like I need to ban them. It's
For
not.
what?
It's not about
For what?
banning.
What is the
question
strat?
should be the question should be why do you draw those people?
I don't
If
know.
I was doing
Why
something
why
in
should
chat
that be
and
the
a whole
question?
bunch of people were like, I fucking hate. Because it says something about your character if those are the types of people you attract and nobody else around you seems to attract that audience. It says something. Now, it might be that you genuinely don't care or that you support their comments or you think they should be allowed to flourish or whatever.
I
the
allow
fact that you
hateful
seem
comments of
indifferent
myself
to it-
in my chat in my YouTube comments. I don't.
Do you think that's
Ever-
the same thing?
No, I don't think it's the same thing. But it's just to show you that I'm not trying to cultivate a community that
It's also is it really cultivate, like, again, because cultivating is one word, but I don't think there are that many of these people. The more I look at it, it feels like a lot because they're everywhere and they're online all the fucking time. But when you look more closely at it, I think it's like a couple of dozen people maybe at most, just making a lot more of a footprint than they actually have. Or I guess they are making a big footprint because of their activity. But like, yeah, it does feel like that sometimes. It feels like you're facing like fucking Genghis Khan's army where they have like a bunch of fucking horses with dummy soldiers on them to make their numbers look accentuated. Or exaggerated even.
agrees with me all the time. It's my wish that they would,
Why do you keep saying that? It's not about agrees with you. You're not cultivating a community that is having genuine political disagreement. They're just shitting on and destructively attacking everybody around you.
Yeah,
If your chat was full of a bunch of people who were saying like, I think Lonerbox's reading of the last Israeli thing, I think it was crazy. I think that Lonerbox's opinion on Gaza are fucked up. I don't think Lonerbox gives enough on war crimes that Israel's doing. That's fine. Those are perspectives.
It's never that though, is it? It's unfortunately just never that. People like that are allowed in my community, and they're encouraged to talk like whenever. But yeah, fuck, those are harder to come by. Those types.
I think that's different in kind.
Right, so let's
I know you
separate
love
that.
Phrase, run the gamut. I think it's different in kind.
No,
than
but you
just
just agreed with me.
blanket- I'm not agreeing with you because you use this phrase called "run the gamut," where you pretend
There's a
that
range of shit that like
it's not a range.
There's some things that's
different,
clearly
ontologically different in kind.
Okay.
It's a different thing in kind.
It's different in kind.
You seem to either
Whoa.
be intentionally misunderstanding that, or you
no,
just don't
I'm
seem to
not.
understand that.
What I'm
but-
trying to tell you when I say the spectrum stuff is there are clear cases and there are unclear cases. There are some comments that I think are more ambiguous in terms of whether they're responding to substantive political points or whether they're trolls or whether they're attempting to ascribe, malicious accusations of misconduct, and that it's a little bit more complicated, I think, that you're letting on. And I just I look back and I think about all the different times people raise these concerns
this boss
with
is
you
gonna tear the shit out of me.
to folded arms. And
No way.
I think that
yeah,
maybe
but the thing is, and we can talk about those, and I understand you've been told by all these people about Mr. Girl. If you want, we can go and revisit any one of those things. I know that you know what you're saying is bullshit, because I know that you know, for instance, Dan is unhinged and obsessed, and I know you have watched me personally multiple times when Dan is saying some crazy shit about you, go, I don't do that. We're not going to attack Pisco on this. I'm not going to say he's a fake lawyer. I know that you know that I've banned people posting that on my subreddit. I've banned people making threads on that I made personal interventions for weird comments about Lycan and Aaron, despite the fact that I can't stand either of them, right? Despite the fact that both of them are part of other groups or whatever, I still don't allow those comments. So you can try to say that, like, well, because of this, and you're really just, I'm pretty sure you're just referring to the Mr. Girl stuff, because that's what people told you. When Mr. Girl was banned from my subreddit, he made 700 posts, I think in like a week, and then my mod temp banned him, and then he lost his mind on it. But I don't know how you can claim what is an issue that you think I don't get it perfect all the time, but I'm always trying to moderate my community. What is a topic that you think I just totally let run rampant in my community?
Yeah, so
at any point ever in the past 10 years.
As I sit here, I recall certain people, begging you to do one thing or another with your community in Discord. As I sit here,
for what? What one thing? What
yeah,
thing?
no.
What one
yeah.
thing?
As I sit here, maybe there's this the Lavloon or someone like that, as I recall. But again, as I sit here,
I've for Lav before, but I can't. I can't stop. Sure, but also keep in mind, Lav was the most instigatory, aggressive person on the internet. I did delete threads, at least one thread for Lav. I'm sure my community knows about it. For all the unhinged criticism against Lav, who I think is a sucking piece of shit, but there are so many people who are misogynistic against her. I did, on multiple times, tell my community, hey, we're not going to make misogynistic comments. So, you can point to people being mean, but I don't think that that's the same as saying I've let these people go crazy and run rampages on people.
Steven, it's possible that that's a wrong impression as I hit here.
But also, wait.
I don't remember instances.
Real quick. I just want to say this real quick too. I know, but just want to say this too. Your comparison was Lav, who has sought and leaked revenge porn of me, has talked shit about me, sent all sorts of crazy shit. This is like one of my mortal fucking enemies, and you're using that as a comparison for how you let your chat treat your boy Hutch.
So
what
like,
the fuck?
Are they fucking mutual 1 HP voices now? What's going on?
So I think I'm referring to a time period in which...
Am I going to level up now? Fuck, that elite quest was probably the last one I had to do. Shit, maybe we'll just do some turn-ins. Hi, Learnerbox. Destiny viewer here. I hope you have a good stream. That's so cute.
That wasn't the case. You got me?
I don't think that's ever happened.
Okay.
Because
I'm not, as I sit here, I'm happy to say that I don't have specific examples to bring up with you that I have instant recall of. But either way, it's just like not my motive to fuck with Hutch. And so maybe like I have a different view on moderation. And Dev gave me some things to think about with respect to
did he say Dev?
kind of like consistent standard for myself. And so I genuinely will think about that. And I'm not saying that I'm perfect.
It's not
I just want to be. I want to be clear.
perfect.
I invited DGG moderators to come join the moderation team. It's not like I'm avoiding suggestions. I'm just asking for suggestions, and that's why I find it weird.
But you're not, and I've read those conversations that where you do this sticking thing of like, so should I ban this thing? You're totally missing the point.
What's the rule? What do you want the rule to be?
You're not. If you had a boyfriend or girlfriend or a friend and you went to hang out with their friend group, and as soon as you walked in, you heard all of them say, "I fucking hate Pisco. I hate his fucking eyebrows." Fucking, would you say to your friend?
But I'm
like,
not saying
man,
that.
Could you just tell them? No. I'm just saying that you wouldn't tell. Then your friend's like, "Well, what's the problem?" And you're like, "I don't know." And you're like, "Do you want me to just tell them not to make comments about your eyebrows?" Like,
No, I do.
really get to the
I
heart
do
of
call people
anything,
out.
right?
I do call some people out. I don't get to everything, just like you don't get it to everything, I'm sure.
No,
with respect to
you
Hutch.
just
No, I
said
do.
that
I can get you
don't read your
examples.
chat. You just said you
No,
don't.
I
Read
don't.
your
I don't.
chat.
No, I don't
Don't
say I
call
never.
people out.
No, I don't say I never read my chat. I said on Live and Learn when I'm engaged with like 4 or 5 other people, shit gets through. You know, a couple of things get through, and I think that there's some things that you described there that would be bannable, 100%.
It's not a couple things. It's like half the chat.
Should I just watch this back? Did I have Live and Learn chat up? I think I did because no, it's up on the screen. I wonder if I could just see what they were saying. Am I already getting fucking clipped on Twitter? Based. You guys. I mean, whatever. Good luck. Where is the Live and Learn shit? Oh. Did I look at this not long ago? Why do I feel like it's familiar? Hang on. Live and Learn. They no longer show Live and Learn chat on screen since your appearance. Is that true? I would need a source for that. Because it was that bad. I mean, like, I was literally getting one guide, and I mean, I just thought that was funny to do the one guide, but yeah, I was aware. I was very aware that there was a lot of it. It was, there was so many people. Holy fuck! Let's see. Let's see if I go right from the top. I don't want to listen to the audio because my fucking sound card was being a total cunt this day. So I come on here, box, learner, but okay, cool. Don't full screen, please. Do a quadruple speed. Oh. Hey, look, it's the Genocide Defender loaner box. Okay. Ogre Boy in there. This guy's an Israeli defender. Fuck this guy. Was he reading these out verbatim earlier? It sounded like he was. Hair is majestic. Oh no. Objectifying. Draw the line, guys. Terrible. Let's listen to the Zionist great fucking idea. No. So this person's like just, it's just vitriol. Okay. I'm sure this person's open to some discourse though. So this is before I've said anything, I think, or at least anything that they could consider controversial. Compared to H3 chat when you're on. Yeah, they're that's a very different mood, isn't it? Hey, Lonerbox, condemn Israel for genocide live on stream. This is like, it's been 2 people so far. This night person is going quite hard. Lonerbox has forgotten more about geopolitics than Hassan ever knew your asses are showing. That's what I don't get. Like, why is someone like this in a fucking liberal podcast? Why? Also, lol, that's very funny. Because I think we're talking about UK politics for this bit. Yeah, I can see it in the timestamps. Yeah, oh nice, Learnerbox. He's here to tell us how cool Israel and that Bibi is totally not doing war crimes. We should still support them despite 8% of Dan supporting that policy. I got Bibi definitely not doing war crimes. When have I ever said that? It's Loner Cuck, one of the original Genocide Avengers apologists. And word salad. The thing is, Loner Bro and IRI are basement-dwelling hacks who just repeat their talking points. They do need people like Pisco. They are just harder to find because they aren't as easily bought. Easily bought? Like, it's quite a bit for the first 10 minutes of the of the stream of a liberal podcast. But, you expect somewhere like this to be a safe space. Holy shit. Yeah, Lornerbox loves genocide. He's a fucking ghoul. Oh, that's a different person. Okay. Fun.
Okay, I mean, show me specific things, and I'll go back to the VOD that's linked, and I'll take a look at it. But
it's not about going. It's not about going back to.
What is it about? What should I do? Tell me what to do.
Your community.
No, tell me.
I'm curious how Learnerbox holds his own self-standards in a largely petty and shallowly conceived opinions panel, except Pisco. Wait, what? Okay, that's whatever. Oh, that person, the common good. I'm pretty sure they're banned from my chat. So I mean, it's never that many people. Do you like piracy? Do you box? I guess this is for the Venezuelan tankers. That's not piracy. It's definitely nothing. It's not even close to piracy, but okay. Oh. Hey, level 70. Let's go. Get fucked. What do we do now? What do we do now? Other things. Get gear. Well done, guys. Wow.
What to tell me the I want the prescription.
No, it's not,
how to
it's
solve
one of
it.
those things where you have to say it. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't count.
Why?
For if you're fine with it, because it's like reminding a significant other about fucking Valentine's Day or something. It just doesn't mean much. Or to say something like, "Hey, could you compliment me right now? Because I need words of affirmation." You're like, "Oh, okay, you're pretty." It doesn't really hit the same way. It doesn't work at that point, right? If you don't have
For
a
you
natural
to say
desire.
No, I don't want to make Hutch. I don't want to make Hutch uncomfortable. I have that desire.
No. If you don't have a desire for your chat to reflect the feelings that you have to some extent towards other people, at least in non-destructive ways, that just says a lot about, I guess, what you're willing to put forward into the world. That's just it's a very insane thing to me, and it doesn't seem to be reflected in almost any other streamer's chat that I'm aware of. Certainly nobody in your sphere.
Is there any way, because again, I don't have the way to go to a VPN without breaking my stream connection. Does anyone have a way to send me like an imager thing just in a different way, or to send them as like individual screenshots? Because I've been sent an imager folder apparently of all the the comments lumped into one.
I mean, I don't know, dude. We've had this like moderation conversation internally, and we've had stuff with you and with other people messaging me that we should like immediately ban certain individuals or certain.
Why do you keep jumping to that? Why do you keep saying that? Immediately ban. The
reason I go there is because I'm trying to solve an issue.
Is that the only thing you know for how to moderate a community? Is to ban people? That's all you know.
I'm requesting more guidance from people who know better, who claim to know better.
Yeah, I know VPN, they can have a Chrome extension, but I don't have that put in right now. It's okay. I've looked through a few anyway, whatever.
Better, like you.
I think that the way that you interact with people And I think that what you allow in your community sends a huge message to your community
Archive it.
about the types of behavior
that
that's
work?
allowed. The fact that you found it so important
No one doubts
because
that. I'm
you were
asking
so
for a
annoyed
recommendation.
about Ethan or Destiny stuff that you banned it from your Discord. But the fact that that same rule, for some reason, didn't seem to carry over to your Twitch chat or your YouTube chat or your Kick chat is kind of strange. Why was it so bothersome in one area, but not in the other area?
I'll tell you why. Because we didn't have a Destiny snark problem in the Discord. That wasn't a problem. That's something you invented. And so the rule is not
something I invented.
It's not true. We didn't have a Destiny snark problem. Most of my people in my Discord are fans of yours.
If I go to your Discord right now,
the guy who called you a Maronite or something. The problem isn't. It's so funny, like for the amount that it happens in other communities, no one in this fucking chat even knows what a Maronite is half the time. A Maronite is just a Lebanese Christian, like a Lebanese Catholic. That's all a Maronite is. There's nothing wrong with being a Maronite. It's just it's an ethnicity, and I am Maronite, like a Maronite descended. The problem is people assuming that just because I'm a Maronite, that must mean I support like massacres that were carried out by extremist Maronite militias in the 80s. Like that's probably where the issue is. More so than being a Maronite.
am I going to see Gisticle saying things like,
Gisticle?
I don't think that, or it's almost like Destiny just wants to come in and show a bunch of bad logs from Pisco's chat to try to emotionally signal that he's not in here with a whole bunch of his other friends, Carmel and everything else from his Discord server.
If he's doing that in the Discord, if he's done that in the Discord, he'll be banned because there's a rule against that now. That's Rule 16. But that what I'm saying.
I see that. He was reminded of that, but they're in there. All of them are in there.
What I'm trying to say is that rule wasn't to resolve a problem. It was to resolve the perception of a problem.
Okay,
we don't have a Destiny Snark problem.
All of those same people. You say you don't have a Destiny Snark problem. One of your most frequent Twitch chatters is called Rose was 17.
Yeah. So the problem I think
insane.
is when it's in Discord and it's like behind. There's this feeling that we're all like cultivating snark
what do you
or
think?
whatever.
Hold on, wait, I'm just trying to get at what is Rose was 17? What do you think that means?
Yeah, it's a reference to you for sure.
Okay, being a pedophile, right?
Yes.
Non-spashing.
Okay, but you don't have a snark problem.
Well, I think the existence of a snarker in my chat doesn't constitute.
Do you think there's just one?
Like
What about all the Kathy accounts? Do you think those are Gisticle related? What about the Doobie donations? Do you think
Doobie's
those are
banned from the
Gisticle
Discord. Doobie donates to Connor, unless you think that Connor has a snark problem.
That's fine. No,
these
Connor
people,
doesn't.
these people go to.
Takes a much stronger. Connor actually takes a real stance.
These people go
against
to.
this. You don't.
Dude, come on. Connor gets these people, has these people in their chat, and they go to his chat.
Connor fights with these people. You let them run roughshod over everybody.
I don't
Nobody
know
has to guess where Connor
you're
stands on any of this.
with respect to what? With respect to what? JD
anything.
Dance and
Everyone
politics
knows.
and socialism, or with
And
respect
his
to
opinions about other streamers and other.
great.
Everybody knows Connor's positions on it, and he knows what he allows and doesn't allow in his chat. But these people don't even try in Connor's chat because they know it's not going to.
No, but you don't really have. Do you have a problem with Doobie being in Connor's chat?
No, because Connor makes his position and stance on all these things clear, and he doesn't hide behind this veneer of the behavior runs the gamut, and, well, I like lots of discourse. That discourse just so happens to be calling people Zionist genocide supporters and pedophiles.
Discourse.
Okay, so you think that the Destiny Rule 16 should be applied in the chat, but not for other people, right? No, I'm asking you. You said it's weird it's not applied to both.
No. I'm not playing this game because I'm not.
That Kathy person is the person who I think I spoke to them once because they were going by a different name. They had to go by a different name, I guess, on Kalinda's stream. But again, it's like it's one of those people that you expect to see in like a Ban and Panada community, but I don't know why they seem to find a home in anywhere else outside of that. Yeah, that's the person who has what I don't understand. What sounds like it sounds like a fake Indian accent. It doesn't sound like a real accent because occasionally like unless it's like a very niche one that because I grew up with Indians. I know what an Indian accent sounds like. But yeah, that person is like completely fucking beyond the pale. I have no idea why that person would be like contributing to any discourse in like a non-tanky community. It doesn't make any sense. But I don't think is that the same person as this Kathy Doyle person? Mega link to the album. I've got it here. So this album has stuff like this in it, I guess. Israel's bravest soldier has arrived. How do I open? Is there a quick way to open all of these? I don't think there is. That is the same person. Right. Okay. Let's just open all of these. Fuck, there's more coming. Oh my god, I thought I had all of them. This is a good way to deal with Imager. Much better than the VPN fucking around. A lot of it's the same person, but yeah, there they are. It's really so I did not know that this real Kathy Doyle person was. Are you sure that's the same person? The person I was thinking of was the one who calls himself Kosher Kathy, named after an old dear friend of mine. We are sure. Okay. But why? Why is this person allowed to like breathe oxygen anywhere outside of a fucking like terror supporting community? They're completely insane. Image BB is better than Imager. Okay, I might start using that because this is. Right. What do we have here? Israel can do nothing wrong according to Lornabox. No line they can cross, no law they can break. True. Okay, true. Discourse. So Lornabox is in favor of killing civilian nuclear scientists and workers. These were the nuclear scientists who were claimed by the IRGC, but okay. Just bomb. Wow, Lornabox supports war crimes. Are all bombs war? This isn't Discourse. This is insane. This is batshit. This is not Discourse. What the fuck? It's the boat destroyer. The boat destroyer. Okay. No one is starving in Gaza. Show me one stat or picture of a starving child. Do you know how long it takes to starve? They are obese. Lornabox paraphrase. Okay. Paraphrase of. It's not a paraphrase if you change every word and the opinion contained in the discourse. All right. Spent hours defending the Israeli soldiers who shot kids in the head. Definitely. Love it. Very transparent grift. The hilarious thing is the Lornabox is so uncharismatic he can't actually keep the audience that he's supposed to be grifting to. Again, if the idea that I would be grifting would just be so to who at this point? Defended the blockade, even saying there wasn't one at all. Now he's saying, "Oh my god, the blockade was terrible, disgusting." What blockade are we talking about here? The one on Gaza? I don't even know what the fuck we're referring to anymore. Laughs at sniped children. They're not even getting their. I've never laughed at sniped children. I don't get it. I've never laughed at sniped children. I laughed at someone making a bad comparison between administrative detention and hostage taking. Zogbox time. Oh yeah, I spoke to this person. Achito. Yeah, I remember that person. Zogbox. That's a good meme. Ask Lornabox why he supported the Cyber Satila massacre. Damn. Discourse. Wait. Fuck. Where? Fuck, I shouldn't say that in party chat. I should ask in whispers. Oh yeah, I know where I'm going. Okay. I have to kill birds. Okay. Loner Zog rolls off the tongue. Yeah, I don't know why they say Zogbox. Not a Mamdanite, but a Maronite, hence his views regarding Islam. Yep, okay, based. Very discourse. Left and rights for Palestinian children. Okay. The left takes a dim view of defending sniping children. Very bizarre how long that accusation is held
Get a
up.
proper verification bot for loaner cord to make the majority of these weirdos go away due to VM, VPN and Tor detection.
That sounds like so much hassle. it's weird because I looked back at the original clip that whole defending sniping whatever came out from. Even the original clip, I'm not saying anything wrong. I'm literally not saying anything wrong in the entire clip. And even acknowledging that that I wouldn't put it past Israeli soldiers to commit war crimes like that. But yeah. Fucking Zionist shill and genocide apologist. Either loves ethnic okay, great. Defends genocide based. Genocide defending POS. These are all different names as well. Not denying the sniper laughing allegations. There's Kathy Doyle, based. Laughed at it and justified it. He's not a good person.
Won't anyone think of the discourse?
Thanks for the $10. What else? Okay, this is the same person, same person. That's the first person who was spamming at the beginning. Yeah, I would say like none of this is discourse. Like, is that okay? Is that fair? None of that. That's not discourse. That's crazy people. All right.
So easily fooled. That's not the question,
fool,
and
it's
that's
no
not the
trick.
game. It is a trick.
You just want to
So
keep
tell me
repeating,
exactly.
why are they there? Why are they
Tell me
there? Why are they
exactly.
there? Why are they there? That's a
Yeah, and
that's
I
a
don't think you
loop. That's a
honestly
loop.
dealt with it. It's a loop because you're not answering the question honestly. You keep saying, "Well, because I think that I allow a lot of discourse." This isn't
Because
discourse.
I'm okay. So
You said yourself that
here's
the
why I
majority of
think
that country was destructive. That's not
here's-
discourse. You're just shitting on people.
here's
It's
why I
snarking.
think-
Constructive criticism is snarking.
here's what I think. Why I think a lot of Destiny haters show up to my chat is because A, I'm not afraid to disagree with you. B, I'm not afraid to call out people that they think are enemies. And C, a lot of them, I think that there is overlap between a lot of them and leftist communities, and they've liked what I've had to say about, proximate allies, and they liked what I've had to say about Ethan Klein's lawsuit. That's why I think they're there.
You don't think that any of it is an intentional brigade behavior from?
I'm not covering. But the thing
you
is,
don't- not
how does that make
lefties,
sense? Because
yeah.
I'm not. Do you think that I go out to shit on you constantly? I don't do that.
No, but you don't have to. You don't have
Well-
to do it. The chat does it for you.
I don't
Same thing
engage
with
with
Hutch.
that.
Same thing with Loner.
I might as well.
That's
I might
the
as well
point.
ban.
You don't engage with it. Yeah.
I'm
Oh,
being
now we're gonna do
mind-controlled.
the. Should I
Shit.
ban it? Should I ban every message about this?
What do you want me to do? Align more with you and.
Yes, you have to agree with me on everything.
No,
yes.
what I'm asking, what is it that you're saying? I don't want to give any prescription whatsoever, right?
I have an incredibly negative opinion of you, and I have had for a while. If you go into my chat, are people saying things like I don't even know what personal accusations people would make about you because we don't even engage in that here. People might call you like the worst, like people say like, oh, he's a piece of shit or he's an asshole. Or maybe they'll call him like a grifter or is trying to appeal to lefties or whatever.
Who is afraid to disagree with Destiny? Again, it's not about being afraid to disagree necessarily, because again, after what was it, January? I can't remember what fucking month it was. After I made my whole little spiel about disowning Destiny and wanting nothing to do with him anymore, after all that, there was definitely an influx of people who kind of, I don't know, the way that they were talking sometimes made it sound like they were expecting me to like usurp the position or whatever as like that big streamer, and there were like a couple of people were actually getting like kind of mad at me for not streaming while all that was happening, because I was remember I was on a break, I was taking a fucking step back over most of that stuff, and people were saying like you should come on and like steal his audience and shit like that. And like that's the last thing I want to do. Like if I grow an audience, I want it to be off my own fucking graft. I don't want to just come in and like after someone's been outed and then just like jump into the fucking chair and shit like that. Like, yeah, that's crazy. So that was like all the more reason for me to stay on my little break. But yeah, I feel like maybe they got disappointed later on because they found out that I wasn't going to like devote that much of my content to trying to destroy Destiny or whatever the fuck. I feel like my grievances were fairly succinct and there's not much else to say about it. Also, that's a very unrealistic ask anyway.
But we still would ban the fake lawyer comments. We'd speak out about that. If somebody says something super egregious or unhinged, even about Lycan or Aaron, right? People in chat will say something like, "Well, hold on, I don't know if that's cool or whatever." Even though I have an incredibly negative opinion of you, I'm not trying to align with you. I just don't like those types of comments in my community because I know the types of things that they breed or foster. Now, you don't have to have that same opinion. That's fine. But I don't like the playing ignorant or stupid about it. Well, I think these people are just here because I feel... Okay.
Because they're not here because I'm like snarking on you. You'd grant that.
Mm-hmm.
No, but they're there because they know they can snark. And it's one of the things that keeps at least some of that crowd around, because they know that they're able to go in there and they're able to pump those comments through about Loner Box, about Hutch, about me, about any liberal that goes on your show. And they enjoy doing that in your chat, uniquely in your chat, not in any of the other people on that show.
Well, listen, you know, you've given me a lot to think about in terms of snarking generally. I think that the concern on snarking, though, as you've expressed it, and certainly as Usurp priorly expressed it, is for snarking at particular people. I don't think you have a problem with snarking Hassan, snarking Ethan Klein really that much on certain issues.
We don't typically do.
Yes, I'm aware. Breaking. Look, it's not really. So first of all, Peter Mandelson's been arrested. That's maybe less interesting, but like, some American fucking wankers have had to evacuate Lebanon for fear of escalation again because Israel's been they hit like 8 Hezbollah rocketeers or whatever the fuck over the weekend, so that's causing a whole thing. That's like one of the biggest strikes in a while we've had between them. With Iran, there's a whole bunch of fucking movements and moving and shaking happening around. Israeli hospitals are on like the fucking red alert for a bunch of injuries to come in. Yeah, I'm getting it all, okay? We'll put it all together after this. Don't worry. We still care about news, okay? But just not when there's big news. Like, so many people hate loner blocks.
We don't do... I mean, like, I don't even know how much we can snark Hassan for. I mean, we'll do I guess the Barack...
Bro, you don't believe this. Come on, man. Speak plainly. You don't believe that.
We've said it. First of all, shut the fuck up, okay? Number one. Number two, like, if we do, it's just because this guy has engaged in such an unfathomable level of snark against me, including doxing me, including every single time he references me, he calls me sex pestiny, epstiny, pedostiny, or whatever, and is like reading down my Kiwi Farms thread on stream. So we might do a little bit of snark against Hassan. But even for these people, like we tend to limit it because it turns the community into a certain type of thing, right? Like most of the complaints that we have against...
Why so many viewers at the moment? Why do you think?
Hassan, like, you can watch my chat during the Hassan and Adam Mockler thing. Almost all of the complaints were political.
Yep, that's a problem.
With respect to Mockler or with Hassan?
With respect to Hassan.
Yeah, I mean, I have no doubt about that. In the moment.
So it's not like it's not even... Most of our comments about Hassan are usually ones of like political hatred. Like, that's how we engage with him substantively almost all the time.
I think that's an overstatement. I mean, in the context of a debate, I understand that, you know, you saying that, but you're saying that conceptually, sort of, as a philosophical or principled matter, encouraging snarking is bad.
Generally speaking.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, but also keep in mind, again, you're going to comparisons between like my mortal fucking enemies who have doxed me, have done infinite amounts of personal attacks against me, against my family, right? And I'm talking about how your co-hosts that you were supposed to be friendly with are treated, right? That's the comparison that you keep running to.
Yeah, no, I'm not trying to run to any place or to try to say that I moderate communities perfectly or that they're...
That's not what I'm saying. What a weird... That I'm not perfect? No one's saying about it being perfect.
No,
you're indifferent to it. You said you're indifferent to it.
No, I didn't say that I'm indifferent to it. That's a lie.
You did. You said you don't moderate it. You're asking, well, what do I ban? Right?
It's a lie to say that I'm... It's a lie to say that I'm indifferent towards negative comments on my co-host. That's not true.
Really? Because it seems like every time they point them out and they read them, you got to go running through your chat to attempt to find it or whatever, and 90% of the time you don't even ban the person. I think the last 2 times I watched you try to chase a comment down, you didn't even ban the person. People in your own chat even remark.
I remember. Didn't I bring it up? It's when I brought it up in Live and Learn. I think the Maronite, that's why he hates Muslims comment or whatever the fuck. That Pisco's immediate reaction to that was like, please don't be my chat. So I guess he kind of knew that it was more likely to be his community than others, but yeah. Please, new goal. Well, are you guys that desperate to donate to me? Thank you so much for the super chats, guys. Appreciate it. I'll read through them in good time, okay? Go on, start goal, fuck! Okay, there's a new goal. Get on it.
Wow, why are so many people here so fucking mean towards Hutch or whatever? Because they can't seem to understand it sometimes. And they're not making like political, critical comments. You yourself said earlier, the majority of them are destructive.
So I think that a lot of the people who engage with Hutch's commentary in my comments are kind of doing like low effort critiques of Hutch. Not all though. I mean, there's a lot of, I think, critiques of Hutch that I agree with. But on certain given days, you know, I'll see a lot of like Hutch's stupid, Hutch's this and that. I will see that of me on other chats as well. But I'm just gonna be honest with you, Stephen. It feels like on that view, at least as pertains to me, and maybe you're saying it's different because these are my co-hosts and I'm not your co-host or anything. Feels like DGG sometimes is a Pisco snark subreddit. And when you cover every single Live and Learn episode and just talk shit and constantly talk shit about my motives,
we're wiping,
I'm doing
guys.
This for money.
We're fucked.
That's what
get out of there.
The chat says.
When do I say you're doing this for money?
You
can't talk with lines of substance or whoever has given you. I don't think I've ever said you do this for money. I'm pretty sure when I'm talking about your motivations, that's one of the things that I'm the most confused about. I don't think you ever are optimizing for money or audience or whatever else. I don't think.
Then what do you think? I don't understand. Like you have this incredibly negative view of how I moderate the community, that I'm doing it for some nefarious purpose. What purpose? I mean, make sense of that for me.
I don't know. I truly have no idea. For somebody who is so upset about Ethan claiming you were a fake lawyer, for you to stand by and watch the most insanely unhinged chat comments fly by about your co-hosts, I don't understand it. I think there's some degree of audience capture. I think the biggest part.
What do they actually say about Hutch? I don't even know. He had a whole laundry list of comments that came about me. I guess because they were all concentrated into one stream. But yeah, I don't know what they say about Hutch.
Part is probably
audience capture is like grifting stuff. Audience capture is like I'm telling them things I don't believe.
It could be that you know that if you do a certain. I think that if you want to call it bad faith, then fine. But I think that if you had to reset your brain and you had an episode of Live and Learn and you glanced over at your chat and you glimpsed half of them giving destructive criticism towards Hutch, I think you go, wait, hold on, guys, what the fuck?
Comments about getting paid by Progressive Victory to defend and deny genocide. Is it really just that thing that they do to Hutch as well? Man, that fucking movement is. What an unbelievable fucking cancer to society. God, for all the good that they've done as well, look what's happened now, man. What is if you had told someone like 3 years ago that Israel-Palestine discourse in 2026 is going to be all of it, Hamas are fucked. They're confined to like less than half of the Gaza Strip, barely trying to reconsolidate themselves. Hezbollah gave up almost over like in a couple of months, like a paper tiger, and they're just getting bombed every single time they try to move anything or to consolidate anything. Iran fucked. You've got like this massive Israeli-American deployment threatening them and staring down the barrel at them. Literally never since 1948 or even before, like this, it's the first time in Israel's entire existence where they've had this little of a concrete military threat on their doorstep. And it's like, oh, but the Free Palestine movement's really popular though. Okay. What have they done this whole time to stop any of that?
I don't think this about Hutch. I don't hate.
I have
this
said
guy.
such things.
What the fuck are you guys?
In fact, in the very podcast. Wait a second. No. In the very podcast. Come on, hey, let me finish this. In the very podcast episode that you saw, I remember it clearly. There were people going after Hutch and Jose saying, "Oh my God, these fucking guys talking about Kamala Harris. They just want to lose the election." I stopped everything to say, "You guys going after Hutch and Jose? They're just reading polls. You guys are acting like babies, and that's fucked up." I do this, and maybe I should do it more, but it seems like people, the more you do it, will think it's condescending and not real.
It's more just that some people are beyond getting a telling to. It's like there's no amount of, like with that Kathy person, there's literally nothing anyone can say to them to whatever get them to see reason or put them in, because they're predetermined from now until the end of their existence. Like, yeah, someone like that is never changing. I think people need to realize that sometimes when you have levels of bad faith in your chat, then they just have to go. It's not worth it otherwise. Apparently the doxing came in Soy Pills chat and they got banned, but that's what I heard. I don't know.
Or maybe it just gets a signal from you about what you want to see in your chat. But also, those aren't even remotely close to the types of comments that I was talking about earlier. I think if those were the types of destructive comments, I think anybody else around you would probably be much happier for it.
I mean, I don't know, dude. Like, those comments were that I'm referencing right now were pretty bad faith interpretations of what Hutch was saying. Pretty like fucking stupid and inane.
Okay, here,
I don't know
I'm
if I
linking
can.
something in the general. I'm linking something in the general chat in the Piscord. That Imager album, okay? It's not. It's just a few comments for somebody clipped this in like fucking like 2 minutes.
It's within our. Is this images
in the
of
general
like
chat in Piscord?
It happened in multiple
it's just
chats.
images of
okay.
the Discord.
Chat
Or
I wasn't
messages.
aware of that.
Okay.
Can you show me that
Of the
actually?
chat
I mean,
messages during Live and Learn.
if it's
Hey, look,
censoring the docs.
genocide defender Loner Box. Israel's bravest soldier has arrived.
Uh-oh.
Loner Zionist Box.
Uh-oh.
This guy's an Israel defender. Fuck this guy. Oh, nice Loner Box. He'll tell us how cool Israel and the BB is totally not doing war crimes, and we should still support them despite 8% of Democrats supporting that policy.
So true.
Yeah, Loner Box loves genocide. He's a fucking ghoul, man.
God damn it.
That's why Loner Box loves ethnic cleansing. He
Fuck
doesn't
that
believe in
guy.
international law. Loner Box laughed at snipe Palestinian children and justified
Obviously.
it.
All the time.
He's not a good person. Not denying the sniper laughing allegations, though. Loner Box is a genocide defending piece of shit. And they're accusing him of defending genocide. And you're not going to like the question.
What's the question?
I mean, what's the point? You're refusing to give any kind of prescription, aren't you?
I guess the question is, when you look at these, the two questions are: is one, how much of these do you agree with? And then two, how much of these represent a thought process that you think is valuable to discourse in your community?
I don't agree with these comments. I don't have a basis to believe that Loner Box is a Zionist. I don't, frankly, spend a lot of time looking at Loner Box's Israel positions.
Uh-oh.
Maybe he's a Zionist. Whether he defend genocide, I think his view is that it's not a genocide. That's his view, right? I think that we've DM'd about that we might
I don't
schedule a
understand
genocide
what's the start.
discussion.
What maybe he is. What do you mean when you say?
Wait, you're
maybe?
asking?
But it's not just about like, oh, and I'm sure definitions of Zionism would go back and forth as well. Or he doesn't think it's genocide, therefore if I do, it must mean that he defends some kind of genocide. Like, we're talking about people who think that I react to, that I think Palestinian kids, like preteens getting shot in the head is funny and base. So like that, we're going a little bit away from, okay, there's like a legal dispute about this, the definition of genocide and how it applies to the war. Is it all genocide? Is it some genocide with a war goal standing alongside it? Are we going to debate whether or not it's war crimes or anything else? Versus this guy wants kids, innocent young children who have done nothing wrong to anyone in their life, getting a bullet in the fucking head and thinking that's a good thing or based or understandable or whatever the fuck. Like, bro, what are we doing?
He is
Asking me.
a Zionist. What are you interpreting that to mean?
Wait a second. You're asking me to evaluate. You're asking me to evaluate the truth of these claims. I'm telling you, I don't.
No,
I'm going through
I
them.
said how much of these?
Do you agree with?
Do you agree with?
Do you agree with?
Yeah.
Right.
When somebody says, so for instance, when somebody says, you, because I want to hear your thought process.
Wait.
When they say loner- Yeah.
You just acted like that was different. You're asking me to evaluate my sense of whether these are true.
Correct. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
true. I mean, if you agree with them,
You can't
sure,
give
these things
ground
are loner.
fucking at all. Even with the
not
fucking
about-
shit.
If this gets banned, why doesn't Hassan calling a terrorist? Because not only does Hassan make excuses for terrorists, you fucking idiot, he supports them. He supports them. He will tell you he supports them. He'll support their actions that make them terrorists, like targeting civilians in ships in the fucking sea, blowing up their ships and killing them in ships, killing a few dozen of them, kidnapping the other ones, and keeping them hostage for a fucking year. What are you talking about? Jesus. That's the worst irony of it all. The worst irony of it all is this, like, what is this fucking both siding when literally, yes, the really frustrating thing about this whole discourse is that the side of the internet that has spread this claim about me are the same people who actually openly support and celebrate killing civilians and targeting them. They like it. They think it's justified. So he supports killing kids, in your opinion. Are you just like let out for the day? Are you okay? What the fuck did I say about... What the fuck did I say there that suggested that he supports killing kids? I don't know. I didn't... by my understanding, I wasn't aware of these kids who were fucking captain of the ship in the Red Sea, shipping goods from Indonesia to fucking Greece or whatever. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Those sailors were not kids. No, where did you get that from? What? Are you only a terrorist if you support killing kids? Are you fucking stupid? Like, what a retarded question. How long have you been watching my videos and that's the kind of fucking discourse you come up with? Discourse. Tell me one good reason why I shouldn't ban you right now, you fucking moron. What the fuck? Sorry. I'm okay.
It's so crazy.
I'm okay. Don't worry. That was just performative grifting. Okay, don't worry.
Hold on, no. This is just, it's not crazy at all. It is true, or you would agree that it can be interpreted in different ways. I'm just clarifying what you said. Okay, when somebody says loner Zion, these word games don't work with me. Okay, loner Zionist box. When you think like, well, maybe loner box is a Zionist. What do you think Zionist means there? How do you think they mean that?
I think they mean the belief that Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state insofar as Jewish persecution necessitates them requiring a state for their own safety in a world mired with hostility against Jews in recent years. That's what he means.
In its normal usage, Zionism? Pro-Zionism? How else am I maybe I'm ignorant. I don't know.
Is supportive of the state of Israel?
Wait. No, an ideological Zionist is one who's committed to the project of the Jewish homeland in Palestine, or in mandatory Palestine, or in the Levant, or however you want to say, or Greater Israel. Committed ideologically.
Greater Israel. Okay,
expand.
Oh no.
Well,
not a debate about what Zionism means. Fuck.
People's ideologies are like their worldviews, and if someone, as part of their worldview, is dedicated to the existence of a Jewish homeland in
in
Levant,
today's political climate, I don't know how many of these conversations you've had at this point. When somebody calls you a Zionist, especially in a derogatory manner, especially in a political conversation like this, the claim is that you think that Jews have a right to genocide or ethnically cleanse Palestinians with no recourse, and that the rest of the world should either support them or stand by and watch.
I think that's not what most people mean.
When they, in this context, you don't think so?
I think those are other views this person probably has, if I'm going to guess, but that's not what the term Zionist means.
No one. The problem is that no one agrees on what the word Zionist means. If you read any of the original Zionists, whether it's Herzl or Pinsker or Ahad Ha'am, like their contention about the morals of Zionism is very clear. They are saying everyone hates us. They're always going to hate us. We need to find some part of the world where we can be a big enough group that we can defend ourselves against this hatred. And the best way it seems to be to do that in this old world is nationalism, like having a nation state. Because if we have a nation state, that's the only way we can really stand as equals in the rest of the world, guarantee our own security, anything else. A few of them even said it doesn't have to be Palestine. It just it inevitably became Palestine because there was no other country or no other place in the world where you were going to get enough Jews in the same place. If you're starting to say, like some people say Argentina or the US or Madagascar or Canada, then it's like, well, they're just going to scatter everywhere. The only place that you're ever going to get some kind of like a reasonably sized coalescing was going to be in Palestine because, next year in Jerusalem, all that shit. But that's why they say it. They say it because of persecution. It's very clear that they say it because of persecution. But now people believe it's like, oh, it's because of some religious right, and it has to be the settlements, and it has to be the West Bank, and even Zionists were content, even to a degree, without Jerusalem, because after the 48 war, without the old city, they regretted not taking it in the war. But when they were given the option to take it, Ben Gurion said no. They said no, we're not taking Jerusalem, we're not taking the old city. And then up until the 6-Day War, had Jordan not fired on Israel, they might never have gone into East Jerusalem. Because they They literally hinged their response on whether or not Jordan was going to fire at them. But yeah, now it's again, it's like use is meaning. If you're in the West, Zionist means it's not just two-state solution, Israel's right to exist. It's like you support settlements, you support war crimes, you support BB, you support Greater Israel, you support genocide, all that shit. That's what Zionist means in everyday discourse. It's been kind of seized.
It's use, not prescription, description, right? We go by how people use the words.
Okay.
Right?
Wow. Rewatch.
Yeah, I think people use the term Zionist. Sometimes it's a dog whistle for Jew.
Whoa.
If you were listening to a group of people talking and somebody said, oh, he's a Zionist, would you assume that they're simply describing a political position with normative indifference?
Unless I have other facts about the person that I know them to be anti-Semitic or something, I would assume that they're referring to Zionism in a derogatory sense.
Ziobox.
Okay. And probably some of the logical extensions of that, namely the supporting of the genocide. Like, for instance, it would be really weird for somebody to say, oh, that guy, he's a Zionist. But I think he thinks that the Palestinian treatment is a genocide. That would be a really weird sentence, generally speaking. You wouldn't hear that combination where you say, oh, he's a Zionist, but he's really against the genocide of the Palestinians, right?
What are you suggesting here? That the Zionist term here is meant to say that he's a genocide defender?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
It's not a good faith assessment of It's not even trying to be a good faith assessment of Lonerbox's views. They're just all calling him like a genocidal maniac, a genocidal freak.
So when leftists call people Zionists, you think they're uniformly stating that those people are genocide apologists?
Yep.
Yes,
for the most part,
of course, obviously.
Okay. I mean, there are all the other comments that just explicitly say that, so I don't know. That's not my interpretation of how the term Zionist is
because
used.
people say...
Yeah, but we're not asking what your interpretation is. We're asking what the interpretation of the people using it in that derogatory manner.
Well, of course, there's a variety of ways that people say the same thing, of course.
There is a technique that people do there, right, where they will say, like, a Zionist is someone who believes that Israel has a right to exist, and people might try to have it both ways, where they'll try to broaden the definition to put you into it, but then once you're in it, then they'll shrink it back again to just include the people who support BB and the settlers and the genocide, right? Like, that's a little trick that they'll do as well.
Do you think that the guy was merely describing that he's committed ideologically to the existence of the state of Israel when he calls him loner Zionist box? He's just saying that into a vacuum?
I think he's saying he's an
probably.
Israel defender. I think that's what he's suggesting.
Defender of what? What is Israel defending for right now? Against charges of genocide?
Among other things, war crimes, among also
genocide, so he supports all those things, right?
It could mean he defends Israel against people trying to destroy the country and replace it with an Islamic state from the river to the sea. It could mean that, to be fair. And that's probably why they're so aggressive towards me. Because what are we doing here? What the fuck?
That's what that comment means.
Well, again, that person can have other views, but by itself, I don't take that. Maybe it's a signal of all these other views.
It's in a chat with a whole bunch of other people spamming the same type of stuff.
So let's get to the prescription. Is that okay?
I swear you have said you think Israel is doing war crimes, though. Yes. From day fucking one until now, I have never gone back and forth on that opinion. It's been my opinion since before October 7th. Yeah, like in terms of other actions that they've taken, yeah. But again, these people don't give a fuck. They don't care. To them, it's like all they see is like the equivalent of David Irving saying, "Oh, the Nazis committed some war crimes in Eastern Europe, but not the Holocaust," right? Because they're retarded.
Okay.
No, I think I'm just more interested in your feelings about it. The prescription is easy; it naturally follows. But if you don't think any of it's a problem, then there is no prescription. Because why would you want one?
Because you're chicken shit. Because you're chicken shit.
I'm not chicken shit.
Whoa.
You're chicken shit. Because you're trying to pretend that you have either no ability to influence your community or that all of these comments just run a wide gamut of possible.
No, because you don't want to say, I want special rules. I want special rules for Destiny, and I want special rules for
I don't want
Zionism.
special. You already have special rules for me. I don't need special rules for Destiny. I think it's sad to watch you treat your co-hosts on your show like shit in a way that none of the other chats can
Like
tolerate.
you give a fuck. Like you give a fuck. Do you actually care?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I think it's really sad, and it's supposed to be one of the only lib spaces on fucking Twitch or whatever.
What is this? Did I miss this part from the Herzl Diaries? Greater Israel as laid out by Theodor Herzl. Why is he drawing the line at like just the middle of the desert? We'll take this tiny piece of. I guess it wasn't really Kuwait, was it? When Herzl was around. It's fucking hilarious, man. Look at those eyeballs. Look at that. That's a really funny screenshot. I don't know what Voss's opinion is there, but it's a funny screenshot.
So watching your entire chat be absolute fucking demons.
I think it's literally because Herzl said it would be somewhere between the Nile and the Euphrates. Like I think that was more or less. Okay.
These people, towards some of the only fucking good faith libs left on the fucking internet who are nice to you.
But ironically, that map was, or that map sounds actually more similar to what one of the more esoteric Arab nationalists was saying, because there was this very early, not very influential at the time, Arab nationalist who argued that the reason the Jewish kingdom fell was because they didn't have their borders were not strategic enough. Like they didn't have them in strategic enough positions like the desert or like Mount Hermon or anything else, or the like natural barriers of having a river, for example. So he argued that the Zionist project, because of that, are aware of this, and that's why they're going to try to basically conquer Iraq, Syria, Egypt, Palestine, pieces of Saudi Arabia. That was one of the very early pioneers of Arab nationalism, although they weren't very influential at the time, because I think they published their book in French. Lebanese Christian, actually. Genuine question. I know you released a video arguing that Israel's an ethno-state, but I also think I've heard you argue that Israel has a right to remain an ethnic state. Have you changed your mind? Again, at this rate, I don't really know what ethno-state... Well, I know what it means to most people, so I don't know if I'd actually apply it to Israel. It's another thing, again, where people try to use the broad category to put them in it, and then they'll shrink the category for all the ethical condemnation. So they'll say, an ethno-state or ethnic nationalism used to mean, like, this majority group coalesces in this area, and that's why they would have a nation, like Italy or anything. Like, that's... Like modern nationalism was about ethnic groups. It was very inseparable almost from ethnic groups. America being a big exception to that. But then they'll say that it should also take all the moral condemnation of the newer definition, because the newer understanding of ethno-state, like from the people who call themselves ethno-nationalists, will say that citizenship should be restricted to one group or another. But Israel doesn't do that, right? Israel is like an ethno-state in the sense that they want to maintain a Jewish majority. But their reasons for wanting that matter as well. The reasons for wanting to reign a majority are quite clear. It's because they're Jews who live in the Middle East, and Jews who live in the Middle East and are not an ethnic majority tend to get royally fucked. So I don't really know how valuable the label is, because when people say that about Israel, they're not trying to say that. They're trying to say that they are like racial superiority driven and like basically like fucking Jewish Klansmen, which is not why they're wanting to preserve a Jewish majority for the most part. It would also be weird. Like, you wouldn't expect anything that has the things that have the moral weight of an ethno-state. You wouldn't expect an ethno-state, as we understand it colloquially, to have its majority population shrinking. Israel was majority Jewish. I think in the 50s, Israel was like 80 or 85% Jewish, and now it's down to 75. Like, I don't know, how does an ethno-state let that happen? Doesn't make sense. It's just kind of like a useless phrase that people use for optics or whatever the fuck.
You,
And I'm nice
yeah, I
to
think
them.
it's kind of crazy. It doesn't. No, you as an individual might be, but you as a streamer are not. You're a terrorist.
I'm a terrorist.
A
Because I
terrorist.
debate.
You probably bring. Is that what I just said? Do you
Well, I
think
don't know
that I
on
just
what other ground I'm a fucking terrorist. How am I a terrorist? Terrorists should
figure
be
it
fucking.
out? Think about it. Walk.
How
me
am
through-
I a
walk me
terrorist?
through your
I missed that bit.
When
Why
I
is
say
Pisco a
that,
terrorist?
What do you think
What?
I mean? Do you think
I
that
have
I
no-
mean because
That's what I'm
you're-
asking. I have no idea.
You have no clue whatsoever. Then
What
that's
do you-
then that's
what do you
fine.
mean- what do you
Don't
mean
ask
I'm
me
a
for
terrorist?
question. If you have no clue whatsoever, if
What
that's
What
where
do
you're
you
at in
mean
this
I'm a
conversation,
terrorist?
you should find somebody else to do the moderation, or just say you don't care about any
What
of it
do you
all.
mean
And
I'm
then
a
when Hutch and all these
terrorist?
other
I mean,
guys are
Uh-oh.
That's a
crying
kind
on
of
Live and
wild
Learn about some
accusation.
guy making
Pretty
fun of his
wild.
dead sister or something else, just say, oh, I don't moderate my communities. Like, don't worry about it, bro. Just
Wait
say
a second,
that. Be
wait.
honest about it.
So you fucked up, because that's an example where immediately.
No,
when
I
we-
don't
that-
think I fucked up. I
You
know
did,
that
yeah.
every single person
That wasn't in my
listening
chat.
knows exactly.
That wasn't in my.
They
That
know-
wasn't in my
they know
chat. That wasn't in my
exactly.
chat.
They
That
know
wasn't in my chat.
Exactly.
That wasn't in my chat.
They know exactly what you're talking about. It was one of your chatters.
It wasn't in my chat. I don't know. Like
They were one of your chatters. It was the part of the people
No,
that you
but-
draw.
but-
That's part of being a streamer is you
Yeah.
draw people to the streams around you as well.
And the people you
Yeah.
draw, of course, are
Your
all
opinion.
fucking angels, right? All the people you draw.
Uh-oh.
Not all of them, but I do a lot of off-platform moderation. I do a lot of enforcement against brig.
Are you ever just tired of having to repeat your stance? I mean, isn't that part of being a political commentator? You have to repeat stances all the time. Yeah, it's fine. It's good practice as well, because you learn how to make things more succinct and...
brigading and stuff like that, of course.
Okay.
Right? That's why when I asked you earlier for an example of me not doing it, you couldn't think of a single example except for a couple of common ones that you've been fed by people from Discourse Discord server, like Lav, and you didn't want to say Mr. Girl, but that was what you were referring to.
No. I mean, no. I don't have any
It was.
specific
That's
concrete.
okay.
No, it wasn't.
Of
I mean,
course.
you're ascribing that in your mind. I don't know. It's very conspiratorial. You think that like I'm sitting in these chats to try to fuck you over or something. That everyone's.
I don't think you're
against
trying to
you or
fuck. I don't know if
something.
you're trying to get over or not. It's just if somebody were to ask me, like,
I'm
do
not.
I think Pisco is a pedophile? I don't think I would have like an indifferent answer. Like, well, I'm not really sure. I don't know. I'm pleading the fifth on that one. That's kind of a weird position to take, especially in a community that you know is hardcore anti-fanning against me or any of your co-hosts.
You
That's a
are
specific thing
trying.
about me.
What you're trying to do right now is specifically to exert control and to pressure so that I comment on your case. I don't know why you.
Yeah, the terrorist point was pretty retarded. Let's try and keep things chill here, okay? Come on.
Do that.
Do you think that you venturing an opinion, when somebody asks you, do you think Destiny's a pedophile? That's pressuring you to comment on my case?
Steven, I think you know what you're doing.
Why? Well, now who's being chicken shit?
Okay.
Uh-oh.
I'm not commenting on your case specifically. Is it my intuition that you are into prepubescent children? The answer is no to that question. But the answer
easy
is
would that
no to
be?
that question. The answer is no to that question. But Steven, I'm not trying to get close. I would rather this never come up. I don't know why it's important for you for everyone who you interact with, or I guess we formally interacted with, to get like statements on the record for that. I mean, does that really make you feel better?
I'm not trying to get statements on the record. It's the people in your community are the ones that run around and try to get statements on the record from every single person about stuff related to me or other people or.
I am not trying. You can
does.
rest assured that I'm not trying to comment on your case for
I know that you're not. That's not what the conversation is about.
All
I'm
right,
not
all
here
right,
complaining
all right,
about
I'm
your
just making
behavior,
sure.
just the behavior that you let run in your chat.
Okay, well, to be honest, I think
But
that
you don't care about it, and I think you should have just said that. You should say, I don't care if my chat is saying crazy unhinged shit about anybody else or my host or whatever else. You should just say that instead of doing this.
What I
weird,
think is
"Tell me
bullshit.
the message
No,
I
no,
can."
stop. What I think is bullshit is your unwillingness to ascribe what you think ought to happen in these moderation channels. Because I think it's something approaching Protect Destiny rule. It's okay to talk shit about Hassan rule. It's okay to talk shit about people I'm enemies
I don't
with.
care.
I don't think you really give a fuck.
Anybody, hold on. Do you think that I would care if your chat talked shit about me?
Yes.
In what way?
In any way that's critical of your positions, any way that is-
Really?
yes.
You don't think that I see? You don't think I see a difference at all between?
No, I think you see a
comments
difference in
about
that.
me being-
Yeah, no, I
Okay.
think you see a difference there for sure. But I
Has
do
there
think that
ever been in the entire history of you knowing me going to anybody in my orbit, anybody of another streamer and saying, hey, these people are being mean to me in your chat. Can you moderate that? Have you ever heard of me doing that before?
I'm not sure that you've ever done it, but you're refusing to do it now, which is I think what you want.
Isn't it strange that you have that strong impression of me? You ever wonder where that comes from? Maybe the chat influences you a little bit more than you think it does.
No,
Maybe, possibly.
my impression is that the entailment of your view, that is, everything you're suggesting, is it's a problem when communities talk shit about your drama. That's a problem.
Is that what I'm saying? Is that a good face?
I'm not saying that that's. I specifically said it's not what you're stating. I'm saying it's an entailment of your view, and I think one of the reasons you're uncomfortable with providing.
It's an
you want me to finish?
I want you to ban people who are
shit.
talking shit about me or other people? Or?
Yes, you want me to ban people who are
fine.
negatively mentioning your drama in my chat. Just admit it.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Wait. That was a
that
little bit closer, for sure, right? Now, you don't have to have that position, which is fine. You can have that position, but that's a more honest position to say, you want me to moderate people that are commenting about
I'm
your
gonna solo
personal
these
life,
guys. Don't worry.
your personal drama.
I'm doing it.
Right?
Correct.
That's a more accurate statement than me saying, than you saying, you want me to ban all criticism of you, right? One of those is way more specific than the other. Right.
Well, no. I think what I was saying.
Come here. I got you.
Would you be upset?
Fuck it. Fuck.
People are criticizing Destiny in your chat.
Tried.
The answer to that is fucking yes. I think that you would be. That's
No,
just my impression.
no, I don't think I ever have that. What if you ever watch me complaining about anything's ever? I'm sure in your mind you can think a lot of. Destiny's probably complaining that people are constantly bringing up personal stuff, baseless accusations, lawsuit-related accusations, my son, whatever else. How many times have I been like, oh God, this guy in fucking Pisco's chat says that I'm I don't even know. Says that my opinion on whatever fucking thing. I can't even think of an example because nobody in your community even criticizes my takes ever.
Wait, if they called you a genocide supporter, you wouldn't be upset. If my chat was constantly calling you genocide supporter, you support Israeli war crimes, that you said that Israeli soldiers should do shit, like you wouldn't have a problem with that.
I think I'd be annoyed, but it'd be way different than like.
That's all I'm referencing. No, I agree it would be different. I agree it would be different.
But one is, it's okay. I can be annoyed at your chat. It's okay to be annoyed at people's chats. Hutch's chat says stuff that annoys me sometimes. Or it could be, but there's like it's a different level, right? If I went into Hutch's stream and all of Hutch's chat is like, oh, not Destiny, he's a fucking idiot. Fuck this guy, he's a retard. That would be a lot different than me going to Hutch's chat and all of them saying like, oh,
just annoyed. I'm not signing off on that. What the fuck? Some of it I'll just be annoyed by. Like, if someone said like downplays genocide or like whatever, I mean, I don't obviously agree with that. I think it's retarded, but that would be more. It's more just when it's like ascribing the comic villain fucking perspectives or just like the vitriol. Yeah, it's more than annoyed. But there's like a tier list, right? Because if people started digging into my personal life and stuff that I don't try to bring up on stream or anything like that, that would be like the worst thing. Then underneath that would be the fucking loves it when kids get shot in the head, whatever the fuck. And then underneath that would be what, like discourse, annoying disagreements. But yeah, there's definitely a tier list.
This guy wants to rape children, right? One of these would be like annoying. It was like, okay, Jesus Christ.
I agree.
Right?
I agree they're different. And we, excuse me, sorry, would understand them differently. 100%. I totally agree with that. But just to be clear, the reason why I'm trying to push for like different prescriptions is so that we can address what you feel the issue is. And I don't think that you feel the issue is bare accusations or mere accusations of misconduct. I don't think that you think that that is generally a problem. I think it's a problem specifically perhaps with my co-host and with you.
Well, no, I'm saying my issue, first of all, this wasn't about your chat's treatment towards me. My issue is that it seems like
how long does this go on for?
You conduct yourself in such a manner that you become a lightning rod for a whole bunch of anti-lib people that make a bunch of deranged and bordering on personal comments or past that personal comments towards people that are libs that come on your show. And that's just a very strange thing for me to see. I don't think if I walked into Hutch's chat and everybody's saying like, oh, I bet Pisco just believes this because of some girl, or I think that Pisco is, I don't even know, because it's hard for me to even imagine these types of attacks against you because people don't make them that were anywhere near the types of attacks that that your community is making towards any of these other people.
They accuse me of bad faith constantly, and you do too.
Come on, that's a totally different type of thing. Bad faith.
I mean,
I would drink children's blood. Okay, I would join Hillary Clinton and do the adrenochrome injections if I knew that the worst attacks in my Destiny's bad faith.
Wait, to the
sign
extent
me
that,
up for that one.
This is what I said earlier about the fake lawyer thing. If someone just said that, oh, he's a fake gamer or a fake music teacher or whatever else, I'll be like, okay, wow. Things have gotten a little bit PG over here, comparatively. Pisco is obviously liberal, right? I think the reasonable explanation for the tankies and tolerating snark is that he wants to grow an audience. What else could it be? No, I don't think so. I don't know, because again, this is maybe an illusion that came upon me at one point, is you might be in a position where you think that the volume of the people speaking is kind of convincing you that they're a larger contingent than they are. Like, a dozen or 2 dozen people might look like the backbone of your community if they are loud enough, which happened with me with tankies to begin with. So it felt like when I got rid of them, it felt like I lost a lot more than I actually had. It wasn't actually that many people. Maybe that's this, but no, generally, if you're trying to grow an audience, if he's trying to grow an audience, again, it doesn't also explain, when Pisco is asked like about Hassan's politics, he's quite derisive of them. He doesn't like Hassan's politics in the slightest. Whereas if you're a streamer, and every streamer knows this, if you want to grow as a streamer, you have to get in contact with other streamers. Like, that's, without doing that, you're gonna struggle a lot. It's going to be so much easier if you can get onto other people's streams and to get the networking or whatever else. Yeah, of course, you're going to have to do that. And everyone knew, and I knew this as well. You can probably look back at my old content and the way I used to speak about Hassan. I always thought Hassan was retarded, but I was much softer on him in terms of like the delivery of those opinions, because it was such a, because his influence it's so big, and he because he uses it in such a horrible way that it's quite scary sometimes as well. And other people feel that too. But Pisco doesn't behave like that. He doesn't behave like someone who's trying to get in Hassan's good graces, I don't think. And that's the only person you would be going for by keeping those kind of people in your community, like those tanky types. There's not really, maybe the vanguard, maybe he wants to please them, but no, I don't think that's a good explanation. He also just doesn't seem to look like he's looking at chat very often. Like, it might be that. I don't know. I think the more obvious answer is like, it's not just about like trying to calculate to grow an audience. It's more like you were trying to be friendly to Hassan. I was not trying to be friendly, okay? I was being cordial, I would say, not friendly. These are different things. I was never trying to be friendly. But I don't know. I think when you're starting out as a creator as well, especially, I knew how it was in the arts, like in music and things like that. You did kind of want everyone to like you. Like, you wanted to be nice to people. You wanted people to be nice to you. If you thought a band was shit, you would never say it to them or anything like that, because like, you just don't want to cause a stir up. And like, there's nothing worse than creatives being in like rivalries, especially when everyone's struggling and everyone's trying their best and all that shit. Used to call this on complex. I'm pretty sure that was a joke, wasn't it? Maybe not. I definitely did have a bit of a softening when he was DMing me and being nicer to me, but that's because I thought he was aware of everything I'd said about him. But maybe he wasn't, but looking back on it, it doesn't seem like, or that he was actually genuinely trying to change his approach to other creators. But like, whatever, whatever happened there, fuck that. Yeah, I think when you're starting out as a streamer, you probably don't want to be like, one of the first things that you do is to fucking have a purge of your community. Like, that's probably something that most people don't want to do. I think that's probably the easiest explanation. I don't think there's anything Machiavellian going on. I don't think there's anything bad faith going on. I don't think there's anything like him trying to court extremists or anything like that. I don't think that doesn't explain it to me. I think it's just when you have people in the community being kind of cringe, but it's towards other people, you just feel like, okay, well, they like my content. They're not, maybe you can kind of kid yourself a little bit. Or maybe the more they listen to me, the more they might moderate. Or, yeah, there's all kinds of that. It feels kind of just like awkward to start going on like a mass ban because you don't know who you're going to make angry, or especially if it's like a fucking mod, right? Like, I used to have crazy fucking mods, at least one of them. But yeah, I generally wouldn't assume like bad faith unless you've exhausted all the other options. I don't think that's a bad faith reason. It's more just like it's difficult.
Wait, when they were making accusations of Hutch and like a family member, we acted quickly to resolve it. We figured out where it was. I think it was maybe even during the conversation with Lonerbox, we stopped the on-screen chat and we went to address it.
Did they?
Yeah, you're not, but you're not understanding the question.
Then help me. Why are they there?
Does it seem? Yeah, and I know you don't want to answer that one because it would require
I
some actual introspection and some.
I answered that question.
They love discourse. They like discourse.
No, I didn't say that. I don't know if you're listening to me half the time when I'm talking.
I am. Yeah, I think you gave 3 reasons. You said one is because I don't ban people who I disagree with in my chat. Not
to be judgy, but I think he likes money too much. That is the worst explanation for what Pisco. What are you talking about, man? What are you talking about? What? Isn't Pisco like a fucking attorney and shit? If you're an attorney or involved in like corporate law or whatever else, dude, you can make money. Okay, you'll be fine, unless he wants to be like a fucking 1.5 or 2K streamer. Shit, there ain't no way. 1K average streamer streaming 5 or 6 days a week. You don't make that much. Like, come on. Unless American attorneys get paid fuck all. 57.9K subs. Is that like it's done that like 3 times now, dude. It's gonna go back down again. Don't worry. I have no idea why. I've stopped paying attention to it or stopped caring about it. Trying to understand why that's happening. I just have this constant stream of people coming and going from the. I wonder if it's people who join just so they can talk and chat and then they unsubscribe again. Fuck knows.
The second one is that I give takes sometimes that I think are contrary to your takes.
Yep.
And then you give the H3 lawsuit as an example. And then the third one was that lefties might be drawn to your chat for.
Nice. Yeah, no, you did. I'm sorry. Yeah, you did. You did listen.
Okay. Yep. But the issue is not. The issue is just I don't understand. Maybe you just don't care. I guess I just don't understand how
About what? About all the people in the chat who are being mean and negative?
Yeah, I guess that's just a crazy. That's just a crazy thing to see, I guess, because I know that it would. I think it would bother you if you saw Hutch's chat.
He quit because he was starting a podcast with Destiny. Is that what he was doing? I had heard about that, but I don't know if that was why he quit. I thought he quit because he was streaming after all that. Although maybe, because I guess it doesn't make... And again, like I make bad career decisions all the fucking time, so maybe I can identify with it, but... I think if you were quitting a job to become a streamer, I don't know why you would quit when you're not already... Because Pisco is the kind of intelligence and talent that he could easily be like a 1K streamer. I mean, I know that... streaming demands that doesn't exactly correlate all the time, but I would wonder why you wouldn't do that before quitting the job by streaming part-time and seeing how it goes, kind of thing. He quit after. That's how I understood it. Yeah, maybe someone's been misinformed there. Oh shit, terrifying.
Making that level of comments, that level of commentary about you in conjunction
genocide
with
defender and stuff. Genocide defender,
genocide AR,
Israel
genocide
shill,
noir.
that kind of stuff.
Maybe, but it's hard because I don't even know what the equivalent attacks are because there's not much of a snark right or whatever. I don't even know what that would even look like because it's kind of the left and that type of community that does that.
Yep, they love
uniquely.
The extreme strawman.
But
I've never asked. I've never. I know. I'm gonna be honest. There are some critiques that you have made of me that have bothered me. There are critiques that people in your community that have made that have bothered me. I've never once asked you to be like, "Hey, moderate this."
What do you mean bothered me? What do you mean by bothered me?
Is he reflecting?
Like
no,
comments that annoyed me.
That's
what I mean by bothered.
What is that music?
That rubbed me the wrong way. That made me feel bad.
Like calling you like bad faith?
Like saying that I'm only having this opinion for the purpose of ingratiating myself with an audience to try to suck up to Hassan. That I'm
every day I pray to the gods. I pray to the gods to get called bad faith by my worst detractors. That would be so refreshing. Why am I looting? What? Oh, that.
These aren't my real opinions. I don't actually have those opinions. That I'm lying. These are all impugning my character.
I feel like these are not common. I don't know if these are common comments. I think most of us are just really fucking confused. And then some people are like, I'm a Pisco hater from day one or something. I think most people are really confused.
You don't get called bad faith. No, I do. I'm talking about for my worst haters. I love it how chat's instinct right now is like, if only my worst haters actually just called me bad faith as opposed to wanting fucking kids to get shot in the head and raped and before or after they're dead, whichever fucking order, versus being called bad faith. And then you guys are like, oh, I guess me, someone who's not your biggest hater, is going to call you bad faith now. So now I've just got people accusing me of fucking wanting to kill kids and get them raped. And then also people who like me call me bad faith. What the fuck did I just do? Should just not say anything. Waste of time.
I don't know. I can go back and look at the
what?
threads,
What are they?
and then I think
Do you
most
think
people
I've
are really-
changed? Do you think I've changed my beliefs or like changed who I am? This is who I am. I've always
Because
been
sometimes it seems
combative and
incredibly obvious what somebody on your show or like what Hutch will talk about. It'll seem really obvious like what's going on, and you are like debate raping him. Sometimes even in front of a guest, to where a guest gets out 5
Debate
words in the
raping.
question. The Jose guy, I don't remember what the question was. You're like,
No.
"Damn, this is right? That was an insane
that was well.
thing. And then
That
for
was
the
well
last
into the
30
conversation.
minutes of that show, you grinded the fuck out of him, and it's like, holy shit! What is the purpose of this?
And what you're saying is that's not what I'm known for doing.
No, I guess if you have one gear all the time,
Do you think I have one gear all the time?
Okay. That would pass.
no, I don't think so. I think you're capable of not rolling in that gear. I think that is super possible. I think 100%. I think that's super possible to do that. But if you don't, you can also just say that. You say, no, I roll in one gear all the
No,
time.
no,
I'm
may-
probably going to
may-
attract
may-
extreme
maybe
chat
the
like that way,
answer
and
is-
then fuck it.
Maybe the answer is sometimes I get sort of prompted to be more combative in a debate, and sometimes I don't. And it's not like me deciding Machiavellianly to go after.
I don't think I've ever
people.
said Machiavellian. You're ascribing. This is how people talk about me, and I'm sure they've talked about me to you that way, and I'm sure they're telling you that I talk about you that way. It's very rare that I ascribe Machiavellianism, regardless of what you've heard.
I
from the
saw
people.
your so I'm just gonna all cards
Go
on my
ahead.
chest. All right, I saw your review of my discussion with Hutch, and I'm like, you can't imagine
Yes.
how bizarre it is for me to like. I get the message from Hutch. Hey, let's talk in the morning. He even says let's battle. I think or something approaching that.
Let's
And
fight.
Yes.
I'm like, I'm gonna just let him ask me anything he wants. I'm going to do my best to like just really assure him that I'm coming at this from the right perspective. And your take was he's mind fucking Hutch. He's trying to fuck with him. This isn't even a real conversation. It's not a real debate. Like, bro,
Pisco,
you're ascribing.
Can you explain to me why at the end of that conversation you asked Hutch, you know that you're my boy, right? And Hutch couldn't even give you an absolute yes or no.
I
for
th- I
that.
th-
Why do you think he started on that?
I think I hurt his feelings.
So then, if that's your boy, and you guys talk way more than me and you probably have ever talked, and I'm confused, why would it be crazy?
Does
That
anyone know where do you get fucking flying skill here? Because I've got my little mount. I've got my little nether drake. But where do I actually learn the skill? Is it in Shatrath? I think it probably is, right? In the big fucking refugee camp.
I'm confused on the outside of that. If Hutch is confused himself,
I think that I think sometimes I
Shadow
undercount
Moon?
and
Really?
underappreciate how much
Fuck!
being like pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed can have like an effect on people. And
yeah, but it's also
That not
just you
everyone is
pushing and
able
pushing. It's
to-
you pushing and pushing, and all of your chat is the most vitriolic, by your own words, destructively criticizing
Hutch
him.
says he doesn't really care
same
about that.
time.
Hutch has said he doesn't care about that. Hutch has never communicated to me once that like he wants me
Wait,
to.
epic. I don't want epic flying. I want normal flying. What the fuck? I don't even need it. I just need to go and get. I should probably get epic riding first. Okay. Shut up. Don't listen to you guys, idiots.
I asked him before, do you want me to ban Ogre Boy? He said no. And so yeah, like it,
I don't
if-
think anybody would ever
Both
say
Shadow
yes
Moon.
to that,
Okay.
though. It doesn't work that way.
That's a long ways away.
But I don't know how to make you
he
understand
is
that, I guess.
he has signaled that he's not bothered by the shit. I think that he's
I think Hut said he wasn't bothered by the clip chimping or the Hassan Twitter stuff. That's what he wasn't bothered by, but that might not be everything.
was his feelings were hurt
Here,
about how
I could be
approached that.
totally wrong, and I might just be in a total imaginary fucking world, okay? I'm not actually, and I won't hedge on that. I think that if Hutch was watching a stream and you guys were having a debate, and some guy in your chat typed in some shit, another unhinged personal attack about how Hutch is simping for Diddy GG or some other weird fucking comment about Hutch and pro genocide or something, whatever the fuck else, and you somebody like, hey, not cool, or you like timed out that person, or if he saw
Mega Airhead, thanks to tier 1 sub. Any tips for D versus Constantine debate from DGG chat? It's going to be, if it's UK politics, it's all going to be immigration and Brexit and maybe a bit about fucking Reform UK. Oh yeah, Reform UK. Reform UK are so Russia. People don't emphasize that enough. They're giga Russia. But I guess Constantine might not care because he probably has the centrist retard view on Ukraine. Speech laws, that's another one. It's good to get to grips with exactly how much freedom of speech we have in the UK. Keir Starmer's approach to immigration. Restore UK. Oh, fuck them, I don't know. They're still quite fresh on the menu. I don't know, if you guys want to do UK debates, my UK notes are up now. I think I haven't... Do I still have... I've got so many... I've been trying to do this over the weekend as well, consolidating my Obsidian notes. I did some of them. I did Iran. I did some of the Ottoman Palestine stuff. But like some of them, putting them together to make them actually like intelligible to someone who's... oh, God. Making them intelligible to someone who is not me is a bit of a challenge, actually. I think the manifestos are a good one as well. Reform's economic policy is never spoken about enough because they are such ultimate fucking scammers when it comes to the proposals they have for econ. Especially the whole like cutting waste thing. It should be very obvious that they are just hoodwinking when you look at that side of things. Especially with the performance of their counselors. Oh yeah, that counselor who wanted to make fucking 8-year-olds walk for like 5 miles in the countryside in the winter to walk to school, like canceling the buses from a certain range so that little fucking nippers had to just walk on a country road to school in the dark. That 18-year-old reform counselor proposing that was quite funny. That was good news. Is reform essentially a get-rich-quick kind of typical power? Yeah, well, their economic policy does sound like that, yeah. They just say, we're going to get rid of waste. There's so much waste, we're going to get rid of all the waste, all this bloat. And it's like, they come into these councils, and they don't get rid of any waste, and they actually just end up putting up council tax. Yeah. Or they claim to have some kind of like, I think it was like a quantitative easing. Yeah, it was a quantitative easing trick that they claimed to have to raise money, but it was shot down pretty hard by... pretty much every economic institution in the country. Wait, where do you get horses? I want to buy a horse. Is it here? I swear to God it's in this area, isn't it? Shit!
saw that, I think it would be a little part of him would be like, oh, that's cool. Pisco cares about the image of me that's on his stream, the way that his stream is perceiving me.
Right,
you're
you're categorizing the nature of the comments. The nature of the comments that you're categorizing as like beyond the pale, or ones that relate, I guess, to Israel or the genocide.
Ask Vosh.
And those that relate to like you. What other clutch of criticisms, or what kinds of criticisms? That's why I'm trying to like get a rule. Like, what's the rule that you think is a good rule by which to, sort of sort out the harsh and biting and vicious and even unreasonable critique from beyond the pale, inappropriate, not even worth.
It's not going to be like a hard, like you can't. I don't know if you can make a rule like that.
Like personal attacks rule.
I mean, maybe. But like if I had to bootstrap like 50 rules to chat saying like no racial slurs, no race realism.
Destiny was mind blown over Schengen. What's mind blowing about Schengen? What, the fact that the UK wasn't even in it? I don't know if he's done it yet, but man, when you bring up people like if you look at the composition of migrants before and after Brexit, that's when it just gets so fucking mental. When you look at the fact that our net migration, that net migration from outside of the EU to the UK before Brexit never went above 100K per year. Not once. Not once. And now it's like 700 or some crazy shit. And EU migration, which made up the bulk, I think it peaked at like 300,000. But now obviously EU migration's in the negative, and outside the EU, net migration has just exploded. And again, for the same kind of people who talk about common European Western values and all that shit, it's like you realize that Brexit just got rid of the EU migrants. It got rid of the EU migrants and then replaced them with the with the non-EU ones that you guys apparently fucking hate. That was quite crazy. Like those numbers, when you see them, are just absolutely fucking hideous.
No race essentialism, no what if every day you came to show there's a new rule like that, I think people would be like, what the fuck? Why do we have 62 different rules related to how we can talk about racial essential ideas or racially essential? I think people be like, okay, this seems like a chat that is drawing these types of people. For whatever reason, they really want to have this conversation in here. And so the idea that like you need to make a new rule or ban the people doing it, like if there's like
I don't like to be ad hoc. I don't like to be ad hoc. Maybe that's like I don't like to be. I like to have.
They'd just be bitching about Eastern European migrants if it weren't brown people. Kind of, but during Brexit, they weren't doing that. During Brexit, the immigration that they were drawing everyone's attention to was the Syrian refugee crisis. That's what Nigel Farage standing in front of that billboard of all the migrants. But it was like, them coming to the UK, it doesn't have anything to do with Britain's membership in the EU. But yeah, it's just that no one understood what the EU was or what it did, unfortunately. They just, man, why did we have a referendum on such a fucking important decision? Why did we do that? I know why. It's just not a good reason. It's only 570 for journeyman riding. Oh. Wait, where's the fucking horse though? Hey, where's my horse? What kind of horse am I getting? Swift white, Palomino or Swift brown? What kind of Swift? What's this guy? Okay, you're like a light brown. Okay. Where's the other ones? Swift brown. Okay, that's a nice brown. That's a good shade. It's like mahogany almost. Swift white. Ooh. Do I want the brown one or the white one? Probably the brown one. The white one's a bit too Gandalf. Decisions.
Have things be clear and upfront about what the conduct is, and so anything less than like
it's
clear
not about being.
statements is not something I like.
If you're asking good faith, so like here, so one thing I've noticed when I talk about conservatives is when whenever they want to talk about anything, they always bring up trans people. Okay, and I started joking about the girl cock. These guys are.
You can just use the free mount. Yeah, but I don't think they don't give you a free epic mount, do they? Where's the free epic mount? You don't get one. Wait. This one becomes epic. Oh my god, what the fuck just happened? When you buy the skill, I should have done this so much earlier than I did. This is an epic mount. It turns into one when you buy the skill. Fuck me, man. That's crazy. Do I want to ride this lumbering piece of shit around? Look at it. He just looks like he's walking really fast. He's defying all the laws of all the things. Look at this. Pathetic, wretched beast. What's he doing? Look at that. Look at me on it. Dangling. Like, I look like I'm trying to not fall over. Is this really what I want to be? The kind of rogue that I want to be in this game? What the fuck? Why not flying mount? I'll get it, but look at, he's just waddling. Okay. I guess, well, holding on to... Yeah, I am. This guy, yeah, this mount is just doing its best. It's epic mount doing its best. I don't know. Do I want to keep this? Fuck that.
Obsessed with girl cock. And at some point, every time
Wait, sorry, I'm missing this. Sorry.
What did we say about girl cock?
Sure.
I'm missing this.
Is when whenever they want to talk about anything, they always bring up trans people. Okay, and I started joking about the girl cock. These guys are obsessed with girl cock. And at some point, every time
Wait, sorry, I'm missing this. Sorry, my bad.
Sure. Anytime conservatives would bring up trans people, they'd always say or anytime any political issue comes up, conservatives would talk about trans women. Always, every single time.
They
Okay. So I
love
started
trans
saying,
women.
okay, it's time for girl cock. We're talking about girl cock. And then eventually got abbreviated in my chat as gawk, gawk, gawk. And it was funny, it's a good meme, but I noticed that maybe a month into this, every single time anything related to trans people came up on stream, anytime it came up, people started to spam gawk. I'm like, okay, well, hold on. This is kind of weird now. I don't think that it's an ad hoc rule to say, okay, guys, we're not doing this. I think that if I see my community portraying an image that I don't feel like accurately reflects what I feel or what I think, I would probably want to curb down on that behavior depending on how extreme the behavior is about things that I believe strongly in. So if all my chat said they really liked the movie Titanic and it was their favorite movie ever, that's not a thing I would care that much about. But if they're putting values or things out into the world that I severely disagree with, like making extreme personal attacks against friends or having extremely divergent, offensive political views, I would probably do something to guide the community. But it wouldn't be a matter of like, I'm just banning the word or I'm
Well,
banning
you
the
just mentioned some things there that I think could be made into rules. Like, for one, on the trans issue, like anything related to intrinsic characteristics, those kinds of attacks are unacceptable. Extreme personal attacks are not acceptable. Extreme attacks as against people's characters.
Do you ever watch movies, by the way? I feel like you never give media takes. I just don't know why you guys need my media takes. Yeah, I watch films sometimes. Not very often, but yeah. I'm kind of, when it comes to film though, I guess I am just like a much more passive viewer. Like I'll give all my takes in the world on music, but for film, I feel like I'm one of those guys that like I wouldn't know a good film from a bad one. There are the ones I like and the ones I don't like. I'm not like a fucking letterboxed reviewer or whatever the fuck.
Who are friendly with the
Yeah,
show.
really,
Those are
Look at him jumping.
I don't think I have those rules in my chat. They might be. I don't think so. But I think if somebody were to come into my stream and somebody's like, oh, this guy's a fucking wetback or whatever, I don't think I would need a rule against it. I think everybody in chat would look at that person and types in feels weird, man, and then you'd probably get banned or something, or you'd probably just leave.
Yeah, when I say
like,
rule,
okay,
I don't mean like necessarily, though I prefer it to be written down somewhere so that so people know how to conduct themselves. Because in my opinion, everyone should get a shot. Like I think everyone should get a chance to be in compliance. And so the rule is more just like a set of guiding criteria that I can tell my mods, because oftentimes I am just like listening to the conversation, but also that I hold myself to following. And so it may be, I don't think it's unreasonable for me to be like, give me the rule, or what do you think a good rule would be? Maybe it's something like that, extreme personal attacks, or attacks, repeated attacks against stream guests or something like that. But I don't think it's too much to ask for that.
I would never ban somebody calling somebody like bad faith. I don't think I'd ever ban that. But if I had a friend that was coming into my stream and every single time he came in, every single person was like, oh, bad faith, bad faith, bad faith, I'd be like, well, fuck, what's happening right now that my whole community is interpreting things like this? I don't think I would ban the behavior. I think I would either have a discussion about it or I would do something to try to guide them in a different direction. But remember earlier you said that after your 4-hour conversation, you felt like your community had an even worse opinion of Hutch afterwards. You had a 4-hour talk about one hypothetical that you said you're not any closer to the answer.
Well, no, that's
and
not
all
accurate.
that would do is what?
It's not accurate that the entire conversation was about that. The conversation was about like what I view my political theory as. It ventured into like personal, like.
Well, sure. Sorry, it seemed like it was inspired somehow by that question and by
no,
the end of the
100%.
conversation, we were no closer.
Well, no, but I don't think that's my fault. I don't think it's my fault. I don't have clarity on that. Hutch is.
What about your top 3 movies? I was thinking in my head of doing a meme of just being like Lolita, Leon, the director's cut. But I couldn't think of a third one. And also that's just a bad rage bait. Not in this environment. Not with this many clippers on standby.
Like,
what do you think that Lonerbox is at fault? When you guys were on that show, Lonerbox had to call out like anti-Lebanese racism in your chat related to supporting.
Is he
Israel.
at fault? No, that's unacceptable.
How does that?
People should be banned for anti-Lebanese remarks.
How does that make you feel when somebody makes that call out? Do you feel anything?
Lonerbox? It makes me feel sad.
Oh.
And upset.
Just sad. That's it.
I don't know what you want. It feels bad. It feels bad. Wait, dude, come on. This is so silly. You're getting triggered over me saying sad and bad.
What are they doing to my boy?
What fucking magic words
if I were to bring on somebody on my stream who's black and my chat started spamming racial slurs, that would be humiliating for me. I would feel disgusted. Be like, well, hold on. This is not my community at its best. This doesn't reflect what I believe in. I don't think it reflects what I hope not, what my community is supposed to believe in. I understand the huge gender disparity for the 90-10 male-female stuff, but that's one of the reasons why we talk about the fucking women stuff so much. I think that a lot of the ways that they treat women on or off stream or whatever, I think is not the best. And it makes me feel bad. I don't like it. I don't enjoy when my community talks about things like that. And the fact that, I don't know, if I was on a show and somebody is like calling out what are like insanely disgusting comments in my chat, I think I would be like, oh shit, like, let me get that. Like, that's...
You're just taking your woke victory lap because I said bad and sad, and you're like, wow, you should have elaborated more and like gone on a fucking monologue.
If that's how if that's how you feel, I mean, it was your description, but I mean, it seems like you just said you don't care much about it. So I mean,
okay.
Let me jump in real quick. Okay, so Pisco, I was like, I feel. Listen, I'm willing to give you the benefit of the doubt because I'm.
To be fair, I got pretty embarrassed by you guys, but. I don't know. Do I just ban like a lot more aggressively than I should? Maybe that's the problem. Maybe we need to just ban less for big community growth. Fuck knows.
I'm argumentative too, and I'm just generally like optimistic about people, but I have definitely told you a number of times that your chat is pretty unhinged. So when I hear you
fuck,
say,
Hutch intervening,
like,
shit,
no,
no.
I get confused by that. It's kind of like a running meme on the podcast, right?
Well, I didn't know that you wanted me to get like rid of those people.
Well, I mean,
what would the implication be though? Like if someone's saying that there's a problem with your community, they're kind of fucking deranged. That's usually implying that.
Thoughts on the bassoon?
But it's difficult though, because it's like that thing that you shouldn't have to be in that position. I don't want to be going around being like, can I talk to the manager in your community? Can you make your community more of a safe space for me? Because it feels like humiliating to try to do that. Like fuck, I feel like an asshole. I'm just gonna do quests. Okay.
I don't know if I said ban people, but we've definitely, like, it's been said multiple times on the podcast.
Well, no, what I'm talking about is like that it upsets you such that you think that like action should be taken. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, like some kind of moderation. Like if you think like it's ban worthy, then that's up to you. But like some kind of moderation. So like people in my chat sometimes will, if we're debating, they'll accuse you of bad faith or whatever. But if you talk to my chat or if you ask them, they will all tell you that I almost always, like when I see it like really picking up, I basically every single time will tell chat like, okay, chill. You can have disagreements with his debate, but like don't do like the crazy ad hoc.
His letter allowing people to come up from the waiting room. Shell shock. Are you not the person we argue about trans people with? I don't want to do a trans debate right now. Also, I'm not feeling very well, so don't think I'm in screamo mode today. Which it will be if I let any of these animals into my... No trans debate. What are we talking about? Give me a fuck me. Give me a topic and we'll see. But it's probably a no, not to raise your expectations. I'm surprised you remember me. Well, I think it's because you came up in the Discord not long ago.
Which is a little bit different than, like I'm not actively like banning people. You have to go pretty far in my chat to get a ban. But I do make an effort to, like, if it's a friend of the stream, don't like start accusing this person of wanting to like murder babies or whatever. I did have to take the chat off of my screen when we do the podcast a lot of the times because I would get so distracted. Because like the things that people were saying about me in your chat was like literally like, sweeping for genocide and, the wildest straw man arguments I've ever seen in my life. And so that does get to be a little bit like, I think I just kind of got to a place where I dismissed it. I'm like, okay, I guess he's just idiosyncratic like that. Maybe he's like a maximalist free speech kind of person, but
I really am.
The idea that
people from my community know that. Now, if it bothers you, we can definitely get rid of it in the context of our podcast. 100%. Yeah. I didn't know that it bothered you.
I've seen Hutch's chat accuse Pisco of sweeping for tankies. Yeah, but if you think this is next door to fucking genocide supporter who thinks BB's done no war crimes and wants kids to get fucking shot in the head, you're a retard. Sorry.
Well, I mean, listen, we have said stuff before, Pisco.
No, that it's
what are we
crazy.
doing
I didn't know that it bothered you such that you think I should take action.
No, but why would we bring it up if it didn't bother me?
Well, it could be that you're commenting on it because you think it's crazy. I didn't know that you specifically wanted action. I mean, that's just, if you wanted me to clean up the
I
chat
have to use this
in the
Shit.
context of our podcast, I'm happy to do that.
But why would I bring it up?
I have no idea. Like you're bringing it up to express your dissatisfaction with it. I don't take that to be a view that you like want me to take particular action.
The fuck?
Well, I'm
You want
not
me
just
to-
making
You
casual
want me to ban
conversation
people?
when I bring that up,
So
though.
you want me to ban people who do what? Who
It's
are?
not that he wants you to ban
No, no,
people. It's that
wait,
he
wait.
wants you
Oh
to
my-
want to do something.
You want me to want to ban
Hey.
people who do what?
Not ban people, but just like
Take action against who?
it's not about that.
Hello,
Who
Dev.
do you want me to take action against?
I don't know how to say this without sounding like super like virtue signaling.
You have to come in with a kill list. That would be a bit long if I ever had to do that.
But when I see people making like extreme personal attacks, and I don't always get everything. Like I don't always see. So there could be things that go through the cracks, but my moderators know to like crack
Right.
down if it reaches a certain kind of threshold. That's just, so that's my instinct. It's because like we're pod pals or whatever, and so my instinct is to be like, chill, you guys just chill. And so like when I look at the live and learn chat, and you know, like half of the chat
You know, I stopped it.
is like accusing
on
me of like
multiple-
supporting genocide. Then it did get to a point where I was like, I'm just not even gonna look at the chat, because it was distracting. Like it was like really intense kind of accusations.
Well, listen, I didn't know that you wanted me to take that more serious.
Come on, why are you, Pisco? Why are you saying that?
You think
Come
I'm
on.
lying?
If I
You think,
bring-
you think I'm
if I-
lying to you? I'm telling you the truth.
I don't.
Hutch is
I
getting
don't
coy.
know what to make of this, Pisco. Because if I tell you like, yo, your chat is wild. Like that's not just me saying like, hey, how's the weather? It's not the same kind of like conversation. It's like me. That's obviously me. Like bringing
I feel
something
like
into your chat.
you
Like, in that
know,
moment-
like the boyfriend girlfriend situation where it's like, why don't you just say what you mean? Why don't you just like? This is what I feel like. I just like, I maybe have a more I don't know what to say, idiosyncratic view of like the chat and what I allow for and what I don't. But truly, I didn't get the inclination that you wanted me to take any particular action. And even as I sit here, like it sounds like what you want me to do is tell people to calm down about you, which I do at times. And so that, and I'm just like, well, you want me to do it more frequently? Or is it me even asking?
The problem with the relationship analogy is like if like the complaint is something like you don't tell me you love me enough or whatever, it's like, oh, so you want me to tell you I love you like at least like once a week or once every a few days? Oh, okay, I'll just. But then once that's happened, it's like it probably just feels a bit less validating if you've had to be reminded of it, you know? So, yeah.
Like insulting to you, like the fact that I'm asking it is like an anathema to you.
I mean, I'm a bit incredulous right now because like
About what?
Uh-oh.
it's I don't know. I can forgive like being idiosyncratic in certain ways, but if I know that it came up like multiple times. It wasn't just like once or twice. It became like a running gag, like a meme on the chat where it was like that, and then the joke was like, we all know whose chat that person came from or whatever.
Oftentimes those people weren't in my chat, but like even putting that aside, like
Botman, thanks for the €5. The public yearns for your media takes. Thoughts on Adam Sandler comedies? Listen, I'm not going to hide from my past, okay? I used to think they were really funny. Billy Madison, Little Nicky, Waterboy, all that shit. I can't really say I know why. I don't even know why those films were allowed to get released, honestly. They're not... Dude. But, you know... I feel like a German admitting that they were kind of indifferent to the camps.
I took that as a joke and as you guys like expressing shit. I didn't take that as you saying, fucking do something, bitch. And if that was what you were trying to communicate, I did not have that communicated to me. and I'm not lying about that. I think you're accusing me of lying. Are you?
No, I don't know. Truthfully, I don't know how to make sense of it because it's difficult for me to put myself in your shoes. And
do you think Oppenheimer was good? Yeah, it was, but I didn't understand that whole bit after the bomb had been dropped when they're just kind of running around and doing hearings and stuff like that. That flow was strange to me. I will also say Barbie was better than Oppenheimer. Sorry, it was more watchable, better flow, more pleasant to watch, more memorable. I'll say it. And I watched them both in the same day. And I expected to like Oppenheimer more, okay? Come at me. And that's when I discovered that I might be non-binary. Huh! I mean, it had Ryan Gosling. Yeah.
and have the, like, it's fine if people like, if people are saying like, oh, he's fucking bald, or he's like fucking 40-year-old, or like that stuff, the superficial stuff, that I could give a fuck less. That like, that doesn't bother me. But if I look at the chat and it says, this guy, like, it's with the particular.
So the guy who liked Game of Thrones season 8, don't strawman me, you fucking asshole. I love Game of Thrones season 8, okay? I live, breathe, wank, sweat, bleed, everything by Game of Thrones season 8, okay? I know you just love to obsess about themes and continuity because you're trying to impress your fucking film school teachers, okay? No one gives a fuck about your themes. That's why no one will remember your name, and they will remember the names of those two guys who did season 8 Game of Thrones. Absolute banger.
Particular crowd that I'm thinking of, they relentlessly lie, like relentlessly lie. And I think it's because a lot of them watch Hassan, and he relentlessly lies.
Relentlessly.
Like, he has accused me as recently as just like a week and a half ago of being paid by Progressive Victory to do Israeli propaganda.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
Like,
Based?
if I asked your chat right now, like, how many people in your chat think that I was paid by PV to do Israeli propaganda?
It's
Only
not.
about-
It's
Like, I feel like
definitely.
it would be
Only about 5%, which is quite a lot.
like,
It's definitely not a representative sample because the views have been upped for.
oh, they're all
these
juiced up because of the
Yeah.
oh, I see. But
Yeah.
but if it was like a regular audience, I feel like it would be like a decent chunk of them that believe that.
I'm not sure.
Which
I mean,
to
I
me,
could-
that's
I
like,
could fucking pull it
that
if you
stuff I
wanted.
find. That stuff I find like pretty unsettling. It is an unsettling experience on the internet to look at a chat and see like dozens of people
Shit.
saying that this guy was paid to do Israeli propaganda.
Listen, I had no thought about that. Like, I see your chat sometimes pretty negative towards me. Maybe you're saying it's different in kind or something.
Excuse me.
And maybe I didn't perceive that difference in kind with respect to the chats. I understand that my chat is like very specifically antagonistic at times towards things that you're saying, but I truly didn't know that you wanted me to take additional action. And if
No, but you don't think that my chat goes as hard as your chat, do you? That's not what you're saying, right?
I'm not saying that, I'm not making a assessment there. I'm just saying they're both highly negative.
No, but you would acknowledge that your chat, but like, you would acknowledge that your chat goes way beyond like what you see in my chat, right?
In what sense? In what, like, qualitative sense?
Does he genuinely just not know? Or
It's like
again,
the difference again.
I would find it very hard to believe that they are. I would find it hard to believe that they are softer on Hutch than they are with me. That wouldn't make any sense. Would it? I am very disliked by these people. I don't know.
And it's like the difference between like, oh, Pisco's arguing in bad faith, which is like, you know, that's like, you know, kind of a nasty accusation. But like, compare that to, you know, oh, well, you know, Hutch got paid to do genocide apologia.
Based.
Like, these are
Huge.
very different scales.
Remember,
right?
these people believe it as well. They've inherited all of the fucking conspiratorial anti-Semitism they require and just made it left wing. That's not just a meme.
I don't recall seeing that chat in my stream, but I agree
Oh.
that those are like different things. It's like implying that you're getting paid by the state of Israel or some shit. That's different in kind of like bad faith accusations.
Oh, fuck!
Maybe it's different also to like the grifting accusations, in that a grifting or audience captured accusation, which you agree you can find plenty of it in the Hutch comment section, correct? That is
That
like,
your audience captured?
yeah.
Yeah. So
I'm gonna say no. Paid versus audience captured. Like, sorry, to some degree, like everyone is a little bit audience captured. Like, we can't just do whatever we want all the fucking time on stream. Like, you do have to do. There is some discipline there. There is some considering what. Yeah, I wouldn't say these are in the same sphere. If it were actually like completely like if it were just like getting fucking wall spammed in the same way, and if they were saying it over like their audience captured into us completely like cataclysmically damning statement, like their audience captured into supporting a genocide, then that might be like still not quite the same as you're getting paid by an organization to do it, but okay.
some people say that, yeah, but do you know what I do every time, bro? Every single time I see that, I'm like, hang on, guys. I have said this probably 24 times in my chat, some variation of this. Like, guys, I understand that there's a lot of commentary about Pisco. I have not seen any evidence that he's like in the tank
New
for
goal.
tankies or
Okay.
actively trying to like court Hassan's audience. Like, I push back very directly every time I see that.
Okay, I know people take it like as a joke, this Hutch my boy thing. I think that a lot of throat clearers like that, unless they're supported by actual action, like lose a lot of their effect. Maybe I should be more sort of targeted when I do throat clearers, but the intent is to suggest that I think you're operating in good faith, and that it's like not a personal thing, and that I largely, don't want them to get a wrong impression from whatever I'm about to say. But that has sort of turned into a throat clear, which is meant to like signal abuse or something, or bullying of you or some shit. So maybe, and here I'm genuinely looking to see like what. I didn't expect you
It's a pretty
to
big
come on,
acknowledgement.
to be honest, because I truly didn't think that you wanted me to do anything else. But I'm happy to workshop ideas with you about how you think I should approach it going forward. Maybe
No, but
the throat clearers.
but I was hearing you say that nobody brought it up to you in the past, but that's not true.
No,
People have brought it up to you in the past. People on the podcast have brought it up to you in the past.
do you think that when I said that I was meaning no one has brought up my chat before? What did you think I meant by that?
Yeah. Yeah.
No, but I can just tell you that's not. I can just tell you that's not what I meant. What I meant by that
Well,
is
I don't know how to make sense of that. You said, well, no one has told me that it bothered them.
Didn't Lance accuse you of being paid on straight? Yeah, and then I brought it to him, and then he just kept on asking me more fucking questions, and yeah, like he had nothing. He had absolutely nothing. Yeah, he's a fucking retard. Like again, like, but I think the difference with Lance is that his brain is actually like mush. I wouldn't even expect him to go through a logical through line of explaining claim versus evidence or anything like that, because his brain is just gone. That guy communicates completely in fucking vibes and Twitter memes. And he didn't want to talk about it, so well, piss baby. I just want to accuse you of things that I have no evidence of, and if you want to talk to me about it, then that's just debate, bro. Wow. But yeah, he's different. He's genuinely just like a lost and confused fucking loser. So kind of like Vadim, yeah.
Them.
so.
I mean, I guess maybe literally that's true. I don't know if I ever literally said like,
You
hey,
didn't.
that bothers me, but
You haven't.
okay. But I mean, if I'm bringing it up in the way that I've done in the past, and it wasn't even just me, but like, if I'm bringing it up in that way, like, bro, your chat is wild. Some of the stuff they're saying about me is wild. Like, what do you think I'm saying by that? You think I'm just
Dude,
marveling at it like a waterfall or something?
I think that
Lance is just legit IQ capped. IQ capped. Maxed out on IQ points. Fuck.
that you're signaling disagreement with it. I think that I don't think that you're suggesting particular course of conduct.
Three
Maybe
of
that's
them.
stupid of me to interpret it that way, but like, I took the running gag of it to be like, this is all something we accept. If, like, I'm gonna be honest with you, Hutch, in organizations, I think, or in like sort of setups with different people, I think that communication, maybe we should have like meetings and shit or something, or like a monthly meeting, because I think that this is an opportunity for us to
What did he say?
potentially
Medians?
like be on the same page more. Because
Okay.
I'm telling you, I just had no impression that you wanted me to act
You
differently with
can't
respect to my
reason
chat.
with anyone who is Mildred adjacent.
Mildred. Oh God, I'm sorry, Mildred. But yes,
You can say that's
No,
like
when I would bring
you're
up-
incredulous about that. It's just like I didn't think that even in the last thing that you just said with Steven here, you were like, it doesn't bother me. Like, so I don't know. I
No,
really
there was a specific part that didn't bother him, which was the clip chimping, right? Getting clipped on Twitter by Hassan heads.
didn't have the impression.
our debates, like whatever back and
No, you
forth.
said
that
you
and
said
I
the
get
reply
in.
people don't bother you. That's what I. So that's what you said.
Did he say that, or
previously.
did he just say
And so
the?
No, I meant.
And when
I
you said
meant,
that, I was
to
like,
be
oh,
clear,
that makes sense.
to be clear, I meant like the personal insults, like that stuff. After 17 years of being on the internet, it's like whatever. I don't really care. Like
Well, so
the
Help me out. What
really
does
kind of
bother you?
the really kind of superficial kind. But like, for example, when we got into the segregationist discourse, it was like, it's basically been every week since.
Someone's just joined this group with my real life friend, and they're like a viewer. Is it the loner bonger? Oh no.
That conversation, that if I open chat and look at it, and there's going to be like people in the chat that are saying like, oh, this is the guy that wants segregationists to come back into the Democratic Party. Like like that's
That's the kind of thing that bothers
that's
you,
beyond
right?
like a superficial, that's beyond like a superficial, old bald whatever thing. And
they're
then now
interpreting you in
that's
bad
just
faith.
like blatantly misinterpreting. Like, even I'm looking at your chat right now,
Uh oh.
I don't have
and
the YouTube,
like,
oh,
you know what I mean?
didn't-
Like,
the YouTube one, I didn't activate the because we undid it. I can't see the YouTube one. I can only see the kick. I probably should.
no, but like that some of the chat that I look at right now in that's active right now is like the same stuff that shows up on the podcast, where it's like, this is the same guy that actively wants to court segregationists.
Actively.
And it's like, I don't know.
I
if
wonder
I'm
where
asking-
they got that turn of phrase from. This is the guy. Isn't this the guy who actively?
What things bother you, Hutch? I really am just trying to know what bothers you that
I'm trying to
I
explain
know.
it to you though. But I'm trying to
Hold
I'm
on.
trying to explain it to you.
That's a
right?
JDAM.
Like, if you call me bald, I don't give a fuck. If you say, I'm older, weird looking, I don't give a fuck. If you say that I actively want to court
Whoa!
segregationists
Come
into
here.
the Democratic Party, like,
Yeah.
that is so
What are
beyond
we talking about here?
That
Need
bothers
more.
any kind of superficial insult that I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's because these people are just fully deranged.
Yeah.
There's some internet communities that are kind of centered around like a cult of personality, or like there's anti-fandoms. And so they just jump to these like wild conclusions. I don't know if they actually believe these things, or if they're just trying to like discredit me by repeating these insane accusations. But it's like that stuff that I think that takes it to like a new kind of level that
Okay.
goes beyond.
Okay.
I'm bothered when
What I would say,
people
like,
in your chat say that I'm grifting for tankies, and I would like you to delete all those comments.
Wait, but Pisco,
I'll delete all, I'll delete all the
every-
comments about that you're referencing.
No, but Pisco, every time I
Yeah, but it's weird that complaint goes back and forth, because the grifting for tankies thing is a response to the fact that there are a bunch of tankies in Pisco's chat who have an excuse, who are being given free reign to make up all the shit, though. It's a different thing there. Okay. Strange.
see those kinds of comments every single time. I say to my chat, guys, I do not think he's courting tankies. Like, ask any regular in my chat.
Okay, when
and
I
they
see
will
those
tell
comments,
me
I'll
that
say, I have said before that I think it's a mischaracterization of your view that you want to invite Epstein people or segregationists into the party. But when I see it, I will go out and say that that's not true, because I don't believe it, and I agree with that.
Kill
I will make that commitment.
engineers. Okay.
Okay, that would be great. That would be great.
Oh.
Well, this is what I think is great about reaching out, because I truly, I'm going to be honest, like I did not know that those kinds of comments bothered you. And it seems like they more relate to misinterpreting your arguments and sort of bad faith interpretations that seem malicious. That's the kind of stuff that bothers you, right?
It's the wild, like, straw man, basically.
Wild straw man.
Wild accusations. Hutch literally thinks that Epstein would be like a good president, or Hutch literally wants to like actively court.
It's smears. That's what it is. It's like, it's just smears. Whether they believe it or not shouldn't really matter, because if they do believe, then they're too fucking stupid to be in your community anyway. Like, Pisco's a smart person.
Segregationists into the party. That stuff is a part of like a larger coordinated effort by the people that I spar with. Like, you're
going on
aware that
here?
these communities and these creators just actively lie, right? Like, you're aware of that, right?
Which communities? The Hassan communities? They lie, yeah.
All that. I mean, like Hassan, but like it's so much bigger than Hassan. It's like Mike, like all of that, like extended universe. Like, you're aware that they knowingly,
Snarkoids.
blatantly lie, like regularly, right?
I'm aware of
Fuck.
many lies.
No,
know
that's not what I asked you though. But like that, those communities.
The regularity of it isn't something that I have a strong view on. I know Hassan has lied multiple times. I don't watch enough of these people's content to say it in those terms. I know that they lie a lot.
Okay. It is a lot. It is a lot. And it's a deliberate strategy. If they feel vulnerable in any kind of way,
It is quite funny that so much of this is just downstream from the fact that Hassan can't handle, he's not like intellectually capable of handling criticism. Because again, when I attack Hassan, it's like 99.9% of the time me making fun of him for having retarded political takes. And he doesn't have the intellect to handle that. He can't even, half the time he can't even fucking watch my clips, even when there's commentary on the clips. Like, he'll just read the Twitter commentary on top of the clip and not even watch the video, because he's probably afraid that I'll contradict him on something that he can't have an answer for. So his way of dealing with all that, because he's too insecure about his intelligence to handle it properly, is just to make smears and to amplify them and to get other people to do his attacks for him. That's why he has to watch fucking Bana Panada videos or read History Speaks tweets or anything like that, because he's too fucking stupid to deal with the contention himself. And so much of what happens online is just downstream from that. It's just downstream from Hassan being stupid and feeling bad about it. Like, so fucking wild. What a time we live in.
they don't really like to engage in the substance of whatever critique is going on at the time.
Oh, why is everything I'm saying a fucking pre-watch? What the fuck?
And one of the ways that they avoid engaging in the substance
Is to just write
is
them
to
off.
just try to discredit people by
Yep.
just blatantly lying.
Let's
about
go.
it. So
Streamlining.
accusing chorus people of being paid to do genocide apologia.
Like, how handy is that? Oh, this person might have some substantial critique. I might be caught out on something. Oh, isn't this the guy who chorus media? And then the entire audience like, oh, wow, Israel funded genocide. Bibi Netanyahu, what, 7K, wow. Must be a Loanerbox associate.
The way that that whole crowd does with like Brian and chorus and all them, and or accusing people that did work with PV of being paid to do Israeli propaganda, which in the case of PV is particularly insane, because one of the last canvassing events that they did when I was still working with them was for fucking Jamal Bowman. So it's not even just that they lie, it's that they like blatantly lie about the dumbest things, and they know they're doing it, and the whole reason they do it is because they want to just they want to discredit
Oh,
you.
yeah, PV fucking hates Israel, which is also why did they do shit with Jamal Bowman otherwise? Yeah. Every time I was hooked up with other PV people to talk about PV stuff, Israel just didn't even come up, because I knew, I got like a very quick read on whoever I was talking to that, like, yeah, they just didn't want that. They had one opinion in Israel, and that was the only one. Otherwise, everything else was just kind of treated a bit awkwardly. Whatever.
So they don't have to actually engage in what you're saying. This is like a endemic to that whole fucking scene. That whole
Okay.
like toxic sludge. Yeah. And so when I see like some of the stuff that I see in your chat sometimes, it's like I feel like there's probably a lot of overlap with those communities. It's because they're saying the same
Wrathbringer.
things that show up in my mentions when people like Mike and Hassan bring up like a tweet of mine and like blatantly brigade and accuse me of doing things that I obviously know.
If Mr. Nebraska, oh fuck, I'm gonna sneeze. If Mr. Nebraska never liked Hutch, then do you think he will stop clowning and be willing to think more critically, or is this a dumb question? I have no idea what you're talking about. What?
Never did.
I don't know what
Sorry,
that
I'm
means.
moderating my community. No, listen. I don't like those communities. I don't hear, like. I agree. I don't like those communities. What do you want me to say?
What do you want me to say?
Okay. Yeah. I'm just explaining.
Good question. Oh fuck.
It's the same rhetoric. Like the rhetoric that looks like that. You know, like if one of those creators pulls up a tweet of mine, it's like, this is the same guy that said he, like segregationists should come back to the Democratic Party. And then they pulled it like a tweet up on their screen. And the whole point is like, they're obviously using
On their
their
streams, yeah.
communities like
I don't do that, and
weapon,
I don't like
you
that
know?
they do that to
Yeah.
you. I don't know what you want me to say.
No, I know you don't.
Is that when he banned Destiny? What was Destiny in the Discord like spurging out? Debating from chat.
No, I know you don't do that. I'm saying it's the ones that mirror those tactics and that rhetoric.
Okay.
That
Those are
I find
the ones that mirror the tactics and rhetoric of these communities that hate you.
Yeah. Like the blatant bad faith interpretations of things that I say, or like blatant straw men. Yeah, that stuff is crazy to me.
Okay. Well, listen. I have to go. I have heard what you said, Hutch, and frankly, I hear you, and I wanna.
Ooh.
I'm open to trying to address it for the sake of
They're worth quite a lot, aren't they?
you know,
The fell
making
armaments.
it more palatable.
Give me it.
Well, listen, I would have probably preferred to do this privately. The only
Can I ask why you
out.
didn't?
Ooh.
Well, because
on his
in the
ass.
first instance, it was because you guys were having this really long conversation about why I said the things that I said, and it was getting frustrating. Like somebody messaged me to tell me that you guys were talking, and then the second time was because I kept hearing you say that no one had told you that the chat stuff like had bothered them, or no one had like brought it up to you before. I don't know exactly what you said.
I mean, I
But-
didn't get the impression that you guys wanted me to take particular action, or that you guys were being bothered by chatters, except to the extent that we've had a couple incidents where it's been like horrible, and then we've addressed them.
I'm not gonna lie, guys. I just don't really know if I have the emotional intelligence to be. I feel like I'm way too autistic to be dealing with these kinds of conversations. That's why usually the way I put it was with what the fuck with someone like Pisco. Like I still don't have any bad feelings towards Pisco, but I would probably, if I got to a position where I think we were maybe going to talk about something related to Palestine soon, but then the way I saw it was that if that kind of stuff keeps appearing in his chat, and like those people are just waiting there to clip whatever 10-second thing they can get to put in front of fucking Hassan's Twitter feed or whatever else, then I would just disengage. I just wouldn't go in his stream anymore. Like I wouldn't bang on any doors. I wouldn't try to understand why he's got that going on in his community, given his political opinions. Like it doesn't really make sense. I wouldn't bother confusing myself with any of that. I would just be like, okay, you do you. It's fine. No hard feelings. I'm just gonna, self-preservation. But damn, here we're going into a whole fucking deep dive, like trying to understand why people are doing what they're doing or saying what they're saying. Like fuck. Never liked having to do that. Total mindfuck.
But yeah, I guess I don't know why. Did you feel that it would be best to have this conversation in public?
well, I mean, you were having the conversation in public, right?
Well, I was in a conversation in public about whether or not I was good faith in interpreting, your statements, whether or not I felt that my moderation was was good based on my view of what y'all were sort of feeling about the chats. And I didn't know that you wanted me to take particular action. I'm not saying that it's like totally improper to be public, but I am just wondering the thought process there.
Well, you were having a conversation publicly, and I felt like some of the things that you were saying were not quite representative of
Your feelings.
my experience. My experience.
Got it. Okay, well, listen, I'm totally willing to address the concerns. Let's chat more about them. And yeah, no, I'm not unreasonable, man. Like, I don't want you to feel horrible about how the chat is doing. I don't want to get people like to or encourage or implicitly stay silent when there are people coming after you who like have a vendetta. I wouldn't ever want to do that.
Ethereum, like the fucking coin.
All right.
Do you feel
Wow.
do you feel I want to encourage people
Crypto.
to hurt you and hate you?
Probably not.
No, I don't.
You feel
I
that
don't
way?
think that about you. No, I don't.
Ooh,
In fact, I
electricity.
told you the last time we spoke. I think the way that I rationalize in my head is honestly with you, Pisco. I just chalk it up to you being a bit idiosyncratic in this kind of way.
That's how I've always been, man. I mean, ask people back in the day from the early days of my Discord and my chat.
How much longer
I'm
did this
hands
go on
off.
for?
I'm very hands off. Always have been. It's not a directed or particular thing. I promise you that. But I obviously, care about how it's affecting the live and learn cinematic universe.
Yeah,
And
it's about to end,
I have no
okay.
problem, engaging with you to talk about potential changes and how I can address going forward so that you feel heard, you feel seen, and that people feel that they know where I stand.
Not gonna lie, guys, I'm not as much the Discourse as I thought I was. I was led to believe that I was in fact the Discourse, the danger, the one who cries to the mods about community misbehavior. Ah well. But apparently I spurred it because of that fucking live and learn shit. Wow. That's all I got.
I feel like this was a productive conversation.
Yeah.
What I'm hearing from you is
Is that a joke? Americans are so funny, man.
no, I'm joking. I'm doing therapy speak. Yeah, no, all right.
Free
well,
watch.
listen, enjoy the rest of
Wow.
your weekend.
Hey, appreciate you. Hey, are you just a quick question. Oh no, you're West Coast. So you guys are like chilling, huh?
Like that's
We
just
have,
like
a
the
big
most
storm.
American fucking sentence I've ever had to listen to. Okay.
But I
It's
just want to make
it's been pretty cold. It's been pretty cold by Los Angeles standards, but not freezing or anything.
Well, listen, brother. I hope you're well. Hope you have a wonderful Sunday, and we'll talk soon, bro.
You too. Take it easy.
All right, peace out.
Okay.
Yo, YouTube chat. Super sorry for not having you on screen. I just I think because I started a new one, I had to like. YouTube has this weird thing. It's unlike Twitch and Kick, where
Okay.
there's like a persistent one. So sorry about that. I was locked in. Yeah, heavy
He
snow.
was. Okay. And he talks for 20 seconds before finishing. Okay. Leftovers 2.0.
All right, folks. I gotta go to
Yeah, but it's not even over fucking politics, is it? Like half the time. It's not over. God.
bed. We're trying to beat the snow tomorrow. So I love you guys very much. Stay cool. If you're on the East Coast, be safe.
What's happening in the East Coast?
And we'll talk soon.
Okay. Apparently I have to look at Twitter because there's a Pisco update. Where is it? There's a blizzard or a snowstorm. Oh, okay. Yeah, where is is it on Spiders? Because I think Pisco had a Discord message that I need to look at. Where's that? Ugh. Let's find Spiders. Spider. Oh god, I'm not going to find him though, because he's one of many spiders. It's on his Reddit. Whose? Destiny's or Pisco's or... I don't know if Pisco has a Reddit. Is it on my Reddit? That's like the most important culmination of the entire thing though. Where is it? Nick Shirley gets community noted. Nice one. Where are we? It should be on Yeet, shouldn't it? There's no reason he wouldn't upload that. More than 1 meter of snow in NL. Damn. Not good. Okay, I can't see it here. I also really need to go to the bathroom. Oh god. Is it here? What the fuck? Oh, it was this person. Okay. Right. Okay, here we go. Everyone, in light of feedback, Discord and Pisco chat rules have been amended. New Rule 17 and new amendment to Rule 15. We will also be adding mods. Stay warm, everyone, and be safe. Rule 17, new rule. No being bad faith to Live and Learn co-hosts or Live and Learn guests other than Pisco, regardless of ideology. Best practices include communicating your belief in the sincerity and goodwill of friends of the show. For the avoidance of doubt, this rule applies to all participants of Live and Learn and also applies in the chats. New rule amendment. What's this? No offensive names and or profile pictures. You'll be asked to change your name or picture if the mod team deems them inappropriate. Names can't be personal attacks, insults, or accusations of impropriety. Whether true or false, this applies to both the Discord and the chats. Cool. That's exciting. What's going to happen now? What's going to happen now? Destiny must be over the moon over this. What do you mean it's just Destiny? Dude, I'm like, I'd feel more comfortable going and Live and Learn and talking to Pisco again because of that. Like, what are you talking about? Because it is quite annoying trying to talk to a bunch of fucking libs about lib shit, and I'm looking at the chat and just being like, what the fuck is this Hassan Piker ass slow motion chat going on here? Yeah, I don't like that. It's just infiltrating my safe space. Not good. Were you the one spurging at Pisco for 3 hours? No. Someone else did that for me, actually. I just sat back with my feet up, had an early night, had a little nap. Got myself a decent night's sleep. I just woke up to a newly changed world. Are we doing news now? Yeah, I need to get my food first, though, and bathroom. 1 minute. What a wonderful guy Destiny is batting for you. He must really like you. I don't give a fuck why he's doing it. It's just a nice thing to get brought up, you know? It's attention being paid to an important issue. It's not wrong. That's why you're upset. You can't, like, Greg, are you sitting there being like, do you think there's any validity in people saying that I want to shoot fucking Palestinian kids in the head and get them raped and love them being genocided? Is that why you're upset right now? Is because you can't actually see those chats for anything other than horribly bad faith, smearing, lying, fucking delusional, retarded cunts? Answer the fucking question! Okay, I'm going to get my sandwich. Bye-bye. Here we are.
Should act and how we should act in the future. If you have questions, let me know in this front and I will explain it.
The question is, you said we're exposed to Lebanon.
Yeah, Lebanon is in front of you. This mountain, all this front is Lebanon.
When you say exposed,
all the barren land is Lebanon. The green is Israel, the barren land, the brown is Lebanon.
This is a really stupid question. When you say exposed, can people see us with
yes, they see you and they now asking themselves who this guy.
Yeah.
Is it the Maronite who ran away in the 80s? He's wanted or not? You know.
They're not the first people to say that, right? Binge Jbeil's where they fought that really hard battle in 2006, right? Binge Jbeil, yeah.
Yeah. You see, all these homes are serving Hezbollah as intelligence bases, deceiving people, saying like they gave money from 2006 war, after 2006, to build these homes in the slopes close to the border in order to collect intelligence on our side, under civilian cover. All those homes were not there before 2006. So, just for you to know. Okay, last week all this region was on fire.
I think it's better to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was my other question: is can we go down? Oh god.
Let's go now before it's too dangerous for us.
Because the other lady we spoke to, she was showing us pictures of guys with binoculars
Yes.
in those areas. God.
Finish?
Yeah.
You got it, the point?
What's with the big ass cup though? What's with the cup?
It stores more water, and I need water.
Part time. Alright. Okay, what's your thoughts on the debate yesterday?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I'll go closer to you though,
Yeah, yeah. Follow
because I'll maybe look like I'm talking to you guys.
it.
This is so f***ing unnatural. Holy shit.
It's broadly accepted as a racist term.
Yeah, I know. That's why I used it.
Observe as the political streamer, a fully grown adult, takes criticism on the internet. What does he resort to? Slap a community note on him. I don't watch Doctor Who, but I know that Wiz's takes are shit. Who the fuck? Look at the kind of fucks who respond to me. Oh, these critiques are pretty good. Fuck you! What can I do with this? Alright. Are you ready for it? It'll be as follows. Let's make some predictions. Today, I'm going to show you how Hezbollah turned this Burger King into a terror Burger King. Come inside. Look at this. You think this is a deep fryer? Look in here. These are Kalashnikovs. These are RPGs. These are Katyusha rockets. Long-range missiles. Anti-tank missiles. Grenades. Look at this other deep fried fryer. You think this is oil? No, it is rocket fuel. You think you can cook a large fries in rocket fuel? You cannot. Doesn't taste good. Look back here. You think these are burger buns? No, these are grenades. Yo, you will not believe what I came across on... You won't believe what I came across on Twitter the other day. There's a blast from the past, man. Look at this. Mr. Hagari came up on the feed. It's been a while. I don't know why, but... Oh, it's because of this fucking BBC tweet fucking nonsense, isn't it? It's not even that big a deal. It's like BBC basically puts out a headline saying Israeli strikes kill at least 10 in Lebanon, officials say. But then in the body of the very same article, they mention a bit later that Hezbollah claimed at least 8 of the victims, right? That's all it is. And people are like, oh, why didn't you say that in the headline? Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, okay. And then I guess this has come up as well.
Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of the terrorist army Hezbollah, was killed by Israel Defense Forces in a precise strike in Beirut last night while he was in Hezbollah's central headquarters commanding more imminent attacks against the people of Israel.
Imagine losing to this guy. Fucking cringe.
Nasrallah will no longer be able to terrorize the world. For Nasrallah's many victims over the decades, whether in Israel, Argentina, Bulgaria, Syria, or Lebanon itself, justice has been served.
I don't recall what they did in Bulgaria. Maybe I'll look into that. They do have a much bigger global footprint than I thought they did, Hezbollah. But that's for another day. Is he about to be launched into space? World would stand with Israel if this editor was in charge of global PR. I know, right? They're so fucking bad at it. What the fuck? But they'll always miss this opportunity. Fucking Hagari. They need Hagari and the most dubstep editor. But Mexico violence? Is that what I need to? Didn't the pager meme start in Bulgaria? Oh yeah, they were in Bulgaria doing the... I think so? I think so? Apparently Chud Logic reviewed all of that debate, didn't he? With Pisco and Destiny. Which is interesting. Okay, okay. Listen, we're just keeping a nice little drama-free, just nice, cute news stream. US preps for Iran war. Here's how it could look. I love these kind of projections. Here's how it could look. Hang on. I'm gonna log out while I eat. Or just make this bigger.
The United States attacks Iran in the coming days, this is what it'll look like. We should expect a week of continuous strikes, no U.S. boots on the ground, and a desperate Iranian regime launching ballistic missiles at Israel and America.
Now, my understanding is that there's been some reports of Trump humoring an initial strike, like an initial wave, so as to say, here's what we got in the bag. Don't fuck about with this deal. Who knows?
American bases in the region. Under this
but that was delivered after this, so maybe this entire video is old news now and completely redundant.
Scenario, U.S. casualties are likely. So today we're going to get into how a U.S. operation could play out as well as possible Iranian responses. Now we know that President Trump is close to giving the go-ahead, with CBS News reporting yesterday, quote, top national security officials have told President Trump the military is ready for potential strikes on Iran as soon as Saturday. But the timeline for any action is likely to extend beyond the weekend. We have also heard reporting recently that the United States is waiting for mid-March. Another date that's been thrown out there is when the United States would have the necessary assets in theater. CBS says Mr. Trump has not yet made a decision on whether or not to strike. They say the conversations have been described as fluid and ongoing as the White House weighs the risks of escalation and the political and military consequences of restraint. Now, in trying to assess what the U.S. strike...
What deal, though? Is it clear what deal Trump wants to attain with Iran? No. And that's what the big problem is. Well, we know roughly what the deal he wants is, but if he is moving all of that weaponry into that area, and it's a lot, it's more than they've done since the Iraq War, at any point, if that is a negotiating tactic, it is insanely overkill. It's way beyond the 12-day war, right? In terms of how much they moved down there. And that's expensive. That's like it's way overkill if it's just for a better deal. So the problem is, that means that military force is just a lot more likely. But we still don't know what the objective would be of a military campaign. It's basically this kind of like holy trinity of, would it entail further degrading the nuclear capability, or the ballistic missiles program, or regime change? Obviously, that latter one is the most unrealistic to achieve, with huge question marks around it. But normally when a president is preparing a military campaign, they are building up a case for it and try to distill it into a soundbite or something like that. But Trump just seems to be doing this thing where it was about the protesters for the longest time, and then it became about nuclear, and occasionally it's been about ballistics, and then not to mention Israel, which obviously cares a lot about the ballistic missiles because that's the stuff that Iran can use to hit them. Yeah, it's all over the shop. We have no idea, and that's what's so scary about it, and that's why even more conservative-minded people, rightly so, like I saw Andrew Neil talking about it today, even the more conservative-minded or more hawkish people are viewing this all with quite a lot of reservation. On the one hand, it's a really good thing to have the regime in Iran gone. Like, that regime should go, and it should have been gone a long time ago. It's been nothing but bad for the people in Iran and for the people in the region. But getting rid of it, that's a different story, and what that would entail is a different story as well. But yeah, when it comes to supporting the strikes in Iran, well, the objective does matter. It matters a lot, because let's say that you just do a bunch of random fucking strikes on ballistic missiles, on nuclear weapons, and then you just call it a job done and leave. Well, if you've done all that and it's cost you all that much, and then you could just be luring the regime into a sense of security and thinking, well, okay, they've done it now, and they're not going to spend money on and resources and manpower on an operation like that again. And the rest of the world is now becoming a lot more skeptical of US operations and Israeli operations in the Middle East. And then that might give Iran a longer term sense of security, because they'll just feel like, well, if America is basically just alienating its allies, and America needs those allies to deploy stuff in the Middle East, because it's not their countries. They lease a lot of this stuff, and they have deals with other countries. So yeah, no, you should be very wary of this. I know that everyone just wants to see the regime get fucked in the ass, but it's not that simple. It's really not.
Strike, or what a U.S. operation might look like, we have to go based off of what the U.S. has in theater right now, which is a sizable naval and land-based air armada, minimal ground forces. Some of this was laid out in a piece earlier today by CSIS, the Center for Strategic and International Studies, where they say the naval armada in the Middle East and Eastern Mediterranean, with 2 carriers and 14 surface warships, is the largest in the region since 5 carrier battle groups assembled at the outset of Operation Iraqi Freedom in 2003. The current force level is comparable to that used in Operation Desert Fox, which entailed 4 days of long-range strikes. With today's force, the United States could launch 50 to 100 Tomahawk and other long-range missiles against the Iranian Revolutionary Guards and other security forces or facilities supporting Iran's nuclear program. Such an operation would align with the president's stated rationales for using military force, supporting demonstrators, and preventing Iran from getting nuclear weapons. Couple key notes there. Operation Desert Fox was 1998, when the United States carried out strikes against Saddam and his regime in Iraq for failing to allow weapons inspectors to access sites across the country. That actually might be a very good comparison here. For one, based off of the size of, or the number of the assets we have in the region, you're looking at, say, 4 to 7 days worth of strikes. But also, the goal of those strikes in Operation Desert Fox was not the overthrow of the Saddam Hussein regime. It was not setting the stage for a ground invasion. This was 1998. It was to force Iraq to make certain decisions. That seems very similar to the approach the Trump administration is following right now with Iran. Now, I would add in one aspect here that they did not mention in terms of targets. Ballistic missile launch and storage locations are likely to be included in that first or second wave of attacks. We saw Israel go after these pretty effectively during the 12-day war. It did kind of limit and relatively neuter Iran's ability to respond as they would have liked. Of course, we know Iran did still get a number of ballistic missiles launched and did inflict damage on Israel, but I would expect those ballistic missile launch sites and storage locations to be included in the first or second wave of U.S. strikes. CSIS continues by saying U.S. forces lack special operations and ground units needed to conduct raids or operations ashore. Snatching the Iranian leadership, therefore, is not a realistic option, particularly given the distance of likely launch points to Tehran. And to that end, I thought it would actually be worthwhile pulling up a map to give you an idea of how challenging it would be to get any of these ground forces into Iran. 2 key components here. First off, I saw somebody recently say, how do we know that there are not, mass brigades and U.S. Army divisions getting ready to roll into Iran? Because we can't keep that secret. right? The soldiers can, but you just can't move thousands, tens of thousands of troops halfway around the world without a lot of people noticing and, to be honest, like friends and family members talking about it. So we can move special operations forces, we can move pilots, we can move air crews, we can move small elements around the world relatively quietly, but an entire, I mean, a battalion even, 1,000 troops, let alone a brigade, 4,000 or 5,000, you're just not really moving that without people noticing. And you would need significantly more than that to carry out any sort of reasonable ground operations into Iran. So we should not expect right now that there is any significant U.S. troop buildup ready to push into Iran on the ground. When it comes to our special operations forces, incredibly capable, right? And they can go just about anywhere in the world at the drop of a hat. It is dangerous, but possible for us to insert U.S. special operators just about any place in the world at any time. Getting them out is the challenge. So when you look at Iran, there's not exactly a lot of great launch points to get into, say, Tehran if you're going after some of the IRGC leadership. You'd argue maybe they're coming from Iraq. That is a significant haul. I mean, we'll go, if we go west here looking at the distance, you've got 300 miles. It's a long ways over airspace that is pretty heavily contested. If they come from the Gulf, off of U.S. ships down there, you're talking about over 400 miles. It's a long way. And it's not just a matter of getting the people in there, but providing the support, the close air support, the overhead cover while they're there, and then getting them.
The other problem with this as well is that if Trump just does like a limited thing without any clear objective, then the next problem is that all it takes is one American soldier's death to completely 180 the public's opinion on any military action ever again for the next fucking 10 years. That's a big problem as well. The amount of like political capital that you're expending because of how low America's tolerance is for military casualties. Which means that if there comes a point later on, maybe in 3 or 4 years, when American intervention is actually seriously needed, then fuck. Then it's over.
Out. So boots on the ground right now, to me at least, and I think CSIS agrees with this as well, seems unlikely at this stage. They say the available forces are also insufficient for regime change beyond limited targeted strikes. It is unlikely that the United States will attack Iranian leaders given concerns about retaliation and legitimacy. I'm a bit mixed on that one for a couple different reasons. We know that the U.S. is tied in pretty closely with Israel right now about the objectives related to Iran, and it does seem like everything coming out of Israel is focused on regime change and doing away with the Iranian regime. Israel, of course, had no qualms targeting senior IRGC officials during the 12-day war. They certainly know where a lot of them are. And the United States, I mean, it was like a month ago, we went into Venezuela and grabbed Maduro out of his bed in the middle of the night. I'm not sure that's drastically different than killing or capturing. Again, capturing, I think, is low on the radar, senior officials within the Iranian regime. So I'm not too certain that the U.S. is overly concerned about that. CSIS says, finally, there are not enough forces for an extended multi-week air campaign. That would require a substantial logistical buildup, which is possible, but would take additional time. We might be seeing that. Again, the forces surging into the region have not stopped. They've been continuous for quite a while now. The New York Times just published an article showing some new satellite imagery where they're able to note a number of U.S. aircraft.
Speaking of this, I wasn't sure if there was any articles on this outside of Twitter, but I think there might be. Speaking about Israel's intentions, apparently there was a... Did anyone know more about this? That there was an attempted coup on the Ayatollah just before the crackdown by his former president? According to several informed Iranian... This is the article I saw as well by the French newspaper Le Figaro. On the night of January 7th, Rouhani led the effort alongside figures from his former government, including former Foreign Minister Mohammad Javad Zarif, as well as clerics from Qom and figures close to the IRGC. Qom is like one of the more religious, like shrine cities, they call them in Iran. A source familiar with the matter told the newspaper the goal was to remove Khamenei from the decision-making process during the crisis. However, that attempt failed because it did not receive support from Ali Larijani, who was appointed last August as Secretary of the Supreme National Security Council. President Masoud Pezeshkian was kept out of the loop to prevent the plan from being exposed, the report said. After it was uncovered, Rouhani and Zarif were allegedly placed under several days of house arrest, and reformist figures close to them were temporarily detained. This information came as Iranian officials confirmed that Larijani had been tasked with running the country just over a month prior, in the event of any harm befalling Khamenei, according to the New York Times. Since then, the 67-year-old Larijani has effectively been running the country. That's quite crazy. But again, it's all just like kind of hearsay. Where did it come from again? I was here. It's based on this article. Fuck off. Bah! Why do they do this to me? Why are they so horrible? Oh, here. Yeah, there. Not sure, though. I'll have to look more into that. It wouldn't be surprising at all that there is just like such an extreme level of disunity and opportunities for mutinies in the Iranian regime, though.
Aircraft massing in Jordan. They say, quote, imagery captured on Friday shows more than 60 attack aircraft parked at the base, roughly tripling the number of jets that are normally there. And at least 68 cargo planes had landed at the base since Sunday, according to flight tracking data. More fighter jets could be parked under the shelters. They added that soldiers also installed new air defense assets to protect the base from incoming Iranian missiles. And this is where it's worth mentioning that U.S. casualties are likely if we carry out a sizable attack against Iran. We are very effective at intercepting munitions, but that's not a 100% thing at all, not by a long shot. I mean, if we look at how the 12-day war played out, Israel knew that Iran was getting ready to launch these ballistic missiles. They launched them. The United States, France, the UK, maybe even others helped intercept some of the drones that were coming into Israeli territory. And still, we saw some munitions get through and strike home. So, look, the U.S. has a lot of bases across the region. Now, when you add in our warships, they're there as well, and congested, very crowded airfields throughout the Middle East. Yes, they are well defended, but it's not perfect. And if Iran were to mass fires on any one of these locations, realistically, we would expect that some of their munitions are able to get through. And again, this goes into how Iran views this. In the 12-day war, it was very symbolic. They launched a couple missiles at a U.S. airbase in Qatar after giving us notice, and there were no casualties. We'd largely evacuated the base. There was nobody there. If Iran views this as an existential threat, that this is it, and they actually need to inflict casualties to get the United States to back off, they have the means of doing so. All right, so there is a risk to U.S. personnel here, no doubt. Now, to that end, we are seeing Iran start to stack air defense assets throughout Tehran, again, showing up on satellite imagery. Not great for the Iranian regime when you can spot this stuff from above, nonetheless. When we're talking about the Iranian air defense, it's hard to put a number on this or a grade, but big picture, the Iranian air defense is much more capable than Venezuela, for instance, but not anywhere near as capable as Russia. So in terms of quantity and quality, I'd put them in the middle between those two, and I understand that's a pretty wide gap. In terms of recent experience, we know that Israel is able to pretty freely operate F-15, so non-stealth aircraft, over portions of western and central Iran about 72 hours into that 12-day war. Now, Israel did still lose some drones over Tehran and central Iran up until the last couple days. So
I saw reports of Lebanese officials leaving Lebanon. Yeah, they were, yeah. It was partially evacuating the embassy. So non-emergency personnel have been evacuating Lebanon, yeah. This has been happening all over the Middle East, all these countries, especially countries that are not involved, like Norway and all those people, anyone who's got personnel in these countries are all just getting the fuck out. So yeah, tensions are quite high. And again, we have no idea what Trump is hoping to get out of it, which is quite crazy.
Iran does have capabilities to shoot down some aircraft, no doubt. Now, U.S. F-35s and F-22s are probably fine. Like, I don't want to say they're not at risk, but limited risk to those platforms. Anything else that the U.S. decides to put into Iranian airspace does come with risk. We could expect their use closer to the shores, maybe staying out of central Iran. But, you know, something like a helicopter that we saw in Venezuela, put aside the distance that it would need to travel to get into some place like Tehran, that would be far too much of a risk, I would think, at this early phase of the operation. Now, to help deal with these air defense assets, the United States does appear to be sending some of their new electronic warfare targeting pods to the region. According to some reporting by the War Zone, they said F-16s heading to the Middle East are equipped with Angry Kitten electronic warfare pods. It's a devastating name there, isn't it?
Angry Kitten.
They say a group of Block 52 F-16 Vipers belonging to the South Carolina Air National Guard was recently spotted heading across the Atlantic as part of a huge buildup of U.S. forces ahead of potential strikes on Iran. Each of the Vipers was notably seen carrying an Angry Kitten pod, a new electronic warfare system.
Don't be a bunch of angry kittens, chat. Not today.
System that helps defend against anti-air threats that may now be headed for its first use in real combat. These particular F-16s are primarily tasked with the Wild Weasel mission and are optimized for neutralizing enemy air defenses, something that would be crucial in any future operation aimed at the regime in Tehran. The Wild Weasel mission is insane, what these guys do. So it's the suppression and the destruction of enemy air defense.
Don't be a
so
bunch of wild weasels,
a
chat.
path so you can put more aircraft
Not
in and more effects on target. So generally what they do is they attract enemy radars or enemy missile systems. They lock on to their aircraft, and then they fire an anti-radiation missile that, again, it hones in on the source of that radar to source of the radar to destroy it. It's wild, right? Like it reminds me a little bit of like a Western shootout where the guys turn and draw, right? They have to be seen in order to fire that missile. So the Wild Weasel mission is insane. Looks like some of those guys are heading over there now. On top of that, of course, we know the USS Gerald R. Ford was spotted passing through the Strait of Gibraltar just yesterday, February 20th. It's expected to be in position off the coast of Israel by February 22nd or 23rd, so in the next 24 to 48 hours. And this adds a dual carrier strike presence to the region alongside the USS Abraham Lincoln. Now, one of the challenges that we're facing in this continued buildup is that we don't necessarily have the support of our allies to use their airspace or at times even their air.
Yeah, the UK isn't letting them use Diego Garcia. And it's not over the Chagosians. It's actually just because they don't feel like Trump has given them satisfactory reasoning for why he's doing what he's doing.
Fields. A notable one that's popped up in the last couple days is the United Kingdom, pushing back, saying that we cannot use the Diego Garcia airfield.
Oh my, pre-watch. Getting too good at that.
Or even one of their airfields in the UK for offensive strikes against Iran. According to some CNN reporting, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has blocked a request from U.S. President Donald Trump to allow U.S. forces to use UK air bases during any preemptive strike on Iran, saying it could break international law, according to multiple reports in British media citing government sources. According to the Times of London, which first reported the split over airbase access, Starmer has denied the use of RAF Fairfold in England and Diego Garcia, the British overseas territory in the Indian Ocean, for any strike on Iran. The Times reported that Britain is concerned that allowing the U.S. to use the bases would be a breach of international law, which makes no distinction between the state carrying out the attack and those in support if the latter have knowledge of the circumstances of the intentionally wrong act. The Diego Garcia one is pretty significant here. Going back to the map, middle of the ocean. So I had to mark this one before we got going. But this is Diego Garcia. Red spot on the map. So we've got Iran up here. The reason Diego Garcia is important is it can serve as a forward staging base for some of our heavy long-range bombers, B-52s, B-2s, things like that. We staged aircraft here in the lead up to Operation Midnight Hammer. This was the airfield where we were counting, like, oh, look, there's a build-up. There's new stealth bombers.
It's strategically very important, isn't it? Just because of how well positioned it is. And if you go further away or somewhere that's less secure, then obviously you got all those implications with fucking how much fuel you're going to use, and like none of this is cheap. I'd be interested actually, how much has anyone estimated how much it's costing them just to move all of this stuff over there? Like, I'm pretty sure even that's not going to be cheap, because it's not to mention the personnel on top of the physical costs. Cough cough Greenland. Hey.
At this location, and then while everyone was watching Diego Garcia, the actual B-2s took off from Missouri and flew across and carried out the strikes.
Missouri.
If we were, so we can hit Iran without using Diego Garcia, but if we're talking about a long-term sustained campaign, even 4 to 7 days, it would be incredibly useful to be able to use territories like this, airfields like this, as well as, RAF Fairfold in England. Now, when turning to the Iranian response and what we could expect from that, there's a good write-up in the Middle East Institute talking about how Iran is viewing...
You thought Diego Garcia was a dude. Nope, he's an island. It's an island.
...this buildup and the possibility of war with the United States and Israel. They say rather than wait for a U.S. strike, Iranian commanders now hint that Tehran may widen or regionalize the conflict the moment it begins, or even preempt it altogether. If cornered and forced to choose between war and surrender, Iran would opt for a form of controlled chaos, one that places U.S. bases, Gulf oil installations, and regional shipping within immediate reach of missile and drone fire. The aim is not to defeat the United States, but to raise the costs of continuation so sharply that Washington hesitates before a second round. We've talked about this in recent videos. Iran...
Isn't it so fucked that Iran's just like, we just need to kill one Yank, okay? If we can kill one fucking Yankee, we're going to turn the tables so hard in our favor because of how adverse America is to any kind of like local casualty. That's very funny. What if they just focus all their efforts? Just kill this one Yank. It's like fucking Donkey Kong or whatever, where on the N64, where you've got this massive opponent, you just have to put the bomb in the little box, and then you are bouncing.
Cannot, and they know this, they cannot stand toe-to-toe with the United States in a conventional military sense. They're not stupid. They know that that is not a fight they're going to win. So we should not expect them to try to do that. They're not going to be putting aircraft up to try to shoot down our F-22s. They're not going to try to, again, destroy the U.S. Navy that's over in the Middle East and wipe all of our bases off the map across the region. They're going to try to make this long enough that the United States public does not support it and says, wait a minute, what exactly are we doing there anyways? And this is where I think there's a real argument that Iran may want to inflict real casualties on the U.S. military early on and force that decision. You can see that.
Oh my God, pre-watch. What's the fucking point in me watching anything, dude? I've literally just defeated the entire internet today. What the fuck? That's happened like 10 times now. I swear I haven't pre-watched either of these videos. I would tell you if I had, but fuck. Get out of there. Those are very powerful creatures. What the fuck? Okay. Of pre-watch, yeah. I couldn't even block that guy.
Playing out here. What's the number? 5, 10, 15, 50? Americans are killed in an Iranian missile strike?
Dude, 1. Give him 1, and then everything will change. There'll be a coup.
Right?
Palace coup.
Does the United States double down and say, now we've got to go all in, send over more troops, we have to end the Iranian regime? Or are there calls in the United States to say, what are we even doing here, guys? It's not worth it. Bring everybody home. If you're Iran and you're talking about, gambling that their regime could be over, you can see how they might roll those dice. They say Iran's leaders appear to believe that the conditions today differ fundamentally from earlier crises. In the past,
the goal is allegedly 500. In all this time, I've never had a $500 donation. I keep hearing about other people getting them. Speaking of goals, also, I do need to... I need to do super chats. We haven't done any yet. Barely any. There's still a new goal up, though, guys. What the hell? It's goal number 3. Get on it. Dirty Deeds, thanks to $5. In Bruges, Lock, Stock, and 2 Smoking Barrels, Hot Fuzz, and Parasite. Thoughts, my king. I need slop ported directly into my brain. They're all good films. I like them very much. But man, thanks for the €5. The public yearns for your media takes. Thoughts on Adam Sandler comedy? Okay, we did that one. Jordan, thanks for the $5. It wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if this became a hug box. I don't, but people just, the only people who ever accuse this place of being a hug box are people who are upset because we won't humor them being fucking deranged tankies, or people who just want to grill me on my personal life. Like, yeah, fuck up. Matthew Banks, thanks for the $10. Thoughts on the bassoon? You know, once when I was listening to Classic FM, because I'm high IQ, I listen to Classic FM sometimes. I have done. There was this song that had a bassoon solo in it. Like, it was a bassoon-driven piece, which is not very common. And the way that the radio host introduced it was like, the bassoon, the nice, reliable boy that no one wants to go out with. Like, yeah, that is kind of like what the bassoon is, isn't it? But then no one ever talks about the, wait, it is a bassoon, right? The bassoon counter melody in Ode to Joy. No one ever talks about that, and it's very underrated. ZJM, thanks for the $5. Goal, I believe there was a goal at that point. Guy Dinuz, thanks for the $4.99. The mostly vibing, but it feels like Pisco is a lot more lefty curious than he wants to admit, so he just doesn't want to alienate any of them. It depends on what those, I don't know what those people are saying in his chat when they're not saying shit about me and Hutch, so yeah, I couldn't say. Sir John, thanks for the tier 1. My shekels, really appreciate that. TBH Bad Face, thanks for the $7.99 Australian. Teal Super Chat, that's exactly what that is. Otherwise Sleep, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Fum Bongo, thanks for the $10. These mobs are horrifying, holy fuck. Evangeline, thanks for the $5. It's like how Hassan uses Jewish supremacy now, most likely because the white supremacy framing has been debunked. Yep. Pulling, thanks for the £5. By the time Israel was created, the Zionist ideology was holy fuck, we have nowhere else to go. Yes. Doesn't excuse everything they did, but it's true, yeah. Oh wait, you have to incinerate the corpses. What the fuck? Where? Oh, withered. Okay. XBQY, thanks for £5 for my favorite genocide and war crime supporting streamer. Thank you so much. Name title, thanks for the $5. Thanks for the stream. Very badly spelled, but thank you. Sigurd, thanks for the $4.99. Destiny was watching your Live and Learn episode to prep for his Constantine immigration debate. I think that may be why he was using you as an example. Yeah, no, I figured that out, yeah. Consciousness, thanks for the £5. Lorna Box isn't a marinade soldier, shut up. True! Excellent play on words, buddy. ZJM, thanks for $5. Goal, you've been doing all the goals, wow. Confirmatarian, thanks for the $2. These people are genuinely soulless. I think he means the chatters. Business Time, thanks for the $10. Tash Gordon, thanks for the €10. Tick Dickler, thanks for the $4.99. Lib and Learn chat, fuck Lornerbox. H3 chat wants to fuck Lornerbox. LeMayo, true. We need more of the latter. What the fuck? But if you have to choose between the two of them. Fum Bongo, thanks for the $5. Lornerbox viewer here. I hope you have a bad stream. Wow. Alright, that's all the super chats. And also a new one. Fried Spam and Chips, thanks for the £5. You've seen the old BBC film threads, haven't you? Do you remember what it was that caused all the missiles to start flying? I don't know what you're talking about, no. What is that? BBC film threads. Oh, a film on the BBC called Threads. No, I haven't seen it, no. Sorry. Although I think I've heard things about it. Maybe? I don't fucking know. We'll get on it one day.
Tehran issued maximalist threats while acting...
That's not the one about nuclear apocalypse, is it? In like some fucking English town. It's not that one, is it? Can't remember.
Caution. Today, however, the regime's survival is being seriously questioned in ways it has not...
No, I haven't seen that, though. I've only seen bits of it, and I don't remember it that well. But yeah. It's one of those ones that I've always meant to watch, but never have.
For decades, senior officials frame the confrontation as existential. This is why Iran's emerging doctrine seems to accept far
Yeah, it's
greater
Sheffield,
risk.
that's the one, yeah.
It cannot deter a strike, but it can raise the price of any continued conflict to a level that forces the United States to think harder before escalating. And one of the notes here that I've seen a lot referenced recently is the 12-day war. We presented that as a major U.S. victory. Israel presented that as a major Israeli victory. But a lot of reporting suggests that inside of Iran, they viewed that as an indication that the way to stick with and kind of hold out is to punch back and to not give up and to not negotiate early. A lot of Iranian hardliners viewed that interaction, those interactions, as Iran holding firm, not backing down, and eventually, I mean, they look at President Trump declaring victory and walking away as a bit of an Iranian victory. The hardliners, that is. So a lesson learned from that is do not give up easily, do not negotiate, punch back. They say for Tehran, the threat is not merely incoming missiles, but an American-Israeli strategy that blends external attack with internal fragmentation. In that scenario, deterrence becomes more complicated, and retaliation may not be enough to restore balance. It is the scenario in which attacks on regional oil infrastructure and even the U.S. homeland, with cyber strikes, drones, and terrorist operations, would become plausible. This is again, whole different scenario we're talking about here. It's one thing to say we're carrying out limited strikes, 4 to 7 days, to try to pressure the Iranian regime into a worse negotiating position for them, very similar to Operation Desert Fox. I don't know how well we'll be able to articulate that beforehand. There's so much nervousness, so much instability inside of the Iranian regime right now. They're so fragile in so many ways. I mean, there's student protests kicking off today, again, inside of Iran, right? So if the Iranian regime views this as a bid to try to topple them once and for all, it's not out of the question that they lash out with whatever they have to try to force the United States to actually leave the region. I think that's the risk involved here, as it looks like the United States continues forward with the military option in Iran. But that's all we got for now. Thanks for watching, and I'll see y'all next time.
Shit. Cool. Good video. Thank you, Preston. It's just fucking waiting, though, isn't it? It's still just twiddling our thumbs and seeing what happens. It's so fucking annoying still just having no idea like what the logic is behind any of the with Trump and the deployments and everything else. Very, very annoying. I do wonder if part of it is Trump just kind of convincing himself that this is part of his strategy, right? It's just to confuse the enemy, confuse everyone. But it's not like that. It's just very childish to behave like that. You're taking a huge action as the big old fucking world police, global hegemon. It's not like fucking chess openings, you know. You know, like especially if you're playing bullet chess and you feel like the opponent is just a bit better than you or a bit more knowledgeable than you, then it might make sense to just kind of play a bit randomly almost, or play a bit outside of what's expected of you. Because the idea is that if you don't know what you're doing, then they definitely don't know what you're doing. I don't know if that works in like foreign policy though. Not the way Trump's doing it right now. It's usually good to know where people stand, otherwise dark shit starts to happen. He's really just doing all of this to deflect from the Epstein files. I'm not sure though. That does not seem logical to me. That's convincing to you guys? I don't understand. I can't get it. Do I really want to look at this Democrat autopsy thing? Apparently it's being massively inflated. It's like more than what it's actually saying, but for another time, maybe. What's going on in Mexico? What's our guy saying? What's the look
El
they're on?
Mencho. And they originally were tracking the man. And then...
Shut up.
Good
confuse everyone,
afternoon,
even
everybody.
yourself.
It is Steve
Sun
Lookner
Tzu,
with
true.
Agenda Free TV.
Yeah.
We are here to
My
bring
goat.
you live updates on the situation in Mexico, where there was
Some fucking drug cartel dude got assassinated and then all hell's broken loose. Okay, good.
violence in many parts of the country yesterday after cartel boss El Mencho was killed by the government there, by the Mexican armed forces. And so we're going to bring you an update on the violence there. We're also going to talk about Iran. There's some new reporting coming out today.
Goddamn Iran.
About possible U.S. attack on Iran. We'll see if that actually happens. The Olympics are over. Some people thought, well, it's not going to happen before the Olympics end. Well, the Olympics are over now. So we're going to be talking about these things. We're going to actually, regarding Mexico, I haven't even watched it yet. We're going to check out the press conference that the Mexican government
CJNG are Hamas levels of nasty. Is that the cartel you're referring to? I don't know what they're called. Is that what they're called? CJNG.
gave
Biggest cartel leader.
with
Wow.
new details on what happened yesterday. We're going to check out the press conference on that and talk about it, and get you updates on everything.
Just catching up from the Pisco stuff, and I'm wondering about whether you think Pisco has the preliminary knowledge to distinguish between good and bad faith IP comments this chat makes about you. What preliminary knowledge do you need to distinguish between people saying that that I support kids getting sniped in the head? I don't know, dude. Fuck that. I would say you probably don't need any preliminary knowledge for that claim.
And any kind of new updates that come out while we're on the air, we will talk about as well. We're going to be taking your comments during the broadcast. You can write to me at @Lookner on X. You can, and I will be looking in the chat. For our X viewers, it seems that I've been
Jalisco
able
cartel.
to figure out a
Okay.
solution to get the stream back
Oh, wait,
on X
what's this?
again.
Give me this
X
power
was
pack.
acting kind of strange. So it's sort of a temporary fix, but the stream is streaming on X today. Anyways, I do want to say a
Escort
quick
quest.
thank you to Casey Steve. Really appreciate your support, Casey Steve. Casey Steve. That's very generous of you, very kind of you. And shout
Very
out to
generous
our
of you, very
moderators.
kind.
We have Beth. is moderating,
imagine,
thank
imagine shouting out the mods. What a cuck. Although the mods probably had to do a fucking very good job today, didn't they? The mods were probably sweating embryos for for this chat today. God, what a state. Maybe I suppose we will shout out the mods, shall we? You guys have to give me a damage report. You guys have to tell me. Tell me how things went. Follow the arrow to... I have to kill this guy. Someone the invisible. The insatiable. Okay.
Thank you. And hold on a moment here.
I gifted memberships and Lorna never thanked me. Don't I always? What, did you gift memberships today and I didn't see it? Wait, hang on. Where? I don't see them. Where? Where? They're not here. They're not on my list. Did you gift memberships today? What's going on? Oh, Lookner. Oh, you gave gifties to Lookner and he didn't thank you. Well, that's what you get, retard. Why would you give them to Lookner? What the fuck? He doesn't need it. Marginal utility, man. Come on. The fuck? Yeah, of course I'm not reading that chat properly. It's a free one.
Hold on a moment here.
Hang on. Where is this person that we need to find?
Thank you to our Facebook moderators. We have
Oh,
moderating
Facebook
right now.
moderators.
Paul Anderson,
Come on.
much appreciated. And LB Prairie Dawn and Matthew Kohai 3 are.
Where's the news?
Before we get into anything.
Not before we get into anything.
So, and we're going to cover it. So I just want to mention that.
Okay.
So people know. Okay. So.
Let's get into it.
So, President Trump will be giving his State of the Union tomorrow.
Oh,
It is at
tomorrow?
9
Really?
Eastern. we will be covering it tomorrow. We'll have live coverage. Also, I'm going to come on early as I usually do. So I'm thinking probably, well, at latest 8 p.m. I will be on the air by 8 p.m. Eastern time, possibly a little before that, to do pre-coverage where we talk to you, get your comments and predictions about the State of the Union. So I hope you can join us for our coverage tomorrow night of the State of the Union. Again, I'll be coming on early. And, President Trump said today, I read this quote from him today. He said it's going to be multiple outlets said, Trump said, it's going to be a long speech because we have so much to talk about. President Trump said it's going to be a long speech.
Tariffs.
Now,
we had the most amazing
How long
tariffs.
will it be? Well, that's a nice segue to our sponsor for today's broadcast, Kalshi.
How is that a segue?
If you check out the Kalshi odds,
oh, you have to bet on how long it's going to be.
The odds are, I don't know about 2/3 of people, but the odds are 66% that it'll go longer than 90 minutes, and 39% say longer than 100 minutes. I don't know how long it's going to be. Anyways,
God damn it, Steve.
So there's some disagreement on Kalshi, but you can see a lot of people think he's going to go pretty long.
Sounds like an agenda to me. Yeah, it does. Agenda free. No more. He's got bought and paid for. No, wait, where is this fucking guy I'm supposed to kill? What the fuck? He's dead. Okay. Wonderful. Where's his corpse? I don't even know where to find his spawn. Is he here? God damn it. Oh, he's here. Okay. Oh, tried to invite me. Oh. Can you pass leader? Okay.
Remember that the Mexican government said that U.S. intelligence helped with the operation yesterday to get El Mencho, and also multiple outlets reported that a U.S. military task force was helping out in the operation against El Mencho. So I was thinking, maybe President Trump will talk about the whole Mexico situation in his State of the Union. And if you look on Kalshi, it says, what will Trump say during the State of the Union? And the odds right now are 84% that he mentions fentanyl/cocaine. And then there's another one here. I think, is it high? Where's cartel? Oh, the odds are 87% that he'll say cartel. So a lot of people think he'll talk about this on Kalshi. Anyways, you can
So why is Mexico going so crazy? Because this big cartel guy died? Is it because of like some power vacuum? Or is it because they miss him? Like, what's going on? Oh no, we lost a great one today. Was America involved? Did they do it? Did they assassinate him? Oh shit. You linked Steve's crash out. I've seen his crash out. It's the COVID one, right? It's revenge. What? Who killed him though? Like some other cartel person? Or what? The cartel is retaliating. Uh-oh. Oh no. Like Breaking Bad. Fuck. That's bad, isn't it? You don't want to leave a power vacuum with a cartel boss, right? I know that from Breaking Bad. It's not quite Game of Thrones Season 8, but it was a good series. Very entertaining, reasonable level of action.
Over there and check out what the odds are on him talking about different things. Hey, so I appreciate Kalshi sponsoring the broadcast, and I do want to mention real quick, you can go to kalshi.com/agenda-free and get a $10 credit to trade on any market of your choosing, $10. And I will put that link, kalshi.com/agenda-free TV, kalshi.com/agenda-free in the chat. So thank you to them. But I hope you can join us tomorrow night for our coverage of the State of the Union. And isn't there a response to the State of the Union? I think, hopefully we'll have coverage of that too. I'll have video of that. Okay, now let's get into everything. Let's start with Mexico.
Oh, I have to use this.
I should do a quick check and make sure. I haven't seen reports today of huge new violence in Mexico. I don't know how things are going to end up playing out there.
Uh-oh.
But I think probably the best thing for us to do is to start with the press conference that President Sheinbaum and other Mexican officials gave. So you can see the latest from what they said. I also want to check. I don't think I have a live shot from there, but let me just check if I have a live shot from Mexico. I don't know that I do right now. I didn't see one before, but let me check on it. I'm not seeing one right now that I have. Okay, I'll keep an eye out. But again,
What is this? I don't think I should be watching this because it's like there's too much fucking filler. Spider really wants me to watch this XQC clip. Okay, why not? I'm just getting really involved in this quest chain, dude. It's like quite difficult because these mobs are powerful as fuck.
I haven't heard of like huge violence today, but I'll be keeping an eye out for that.
Violence?
Give me a moment here. Let me just check one other thing here. Yeah, no live shot right now from Mexico that I have. Okay.
Does anyone know what happened to Demon Mama? What an interesting question. I don't know why you'd expect me to know. I'm pretty sure she just quit. I think she just went on to better things. I hope so. Hope she's happy. What's this?
You bought XQC? No, XQC's legit, bro. I love XQC. Shout out XQC.
Oh, apparently this guy who view bots people on Twitch was basically, they fired up their own stream and just kind of admitted to what they were doing? Is that what? Okay.
You bought XQC? No, XQC's legit, bro. I love XQC. Shout out XQC.
Really? Yay!
Nick Fuentes is he's a homosexual.
Surely the
Hey, Nick Fuentes, let's go.
tennis today.
Fuck Nick and this cockroach muncher.
XQCL.
He's English?
You suck.
The
Nick
view botter is
sucks.
English?
Asmongold sucks.
My wife
and
wants me
Tsunami's
to
a
quit
fucking
watching the
terrorist. He
stream
spreads
to help
fucking
her
terrorist
fix her
propaganda.
James Avery
You
bracelet.
want dead
What did I do?
fucking America. You literally show propaganda. You're a terrorist. Shot collar ass fucking nigger, bro. You should be
stream
banned.
well. When's the Fuckerfan contest XQC?
Is that what so that guy's just a view botter. He view bots random channels and now he's just come and made a stream and says he does it. Do we know that he definitely does it? Did he show receipts or I don't know, whatever. I would assume he did if people are calling him the view botter. The view botter. Damn. Okay, fascinating.
Let's see. Our viewer for reals says these things in Mexico are usually just a day thing unless it's something else influencing it. Well, I mean, given that, my thought was given that yesterday Mexico killed.
Let me get Hassan reaction. Did Hassan react to the view botter? Does the view botter, did they say who they bought though? Did they bought Hassan? I think they said they bought Asmongold. Wasn't it? Hates Hassan and Asman. Sounds about right. Yeah. Damn, that was so many globules we just killed in one go. What the fuck? We're unhinged.
The Mexican government killed a man who I saw described by some outlets as the most powerful cartel boss in Mexico. I was thinking, it might not be a one-day thing, but
Hassan was getting view-botted. Well, he got view-botted, but I know he had like 350k yesterday or the day before. That's obviously view-botting, but is he generally getting view-botted? I don't think he is. I don't think there's any evidence that he is. Oh my god, look at that person! They said, whoa! That's so cool. I keep getting recognized in this fucking video game, man. That person actually flew down to see me. That's crazy. Huh! Fuck it. Globules? Bobules everywhere.
Who knows? I don't know if there's more. I hope there's no more violence, but I mean, it seems like this isn't. From what I understand, this is not
Asman
gonna
stopped
mean the end
paying
of the
them.
cartel.
Oh, really?
So
Oh, no.
I don't know how things will be
Scandalous.
playing out in the coming days. And
Is his YouTube view
let's
bought it
see
then?
here.
Hmm.
By the way, our viewer Pizza City thinks Trump is going to be doing his campaign rallying speech tomorrow. We will have live coverage. Our viewer English Militia says, isn't it the U.S.
English Militia.
administration that pushed for El Mencho to be removed before the World Cup? That I don't know. I don't have any kind of detailed information on the specific degree to which the U.S. government was involved or pressuring Mexico. There's speculation that this operation may have been carried out because the U.S. was pressuring Mexico, but I'm not sure. Let's see here. And, hold on a second. One of our viewers mentioned. Yes, as Gina Pina mentioned, Virginia Governor Abigail Spanberger will be delivering the Democratic response to the State of the Union. I assume I'll have video that I can
Hey,
show you tomorrow.
yes. Oh, the Democrat response is being given by the CIA Democrat. That's what they call her, right? Spanberger. The one who absolutely fucking annihilated that race that she was in at the same time that Mamdani won. I think it was like a 1 or 2% Republican lead that got turned into a 15-point Democrat lead or some crazy shit. Why not Zoran? I know, eh? Terrible. Alienating the left flank again. Spanberger, what a queen. Shall we watch it tomorrow? Shall we get all positive mod squad? We haven't done enough of that recently. She killed it. What, has it happened already? Are you fucking... Oh, you mean the race? Where is this warden? What the fuck? Oh, he's... Hey! Oh, here.
Tomorrow night when it happens.
The CIA Democrats. Hell yeah.
Okay, so why don't we start looking at the press conference that was given today by Claudia Sheinbaum. We can watch it together, and other Mexican officials. We can talk about it during it, okay? I think that's the best place to start on this. Let's start on this here. Warren is watching over on X. Hey, a quick thanks to Kenneth Colton. Kenneth says Boston could get 2 feet of snow. Stay safe out there, kids. Hey, thanks, Kenneth Colton. Also, Lidwine Elizabeth. I appreciate that, Lidwine. Thanks for your note. And I appreciate your note very much. And thanks for your support from all the way from Europe, Lidwine Elizabeth. That's very nice of you. Thanks also, Hannah Williams, our member. Endless XX, our member. Kelly C, our member. And LV Beezy for subscribing on Twitch, and Traveling Slim for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you. All right, let's watch this. I haven't even watched this. I read some updates about what happened, but I want to actually watch the press conference and get the details for the press conference. I forgot to do something. Somebody just reminded me. So YouTube has an ongoing issue where what happens is, even if you set ads to not play during the live stream.
Okay, it's just like live stream filler. Fuck me. Asmongold, my Iranian viewer, sent me this. Fuck that. Iranians in Iran got a text today saying that the US president is a man of action. Oh, dude. Do you think they give a fuck anymore? Do you think they see that and they're just kind of like, yeah, is he, eh? Sure thing, bro. A man of action, is he? Well, what kind of action? Dude, oh, fucking Nick DeOrio made a 1-hour video called Why I Hate Chud Logic. Should I watch it? Should we get both sides? Should we go both sides, Andy? I think I could. Shall we slop out? I'm still sick, so I feel like I've got an excuse. And also, covering real politics is just kind of boring. I don't know. There's nothing happening. We're just waiting for something to happen. Yeah. All right. Let's see. This better be good. This better be an enjoyable viewing experience. I don't feel like I'm ever gonna
pathetic. Anyway,
dig enough
so yeah,
in to take a side here, but whatever. I don't even know what the drama's about yet, apart from that. Whatever.
That's the reality. That's what's happened here. Nick.
Oh god, I already don't want to watch this fucking shit now. With people coming in to try and poison the well. He's proven Chud a liar, is he? Oh, okay. Whoa. Got him.
He's had a problem with me for months and months and months. Okay.
Okay.
Hasn't wanted to be kind of clear of that with me. Has tried to act like he's still my mate, and then at the first opportunity, when he thinks I'm not going to respond, okay, and comes out with a fucking stream segment talking about me. Dude, it's almost like the second I'm getting on the plane, right? This sweaty is like, oh, time to go live and talk about Chud, but he probably won't respond.
Did they mute the word fat? I swear I heard sweaty fat fuck. Is that what he said? Uh-oh. Chaos.
Let's get started. All
right,
ladies
get started.
and gentlemen. Yesterday we did have some internet problems and our stream wasn't started until 7:30. I wasn't sure if we were going to do this segment. I went back and forth on it for a while. I didn't really think I needed to do one, to be honest, because most people pretty much already agree with me. Before we get started, I want to establish a couple of ground rules. Don't feel compelled to donate tonight because there's no notifications and because I'm trying to do a show here. And I'll be reading all donations after tomorrow's live stream. So donations are on back burner for tonight. This is
Sorry, Iranians. Donald Trump is monitoring the Nick and the Chud the Oreo situation. Yeah. I hope so. One thing at a time, right? Whatever, man. Fucking. I'm just gonna. Nick the Oreo has such a. It's like he was forged in the fire to talk about drama with that voice. He's just got like the ultimate internet drama troll voice. Yeah, with his fucking Keffels Wiggler. That's how I first heard about him, actually, was because he was fighting with Keffels.
A single segment, no introduction, no second segment. We're just gonna go through this from start to finish, and I'm gonna give you my side.
What's
of the
happening?
story.
Why are you
now,
evading?
I watched Chud Logic's little crybaby response, the 2
Crybaby response.
I commend DK editing because he worked really hard to condense that shit down to 40 minutes. You know how much random bullshit coping and seething at his own chat?
So I watched Chud Logic's gay response. I love these guys. They're so funny.
That he had to remove to even make it somewhat watchable. It's still not very watchable, but it's better than the version that I actually reviewed for this segment because I went back to the original one. Anyways, Chud Logic uploaded this video about me today. Well, yeah, last night actually. I think he expected me to respond to this or not respond to this, but it was interestingly timed or whatever because I was about to go live. This is the response to the Chud claims from his stream segment. I'm gonna take you through it right now because actually I think you're all aware of this. He released my DMs. Fair play, fine. I've released DMs before. I'm not gonna go and fucking go postal and say, oh, it's super fucked up that you're leaking DMs, the golden rule, man. But what I am going to do is explore these DMs because it was really fucking stupid that he put them out. So let's review what Chud Logic has released, and I'll get into why this is significant periodically throughout the little presentation I'm gonna do with you. We're gonna come back to the screenshot a lot. So you can see here on February 1st, I wrote yo, and then on the 14th of January.
I only watch Laundry Books, so getting all this drama without knowing context is great. Yeah, it is, because at the end of the day, I just don't know how I can... I don't know what it's... I feel like what it's about should be made very clear very quickly. Because right now, what I'm seeing is like, we just looked at the whole drama of people going after people's personal lives and fucking pedo accusations, and people saying that I want to kill all the kids and rape them and supporting fucking phalangist massacres and shit like that. Then I come over to Nick and Chud, and it's like, did someone steal someone else's fucking Snickers bar? Like, what's going on here? I can't even fucking tell.
Second, I'm numbering this wrong because he's European. On January 2nd, I wrote, yo. And on January 14th, I wrote, hey, I just saw a clip of you saying that I don't like you anymore, but you haven't answered any DMs from me since September, LMAO. I did try to keep comms open. Now, the context to this will become more apparent as we proceed, but this is how it was presented in his stream. Then Chud...
Were people saying you're a phalangist? Yes, Dev, they were saying that. They've been saying that for years. Although that position was typically quite well quarantined within the psycho-tanky sphere, but now it seems to be permeating into the liberal sphere, and that's just not good. I do wonder, actually. I wonder if... No, I'm not even going to say it. It's okay. I was thinking of like where the roots of that issue might be, but I'm not going to speculate. There's no point. But yeah, I don't even need to tell you, Dev, what a phalangist even is, because you know, my learned friend.
Logic says, and I swear to God, he chose to release this on his own. For the brief moment while we're looking at DMs, I'm going to cover that because it's blocking the stuff. Hey, man. Yeah.
What's a
I've
better
had
looking
lot on.
tunic?
Honestly, it's difficult to even know what the deal is. We've gone our separate ways in many ways.
Also, never you should always take with a pinch of salt when commentary community or anyone, when YouTubers are covering each other's DMs and they feel like they need to read their other person's DMs in like fucking performative strawman voice. They all do this, and it's a lot more effective than you think. Like you. What's happening here? Ooh! What am I doing? Why am I flying a dragon? Use the phase disruptor when I'm at the top of the mana forge. This is the mana forge, isn't it? Okay.
Obviously, it does feel a bit shit that no one really likes me anymore from the commentary community space. I do probably have some issues with some of your coverage, but I don't want to keep talking about EHT, and honestly, I've appreciated the things that you've done for me. So I make these snarky jabs from time to time just to signal to you that I disagree, but I don't want to blow up
Where's your British accent,
bridge
Nick?
we have left by going full schizo mode.
Ooh, I'm bombing the mana forge.
I feel estranged.
Wow.
Which I thought was really weird because I said, hey man, you just went on stream and told everybody that I don't like you because you're friends with Queeman, and you've ghosted me since September, so that's kind of odd, but thank you for the random glaze, I guess, and you feeling peepo sad about it. So I wrote back, just to be perfectly transparent with you, the conversation here soured my perception of you. I have many friends in the online ecosystem that I disagree with, or who make different content than me. That was never my issue. Despite this, I did attempt to keep the bridge open regardless. So then, I didn't really respond to him. So he gets like more and more desperate as
Chud lost his mind when he streamed his reaction from him doing that voice. Wait, Chud reacted to this? Oh god, why am I not watching that? 2 birds, 1 stone. Fuck. Send me the link. I don't want to watch Nick Dorio why he hates Chud Logic. I want to watch Chud Logic why he hates the Oreo saying why he hates Chud Logic. Otherwise, it's just not fair. It took Chud so long to get through. Oh god. Put it in me. Oh god, it's actually quite peaceful when there's just nothing playing, isn't it? When there's no video playing, it's just me and this unstable universe with little electric sounds. Use a triangulation device. And walk 10 yards away into the red arrow. What? Okay. Nice. Did they get rid of the attunement requirements? Nope. Attunements are still part of it. My wife told me Chud was a vile racist the other day. Yeah. How did that conversation go? You're just sitting there making peanut butter jelly for the kids. And your wife is like, you know what, Gav? That Chud Logic guy that you watch, you know, he's like a vile racist. Can we talk about this later? We gotta get the kids to school. But I do value our marriage, and I love you very much. I don't tell you that enough. I should tell you that more. Yes, you should, actually. And I'm glad that I didn't even need to tell you. Fuck me.
As I don't respond to him. It starts off with him saying, so yeah, I mean, that backs up my feeling of, you know, being estranged. It's all good. I'm not mad or anything. Well, things change and people do different things. And at this point, I still haven't responded. And how long was this? Was this like 10 minutes? Then he writes, listen, man, not everything has to be some catastrophic breakdown. I know you're used to that. And I'm just like, yeah, man, good luck. Whatever you're doing over there, good luck with whatever you're doing over there. Fine. Cool. No problem. The interesting thing about how Chud leaked these DMs is because it was very apparent to me while I was watching.
It's okay, sorry. We're going more ambitious. Best place starts 39:13 with him showing a picture of the Oreo IRL. Oh, okay. So here's the Chud Logic react. Okay, there we go. Context. Well, it's a stream. I like the thumbnail is this live oink oink showing how FFW de Oreo is a lying piggy oink oink. Okay. 39:13. Okay. Is Chud in prison? Where is he? Right.
To this. Once again, Chud, I've tried to be your friend. I've tried to message you. What are these comments that you're making? Right?
Oh no. See, I thought Chud was the unreasonable one because of that voice, but now that Chud's doing the voice on Nick, now Nick sounds unreasonable, doesn't he? Nick sounds exasperated and irrational. Fuck! What am I supposed to make of this?
And once again, I tried to play the fucking peacemaker because this is the thing with Nicholas de Oreo, dude. This is the problem. Okay? He wants to have a private conversation to cool things down. And I, to my discredit, criticize me for all this if you want to. I've allowed that to happen. And I've been like, do you know what?
Okay.
I do like Nicholas. I do appreciate what he's done for me. I don't want to get into some fucking fight over this.
At Zombie Factory Girl became a member.
Yes, I have been a pussy. I have been a pussy. Call me a pussy, certainly. Certainly, yes, okay? And here's the thing, I see people saying, but you ignored him, but... So, it's quite evident that Nicholas has been quite selective in what he's chosen to talk about from my coverage, because he wants you to believe that there isn't some admission from my end that I've been a pussy. And you see it repeatedly throughout this.
Okay.
But I said in my video about this, in my coverage on stream, I said that I've been a pussy. Now, I could be wrong about this, and maybe he included this. Maybe he included this. And maybe
okay, Chud admitted to being a pussy, but it seems like Nick de Oreo has not acknowledged Chud's admission of Chud admitting to being a pussy. Okay. Okay. Noted.
Proven wrong, okay? But I don't recall seeing it for the little bits that I've seen, okay? But we will see. We will see. But I'm quite open about the fact that I have been a pussy, okay? I'm willing to admit that. Because I've got a soul. Because I have got a soul, unlike Pigolus, who has lost his soul in the pursuit of shekels from Ethan Klein's cock, okay? But I'm willing
shekels.
to say,
oh, no.
Yes, I've been a pussy privately to Nicholas.
Okay, calling it now. If Chud starts having issues with me, and it's because hating Nicholas means he has to hate Shekels. No, what's the through line? If he hates Nick, he's going to start to hate Ethan, and then he's going to have to hate Shekels, and then he's going to bring that back around to hating me. If that happens, okay, I'll be very sad. Just saying.
As I said then, I'll make it clear again now. Yes.
That better not happen.
I have been a pussy, okay? So, let's get into it, and let's talk about all this. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Here we go. Here it is, guys. The end of my...
Are we Team Chud? Dude, I literally have no idea what team this community would even be on. I don't know. I imagine the H3 fans in this community would probably be more pro Nick, and I have no fucking idea. I don't even know what the drama is. I don't know. I think it's because of Turkey Tom allegations, and Chud said that they were sweeping or some shit, but I don't know what that has to do with Chud being a pussy and admitting it and being upset that Nick hasn't acknowledged Chud's admission of the thing. Oh, fuck, bro. What do you want me to do?
Korea, let's go!
Video playthrough from start to finish. Isn't that the norm with this kind of thing?
Chud criticizes Nicholas for being too uncritical of Ethan for a while. Okay, I see. Yes, I understand. Like, he's clearly saying that he thinks Nick DeOrio is chasing Ethan Klein H3 clout. Okay, yes. Okay. NDSF, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Do you have any World War II book recommendations aside Evans? Yes. Let me remember what the fuck it's called. Apparently that one about the... I've only read bits of it, but it seems good. Something about the fucking Devil's Pact. It's like about Walter Ribbentrop. Let me see. What was that again? There was a few that I was looking at recently. Why am I so bad at remembering names? I know Stalingrad is a really popular book, but it's just like it's quite specific. Then I'll have to get back to you on the other ones. Because, yeah, Devil's Alliance. You just finished it. I'm sorry. Whoops. I don't know. Do Stalingrad. Do that one. It depends, because, like... I don't know, actually, ones that are good for just overall World War II history. Like, just like the comprehensive view of the war. Even Third Reich at War isn't even necessarily that, because that's more just about, like, the Third Reich's perspective. And it's not supposed to be, like, a history of the Second World War. It's a bit different from that. I tend to... The last fully comprehensive World War II thing I consumed was a documentary series on Netflix, which was banging. The World War II in color, but yeah.
Liz, you are trying to craft a narrative.
Thank you for the kicks, thank you.
Let's get started. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday we did have some internet problems and our stream wouldn't start until 7:30. I wasn't sure if we were going to do this segment. I went back and forth on it for a while. I didn't really think I needed to do one, to be honest, because most people pretty much already agree with me. Before we get started,
Dude, this is so classic for Nicholas, right? His decision about whether or not he's going to do something is whether he's got, like, public support. Do you know what I mean? That's his determination. That's his determination. He did this with the Michael Alberto video. I don't know if you remember this, which I actually defended Nicholas over. But he was looking at the kind of public temperature to see whether or not he needed to respond. That's Nicholas all over. That is Nicholas all over. And the thing is he does have a lot of support from his community, obviously. You know, I've got a lot of support from my community. And yeah, that's just the way it goes, isn't it? Nicholas has got a bigger audience than me. So he's going to have more support because he's got more people to watch him, you know? And that's okay. That's the way it goes. Not my first rodeo. I've been here before. I've been down this road before, guys.
Yep.
I want to establish a couple of ground rules. Don't feel compelled to donate tonight because...
oh, yeah, the William Shirer guy. Yeah, that's a good one. Is it Schreier or Shire? I thought it was Schreier. Yeah, Schreier, yeah. Yeah, because I watched the Nuremberg series on Netflix, and that's they mentioned him quite a lot. Yeah, he's an interesting character.
There's no notifications, and because I'm trying to do a show here, and I'll be reading all donations after tomorrow's live stream. So donations are on back burner for tonight. This is a single.
Okay, we've been through all this shit already.
You're probably not going to be convinced by anything I've got to say.
Is he pausing a lot?
And that's fine. Unsubscribe, fuck off, it's all good. Okay, it is what it is. But I will do my best to just be honest, upfront, real with you about all this stuff.
Straight facts.
About what you're seeing, about what my thoughts were when it was happening, and all that sort of thing, okay?
How much random bullshit coping and seething at his own chat that he
You're waiting for Nick Shirley's World War II book. Aren't we all?
had to remove to even make it somewhat watchable. It's still not very watchable, but it's better than the version that I actually reviewed for this segment, because I went back to the original one. Anyways, Chud Logic uploaded this video about me today.
You know what, man? You know what? We should have just done. We should do more stirring the pot. Maybe that's what we need to do. If these guys can make this much drama over, I'm not entirely sure what yet. We could do better than that, couldn't we? You just need to care less. When I saw people who were like fucking raging in the chat today over that Destiny Pisco thing, I was like, dude, what if I just bring Dan on for commentary? Just to cause a little bit more friction, you know, fuck. What a missed opportunity. Could have done it too. Surely. Would have been 50-50 at least. Maybe next time, eh? You miss all the chances you don't take. Get fucked. Moment's passed.
But yeah, last night actually, I think he expected me to respond to this or not respond to this, but it was interestingly timed or whatever, because I was about to go.
Okay, Nick is sensitive, posts a 40-minute video crying. So, if you're insinuating
but how do I make
that I'm sensitive because of a 40-minute video, what does that make you if you post an hour 15-minute stream about this? Or is it based on the 2 hours maybe and it's less than that? I don't know. But it's just very funny that it's like I'm some crybaby sensitive bitch for responding to you talking about me whilst I'm on holiday, but your video is just based, you're cool, you're above it all, and it's actually great that you've done this. Very funny how that works, isn't it?
Go live. So this is.
I mean, he has to respond to what you were saying. Okay, dude.
Am I supposed to summon something?
Good to see we got some Drulians in nice and early. Okay.
Drulians.
And this, my video, is responding to what he said about me when I was away. What do you mean?
What are they talking about?
So the process is, Nicholas talks about me at more length than a couple of jabs. Okay, because he has made a couple of jabs towards me.
Sadly, you're raped.
He talks about me at more length on his stream whilst I'm on holiday. And so I come back.
Dono sound. God. What is it with you streamers that you all seem to suffer from arrested development? I don't know. I feel like I've managed to resist most of it, but I don't know what it is. You just can't take it too seriously. That's Lammy. Wait, David Lammy. It does sound like a posho. Is it David Lammy saying that? Why is he saying that?
And I respond to that.
What's the context?
Now he is responding to me. So this, oh, he needs to respond. Well, yeah, by that logic, I'm responding to Nicholas then. It's like, you know, this is the thing with this narrativization. His retarded audience gobble it up, okay? Now, I'm obviously happy at this point to have a call. And again, as I've said, I have been a pussy about this before, right?
Yeah.
And we've not
and he owned up to it. We remember that.
Discussed a call or got into a call, okay? So I'm not saying, to be clear, because I know people are doing twisting this, that I've always been on his back about getting in a call and talking about it, because that's not the case, okay? But I'm saying I am, of course, happy to have a call, but Nicholas has now manufactured it and set it up so he can kind of be like, well, no, I'm not going to speak to the guy again. And this is the thing. He doesn't want to get a scratch on him. He doesn't want to put himself in a position where he could get into a call and there'd be something happen that makes him look bad, because he is absolutely fucking optics obsessed, okay? Now, I'm concerned about optics, and we'll get into this and we'll talk about it when it comes in DMs. Don't get me wrong. But it is another level with Nicholas, right? Another level.
Right then.
But you ignored him for 6 months. We'll get into that as well. We will talk about that too.
the response to the Chud claims from his stream segment. I'm going to take you through it right now because actually I think you're all aware.
I don't know where this David Lammy clip is. If anyone has it, you can send it show it to me. I don't know where he said that though. It's not like showing up right away on YouTube or anything, so couldn't say.
This, he released my DMs. Fair play, fine. I've released DMs before. I'm not gonna go and fucking go post them and say, oh, it's super fucked up that you're leaking DMs, the golden rule, man. But what I am going to do is explore these DMs because it was really fucking stupid that he put them out.
Uh-oh.
So, just to get started here, let's review what Chud Logic has released. And I'll get into why this is significant periodically throughout the little presentation I'm gonna do with you. We're gonna come back to the screenshot a lot. So, you can see here, on February 1st, I wrote, yo, and then on the 14th of January 2nd, I'm numbering this wrong because he's European. On January 2nd, I wrote, yo, and on January 14th...
Can we talk about IP instead? Dude. One of these days. I know there are protests, aren't there? It's a Jewish Arab protest again in Israel. Or are they protesting over again? I can't remember this time. Was it over settler violence? I think it's over settler violence. Those guys are losing their fucking minds. Mexico... Dude, I'm fucking ill, man. I can barely fucking... can barely string a sentence together. And no matter how much fucking water I drink, my mouth is still dry and ugh.
I wrote, hey, I just saw a clip of you saying that I don't like you anymore, but you haven't answered any DMs from me since September, LMAO. I did try to keep comms open. Now, the context to this will become more apparent as we proceed, but this is how it was presented.
So, bear in mind here...
Bear in mind.
What Nicholas is trying to present here is, oh, you said we're not really friends anymore, but we are friends because I've tried to reach out to you. Bear that in mind, okay?
In his stream. Then Chud Logic says, and I swear to God, he chose to release this on his own for the brief moment while we're looking at DMs. I'm going to cover that because it's blocking the stuff. Hey, man. Yeah, okay, I've had a lot on.
But how do
honestly,
I make money
it's difficult to even know what the...
I can't believe how you are so parasitic with Nick. Like when you stole URR and the I'm gay into song.
Indeed, thank you.
On the blubbery shoulders of a bigger man.
So this is something you're going to hear repeated throughout this. Is this...
oh no, we actually, I keep forgetting that some people are emotionally invested in this shit. We've got this fucking rabbi baby in chat. We're watching the Chud Logic sweep version where he gets to one-sidedly interrupt Nick. Do you want me to watch the Nick version where he gets to one-sidedly do Chud? I don't care. No one in this, I don't think anyone in this community gives a fuck about this drama. It's just funny, okay? It's just something that's, you bet your ass I am unemployed as fuck. Yes, you are. That's the most unemployed. Also, I really do hope Chud gets wind of the fact that the guy who takes Nick's side is called Rabbi. Oh, God. That is not helping the Shekels case, not one bit.
This absolutely fucking wretched, pathetic, straw man voice stuff, right? Because obviously...
Oh, the straw man voice.
If you read something in a silly way...
Pre-watch. Was I just like hit on the head last night and I'm just predicting the contents of every single thing I watched today?
You make it sound silly. But when you read it normally...
It sounds
it's
based
perfectly
and serious.
Fine. It makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Even if it's somewhat gay, okay? True. But that's the trick. It's read it in a stupid voice.
But how do I make money off depressed people?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, that's wonderful. Okay, that's wonderful.
Wait. Oh, wait, hang on.
At Sharky
Sorry. There we go. My bad. So it's this like little kind of like trick that people do where they just read the other person in a silly voice and then it, you know, makes someone sound silly. But when you take a step back and read it, it's like, well, no, that's actually not that crazy, you know?
Deal is, we've gone our separate ways in many ways. And obviously, it does feel a bit shit that no one really likes me anymore from the commentary community space. I do probably have some issues with some of your coverage.
Bro.
But
I understand, especially when you hear it in that voice. That sounds really fucking pathetic, okay? I get it. I get it, okay? I understand. I understand.
Yeah, but say it in more of a like a Christian Bale and Batman kind of voice. And then it'll sound really cool and brooding.
But just for a second, do try and understand it from my perspective, right? There's a bunch of guys that I used to fuck around with.
Yep.
And they don't fuck around with me no more. And no one's really explained why. Well,
Name
Tommy
mates.
C, to his credit, in his schizo way, is...
Yeah, how did that feel, eh? Name mates. Just kind of cruising around in your little fucking retarded face hunter that looks like... that just looks like a power walking gecko. Just lumbering around. Look at this jump. Fuck's sake.
Just kind of laid some of it out. And Willie Mack did as well. A bit with Tommy C. I've kind of got to the bottom of the Turkey Tom stuff as well now. That's sort of come out as to what's happened there, right? Okay? Right. But yes, it does suck. It does suck. Maybe I'm just a gay man waiting to come out of the closet. But yes, it does suck.
Maybe.
But there we go. I'm just trying to be real with you. I'm just trying to be real with you. Okay? I'm just trying to be honest, upfront, and real. And ensouled. Okay? If you don't like that, that's fair enough. But it does kind of suck that I used to knock about with a bunch of people that don't fuck with me anymore. And apparently none of them fucking like me. And we'll get to all of that, okay? We'll get to all of that.
I don't want to keep talking about EHT. And honestly, I've appreciated the things that you've done for me. So I make these snarky jabs from time to time just to signal to you that I disagree. But I don't want to blow up what little bridge we have left by going full schizo mode, attacking you. I guess I feel estranged. Which I thought was really weird because I said, hey man, you just went on stream and told everybody that I don't like...
See, Chud thinks it's really... it sounds a little bit too vulnerable and a little bit too homosexual that he's sitting there with no mates who he used to hang out with, but they don't want to be his mate anymore. Okay, but really the image he wants to be conveyed is more something like this, right? Like he wants to be like this film where the football hooligan fucks up and he's just sitting on a fucking bench near the Tower Bridge, tweaking out, drinking a bottle of straight Glens, smoking himself to death. See, this guy's hurting, okay? He's crying, but he's definitely not gay, okay? There's definitely no gayness here. English geezer. And then I think this is a football hooligan film, so he's going to get up and sing his football hooligan song. This, that's your Chud Logic meltdown right there. It's more like that, okay? It's more like that. The Nick DeOrio. The Nick DeOrio summary is just not. It's not very good faith, okay? It's more of a geezer meltdown.
Like you because you're friends with Queeman and you've ghosted me since September, so that's kind of odd, but thank you for the...
Okay, how is this insane, by the way? I'm saying I feel estranged, another gay word, right? But how is that a crazy take when he then reveals, oh yeah, bro, I've had a problem with you for months. So, yeah, then I have been estranged, haven't I? Like, yes, I was correct to feel like there's something amiss. There's something amiss with all of this.
The random glaze, I guess, and you feeling peepo sad about it. So I wrote back, just to be perfectly transparent with you, the conversation here soured my perception of you. I have many friends in the online ecosystem that I disagree with.
So your perception of me has been soured for months.
Uh-oh.
And you're telling me this now. I obviously know we had an issue months ago, okay? I obviously know because we spoke months ago about this issue, which he reveals we'll talk about too. So you have had a problem with me. You've not told me, and that's why I felt estranged, because you've had a problem with me. You've not told me. Is that crazy? Like, I don't know, dude. It's like, to me, I'm like, well, yeah, that explains why I feel estranged, because you have obviously had this issue with me that's gone unsaid, and obviously I felt something about that, you know?
Yeah.
With, or who make different content than me. That was never my issue. Despite this, I did attempt to keep the bridge open regardless. So then, I didn't really respond to him. So he gets, like, more and more desperate as I don't respond to him. So it starts off with him saying, so yeah.
Bro, dude, this guy is so full of shit, it's unbelievable. I can't prove this. Okay? But I'll say it anyway. I know that people that, you know, think my word is no longer my bond. He was typing, bro. This guy was fucking typing. He was typing and typing and typing and then stopped typing. And then he started typing again. And so I was like, you know, okay, let's maybe just try and, you know, move this along a bit, get talking, see what we're going to do about this. I know it's going to be used against me.
Should have screenshotted the dots.
What
Damn.
can I do? I can't prove it. You know, if you don't believe me, then that's that, I guess. But I'm telling you,
he
was typing. This was clearly like, he was thinking about this and thinking about what to write and typing stuff out, you know?
I mean, that backs up my feeling of, you know, being estranged. It's all good. I'm not mad or anything. Well, things change and people do different things. And at this point, I still haven't responded. And how long was this? Was this like 10 minutes? Then he writes, listen, man, not everything has to be some catastrophic breakdown.
Oh, dude. Bro,
damn, that strawman voice is really doing a lot of heavy lifting now.
I can tell that he's typing, and so I think, okay, clearly there's tension, clearly this is difficult, let's just draw a line under this and both go our separate ways. But he's got to do this ridiculous voice. He's got to do this absurd voice, acting like I'm unreasonable here, or I'm like desperately typing up messages. When I'm like, I'm looking at it from my perspective, like, okay, he's typing, clearly there's this tension, clearly we're not going to get anywhere with this. He can't really think what to write. So fuck it. Let's just draw a line under it and move on.
Are you planning on doing Discord bans anytime soon? Probably have to do YouTube bans as well. The problem is that we just probably banned about 20 people today because of that Destiny Pisco shit. Yeah, we'll still do that, yeah. We'll still do unbans. I feel okay about them. Yeah, I know you said unbans, but the problem is we just done a whole bunch of extra bans. No bans today, actually. Okay, maybe it's just me banning people then. Not from Discord, though, from YouTube, I mean. Okay, so this dragon is a difficult one. Apparently I can't do it by myself. Let's just skip the elite ones. We'll do them later. Hearth to Stormspire. Okay.
I want to go about our separate ways, okay? But he's got to present it. And this is the thing, dude. I am being honest about this. I know that some people are going to doubt that and going to question it. And we'll get into all of the sort of contradictions you think exist and all that sort of thing. And I'll kind of honestly explain as best as I can everything, okay? But I'm willing to admit stuff that makes me look a bit gay, okay? I'm happy to admit that, yes, I felt estranged. Yes, it bothered me. I'm happy to admit all of that, okay? But you'll notice throughout this, there's none of that sort of stuff from Nicholas. It's constantly trying to frame me in the worst possible light, like I'm some sort of, like, pathetic loser, da-da-da-da-da. He's obviously bothered about this, right? He's obviously bothered about this. He looked up to me. He looked up to me, right? I was one of the reasons that he started streaming again, right?
What,
he even mentions at one point that he did think I had these values or these principles, but he was clearly wrong about it, right? He has got to, like, dishonestly represent all of this and act like he's above it all and doesn't care and I'm just some fucking loser, when he was there typing without saying anything because he was clearly trying to think about what to say, you know? But he wants to act like aloof. Oh, yeah, this guy was like, 10 minutes later he sends this. Yeah, bro, because I could see it was difficult for you. And I was trying to help us come to a reasonable place where we could just call it there. Because otherwise, what are we going to do? We're going to go around the same fucking loop again, right? We're going to have the same private conversation. Just seems better to go our separate ways and call it a day. Because otherwise, it's going to constantly be like this. I'll say something on stream. He'll reach out to me. I say something on stream, he reaches out to me, blah, blah, blah. It's just like, oh my God, it's just an endless cycle of like, you know, two conflict avoidant pussies never fucking getting anywhere. Never
Sounds like
fucking
these guys.
getting anywhere, dude. So let's just draw a line under it and go on. Okay? Anyway, continuing on.
I know you're used to that. I'm just like, yeah, man, good luck. Whatever you're doing over there, good luck with whatever you're doing over there. Fine.
Bro, this voice thing is so pathetic, dude. And then Chud said, and then listen, man, and then I said, yeah, man, good luck with whatever you're doing over there. It's like so ridiculous, bro.
Oh god, I pre-watched the fucking Christian Bale Batman voice as well. Oh no.
Oh. Like he's the cool guy. He's the cool guy of commentary, the John Wick. Yeah, well, listen, man, not everything has to be some catastrophic breakdown. Yeah, man. Good luck with whatever you're doing over there. Dude, right? It's so fucking not what's going on here. It's so absurd.
And more desperate as I don't respond to him. So it starts off with him saying, so yeah, I mean, that backs up my feeling of, you know, being estranged. It's all good. I'm not mad or anything. Well, things change and people do different things. And at this point, I still haven't responded. And how long was this? Was this like 10 minutes? Then he writes, listen, man, not everything has to be some catastrophic breakdown. I know you're used to that. I'm just like, yeah, man, good luck. Whatever you're doing over there, good luck with whatever you're doing over there. Fine. Cool. No problem. The interesting thing about how...
I'm just like, yeah, man. Yeah. Good luck. It's no big deal. Dude. Fucking hell.
So
you're raped. Sorry
thank you for the
about your
kicks, thank
breakup
you,
with
thank
your
you.
retarded fat BPD boyfriend crying face.
So I tell you what, okay, here's another thing that I want to, you know, here's another thing I want to point out here with old Nick, okay? With old Nicholas the Oreo, right? His fucking presentation here within this is absurd in that he's saying that he's had a problem with me for months that he hasn't stated. Hence why I feel estranged, okay? But what he's trying to do is act like, well, I reached out to you. I reached out to you. I reached out to you, Chud. I was trying to be friends with you. I was trying to be friends with you. Were you trying to be friends with me? If you've got this big problem with me that is unsaid, why even bother trying to reach out? As I said, I think Nicholas was kind of touching base to kind of see where I was, right? He wanted to kind of check in and see if there's a chance that I'm going to do some sort of big fucking thing about him or something like that. Because one of the messages, I think, this one here, possibly, the yo here, I'm like pretty sure this came through when that junk drawer gaming video came out. Do you know the one I mean? And it showed all the fucking shit about Nicholas talking about Ethan Klein. And obviously it's difficult because I can't like prove what's in his head. But what it felt like to me is like this video's come out and it's almost like, are you going to talk about this? But he doesn't want to say that. He just wants to try and reach out to try and like touch base and just see kind of like what the temperature is of where I am with it. Do you see what I mean?
Daughter of Destiny.
But obviously I can't prove that.
The size of this fucking queen.
I can't prove that, of course. But to me, that's what it feels like. Now, with that in mind, okay? With all of this in mind, with Nicholas trying to present it like he's my mate and he's been trying to reach out to me for months, okay?
What's the Chud Ethan beef about? Pretty sure Chud opposes the lawsuits or some shit. Other than that, I don't know. And apparently Chud also has an aversion to shekels. You know, he thinks they're bad car. He doesn't like... He doesn't like shekels. For some reason. Yeah. I still can't really quite put my finger on this whole thing, though. I do really hope Chud will one day address the allegations that he has shown feelings, though. He's gonna need to work pretty hard to put that one to bed. Ooh!
Should we have a little listen to a story that Aiden told?
Uh-oh.
What do you reckon,
Yeah.
guys? I was listening to Aiden, and I just so happened to catch a little story that he told about VidCon
Oh,
that I
shit.
think's quite interesting.
A little story.
Should we have a little listen and see what he had to say? Should we have a little listen?
Sounds big to me.
Do you guys want the? Because I kind of want to say it. Do you want the VidCon leak?
Who is this person?
The VidCon leak or the
This
story?
person
I
who
guess.
sounds like Nick Dorio, but it's
Because
not.
Someone asked earlier. I said I'd do it at the end, but I feel like I should do it now. So do you want to do that real quick, and then we won't pause Andy? Okay. I am saying this.
Who the fuck is this
The
dude?
reason I'm saying this is, despite whether I like you or not,
This sounds like someone doing an impression of Nick Dorio. Like, what? Who is this person? Hayden Underground. Okay.
whether I like you or not, I generally, on
And
principle, try to.
Just so you know, VidCon last year was in June. June 2025. It was in June. Okay?
Yeah.
So, months before those friendly messages Nicholas was sending me was VidCon.
Keep shit private if it's not relevant, because I like when people are open with me and honest with me, right? I like being in the know. Like you, the chatter, who wants a leak. So, the reason I'm leaking this is because this pertains now to publicly litigated drama, and I feel like there's not a whole lot of honesty or transparency. So I'm going to be transparent with you. I went to VidCon.
This guy's accent, transparency. Oh shit.
Year,
Man.
when I was hanging out in the Airbnb.
I feel like I'm listening to fucking Placebo or some shit.
Of, I believe it was Wavy Web Surf, Gamer from Mars. It was their B&B. I think it was Gamer from Mars B&B. I'm not sure. Okay, that night, Diorio, because earlier in the day he had invited me to shit, I'd shown up, they had no room for me or whatever. So he
Fucking A with an umlaut. Transparency. Dude. What brand of... This is not an English accent. This is like a... Fuck no. Go just look up any song by Placebo. And you'll know what this accent is.
actually, he was gonna go home or something, but he decided he was gonna stay there longer to like be nice, because I had then gone and pulled up to their house. So he stays longer. He's clearly drunk, so I'm not gonna like take anything like too.
Oh fuck!
Yes, believe it or not, like
there totally is something better that I could watch right now. That's not too difficult. Or maybe I'll watch this tomorrow. That fucking Liquid Sonic dude did a video about Vadim. Oh shit! Will I do that tomorrow or today? We still have 900 viewers, man. And we're 6 hours into the stream. That's crazy. That's crazy, chat. Big Discourse. Who's this guy? Ooh. How long is it? 25 minutes? I should probably watch it tomorrow, actually. Tomorrow will be good for that. Can't be ping-ponging too much. Hey! Wait, why is the fucking video not playing? What the fuck? Are you okay? Are you working? Hello? Transparency. The picture-in-picture is fucked, man. It's actually shagged. Huh. Whatever. It's probably a good time to call it, isn't it? Fuck it. I'm not even... I can't be fucked trying to fix that. I'm just chilling. I'll go VC if anyone wants to speak shit. Drop their piece. Whoa. That was quite loud. The Pisco thing went somewhere positive. Yeah, it did. think we'll have a good bit of Iran news tomorrow, by the way things are going. I still have a feeling there's going to be like a first strike at some point when I'm in bed. They always do that, you know, element of surprise, because apparently I'm the person they're trying to surprise. Still waiting for my phone to just absolutely hurl off when that happens. Right. Warp Tinker. Let's go. It'll be over the weekend because Trump's terrified of the markets. Well, I thought that's what would have happened last week. The weekend just passed. That's why I kept thinking Saturday, Sunday would have been logical for them. But Mutin read an article earlier that the strike got delayed because the aircraft carrier doesn't have working toilets. Again, it's just stuff like that is always just going to be kind of hearsay, though, right? But that does sound very American. The fucking Portaloo's not working. My God. Why are you such a powerhouse? No urgency to strike. There must be some level of urgency, because isn't there a whole problem with deploying all that shit over there and then just soldiers sitting there getting bored? Like twiddling their thumbs? That's a problem as well. You don't really want to have that going on. It affects morale if people are just hanging around in a fucking boat all day with nothing to do. You can't just have a bunch of soldiers on a Mexican standoff forever, you know? I was supposed to go down into a mine. Okay. If you've ever been to Glastonbury, you won't ever want to see Portaloos again. Oh, wait. What's the quest called? Dealing with the foreman. You're on it. Come here. Well, I've been to festivals, and yes, Portaloos are quite disgusting. What's worse, though, is the fucking stalls, like the wooden troughs, where you just shit in a fucking hole. Had to do that a few times for festivals. Download, actually, that was quite bad for it. Aligua, thanks for the €5. Thanks for slopping by. Yeah, and yourself, eh? Thanks for the dono. You're really keeping me chugging on here. Don't worry, guys. I'm still reading stuff about news. I'm still doing my Obsidian notes. I just keep getting fucking sick. I keep getting sick, and I keep getting fucking sleep deprived. I was so sleep deprived that I went to bed at fucking 11 p.m. yesterday, and I stayed in bed until like 3 in the afternoon. I was that much of a deficit. Feel okay now, though. But yeah. I was literally just getting like, the last week and a half, I was just sleeping like 3 or 4 hours a day every day. So that had to come to an end. One day, guys, one day. Why are you so sickly? I don't know. Well, that was probably just because of the lack of sleep. That's probably why I got sickly. Captain Dan the Fireman, thanks for the $5. Feed us the slop. Listen. Tomorrow, okay. Unemployed moment. I like to think of myself as more of a complicated artist than unemployed, because I'm definitely not unemployed. I'm employed as fuck. What do you think I'm doing right now for you guys? Oh, here. Playing WoW. Yep. For a job, by the way. Watch me go. Yeah, if anything, I'm too employed. I'm way too employed. I need to settle down. Do you feel that streaming and being so vocal about your opinions has an impact on your personal life? Yeah. Not really, actually, because I've had a couple of people who were kind of like distant, real life, not even friends, just more like acquaintances, who were kind of like, oh, I don't want, who kind of got a bit pissy with some of my opinions or clips of what they thought were my opinions. But nothing too drastic. If anything, I just see that as more of like a shedding. Tough Mittens, thanks for the $4.99. Complicated artist and employed as fuck. True. Just saying what I said. Yeah, that's good cult members. Asmongold could never, dude. Asmongold playing a game and having political opinions at the same time? No way. He's a one or the other kind of guy. Are we watching Chud Logic? Nah, I can't be fucked. It's the picture-in-picture stopped working, and then I just realized that the silence was nicer, so I'm just doing a bit of quests. You're saying you got backlash for backing genocide? Yeah, exactly. The bare minimum, something, something. Also, the drama was just too intense, you know? The third or fourth time I saw that Chud Logic was having to admit to having emotions, I was getting very uncomfortable. It's like, oh no. If I listen to too much of this, I'm going to turn into a big gay. Okay. Look at this guy. Look at the state of this massive fucking demon. Dead. Use the triangulation device. Did it not work here? Oh, I have to go up the mountain. Who's this guy?
Our enemies will fall.
Wow. Now, how do you go up? This way. Yeah, here. What is your favorite soccer club? Don't call it that. What? Daughter of Destiny! My toxic queen. She's so bad, look at her. Shit. Okay. Do you follow the Six Nations? No, I don't give a fuck about rugby. I barely care about the football. Did you see Scotland beat England in rugby? Yeah, whatever. Good for them. I thought they qualified for the World Cup, didn't they? Scotland were going to the World Cup. Hell yeah. We're on it. We're in a golden age of Scottish sports. Fuck me. You really just have to be one thing at a time in these areas, don't you? It's not that you can just rush past anything. Use your CC. Like what? Fucking blind. That's an emergency move, buddy. Not right now. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, it's up here. I have to use the thing. Okay. Oh. Wait, where did that fucking gnome just go? Did they go up? Or did they fall? She went down there. Okay. Oh, fuck. Where are they? You coming? Oh fuck, is she dying? Would you pick Celtic or Rangers? Obviously Celtic, you know, Catholic. Sectarianism? Yeah. Yeah. Based. Uncringe. 700 viewers while playing this Unk slop. I don't know why I get more viewers playing WoW than I get playing other video games. Doesn't really make sense. I feel like this game is just because it's easier to watch, or is it because I can be more present while I'm playing it? Who knows? Okay. Why is this? Oh yeah, go to the red arrow. Go, 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 go. Hey, hey! Now let's kill the toxic queen. Where is she? There was a daughter of Destiny here, wasn't there? Yeah, here. Can I take these? Oh, fuck. Oh, no. My mage friend is gonna get killed. Slaughtered. Why did you do that, though? I was stealthing. What the fuck? God damn it. Fuck. Okay, vanish. Sorry, boss. Didn't think you'd... Well, finished your quest here. Right, fuck it. I'm gonna do my. You missed the bug sounds. True. That quest is done anyway. That's good. All right. New York Times. I lost my streak yesterday, guys. The fucking. It was so hard. It was such a stupid setup. Combination, whatever. 5 more on the goal. Is that even possible? For while I'm playing Connections? 5 super chats. That's crazy. Anyway, New Year's Eve. Christmas tree. Posture. Scarf. Volcano. Mistletoe. Cone. Blarney Stone. Masquerade. Gorge. Wedding. Inhale. Party hat. Bluff. Bolt. In front. Well, for eating, you can scarf, inhale, gorge, and bolt. Nice one. Bluff, I think, actually is a geographic thing as well as lying, but masquerade could go with bluff. Front. Okay, wait. Posture, masquerade, bluff, in front. Okay. Volcano could go with cone. Mistletoe, Christmas tree. Is this all winter stuff? New Year's Eve, party hat, Christmas tree, mistletoe. Not even 3 out of 4. Okay. Triangular, sorry, the shape, Christmas tree, cone, volcano, and is a Blarney Stone a particular? Oh, party hat. Sorry. Yeah. Okay, that's a bit better. Settings for a kiss. I don't know what Blarney Stone means. All right, that was quick. No problem, guys. High IQ. First class. Yesterday's one was just fucking disgusting. Quick! How many quests do I have done? A few. Okay. A little too quick, Pepe. Don't you ever say that. Dick. Don't need that. Wrathbringers. Oh yeah, they're the ones that look all BDSM and shit. I've already got the fell armaments and the Mark of Sargeras, okay. Then I still have like 40 of these to do though. There's a lot of questing to do before leaving this area. There you are, Wrathbringer. Hello. Come bring me your wrath. And you, let's do 4 at once. No problem. I don't have evasion. Oh fuck. I'm dead. I'm so fucked. It's okay. They're easy. They're going down. Cloak. Ooh. You're low ARL. I don't have vanish. I didn't have anything to do that. That was goofy. I had no vanish and no dodge. Whoops. What a moron. I killed one. Alright, okay, come on, take it easy. All good. He loves his lizard. Have you seen it jump? Shut up. Oh no, your little pet's gonna die. I don't know. Does that pet take a while to come back? Shit. Look at it jump. Look how cute the lizard is. It's so beautiful. War. Little fucking belly flop. I suppose you just have to learn to love it. Maybe. Maybe not. Okay. You want me to watch a hazing video? Isn't that quite distressing? Yeah, we could. What's this? Oh. Okay, I should probably hit the cannon. Yes. Blizzard them down. OP as hell. Ooh. Right, I need 3 more. Oh yeah, what a powerful mate. Ah! Fuck, he's right on my ass. He's on me. Where's the... Okay, we're good. Ugh. I'm really kind of dangling on the edge there, am I? I need 2 more. Just kill this. Get the imp first. It's a cop hazing film. Okay. Interesting. And what, it just went viral because it was particularly nasty? Uh-oh. Fuck these fucking cannons, man. Ugh. The hazing was at a university. Oh, and the cops had to intervene. The cops showed up to they were being nice to the fraternity. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why people would bother with hazing. Cringe. So they can be accepted or some shit? Ugh. Okay, there's the guy. The motherfucker. Oh. Oh. Okay. Yes. There's laws against hazing in many states. I would hope so. It's just something that doesn't really happen here, or at least not that I'm aware of. Probably England it does, for sure. Like elite universities. I don't know if it happens in Scotland though. Maybe just that I'm not aware of. No, I'm not gonna kill 12 raptors. Fuck off. Leave me alone. I want to eat spaghetti and go to sleep. Actually. Oh. Watch the ASU frat leader mogging Clav video tomorrow. Today, I'm going to rest and get my energy back. That's what I'm going to do. Okay. Damn. What a strong stream, though, eh? God, can Destiny and Pisco just fight about me every day? We'd have no career worries ever again. Okay. I will see you guys when I see you, okay? Which is probably tomorrow. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Actually, where are we going to raid to? This way? Go Hutch. Okay. Bye.